Futures back in positive territory this morning, coming off another negative showing last week and on Friday. Unfortunately, we had all three U.S. indexes back in negative territory at the end of the day on Friday, and also for the week, 8 of 9, in fact, weeks to the downside. Positive start, though, as we said this morning, some changes in Chinese regulators as far as how they're going to deal with these tech companies coming out of China, and the ADR is boosting sentiment once again this morning. Shanghai also looking to lift some of their COVID restrictions once again, starting today, sending things back to the upside. Overall, markets, as I mentioned, to the downside to end last week. The Dow was down 0.9% at the end of the day on Friday. We also had the NASDAQ 1.2, S&P down about 1% to end things off. A little bit more inflation talk to come this week. We'll get CPI numbers out on Friday at 8:30 this time. Make sure you're with us. That'll be the next kind of checkpoint as far as the inflation gauge goes. Already expecting, obviously, 50 basis points in June and July. For the first time last week, we started to hear September being talked about a little bit also. Amazon, obviously, the big one moving around in the pre-market here this morning, higher, sharply higher, in fact, post-split. We'll talk about that. And Tesla, back to the upside this morning, fell almost 10% on Friday after Elon said he was going to cut 10% of the workforce, but kind of backtracked on those comments over the weekend. It's Monday, June 6, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at where we're at right now. NASDAQ leads 1.5%, about a full percent for the S&P. The Dow 0.8 to the upside to kick things off. Big move for cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin leading obviously back towards the 31,000 level this morning. Ethereum as well with a big move, almost 10% at one point, back to about 8 or 9, 8.5 for Ethereum. So a good way to kick things off for a brand new week. We are getting into, obviously, the heart of some of the summer trading that we've been talking about. Good morning, guys. Monday morning here, so volume overall, I noticed a little bit lower this morning. That doesn't mean we'll have, or we won't have, lots of opportunity. Mullen with some pretty good news this morning, being added third Friday of this month to the Russell 2000 and the Russell 3000. Obviously, Amazon, the big one everyone's talking about today.
Yeah, good morning. You get the split from Amazon, so that's going to, look, the market's up. It should outpace the market hopefully today. And Mullen, wow, it's already up 17%, attempting to break $1.50 right now. So some strong power movers. DD, of course, the biggest percentage gainer this morning. And that's dragging some of the U.S. listed Chinese names, certainly. So, I mean, there's so much that's setting up. Looking at pretty key levels on Baba, on Neo, let alone some of the big cap names that we have here. And after what we saw on Friday, pretty good to see a bit of a bounce back coming through. So much like the Golden State Warriors, this market is trying to turn things around.
All right. Yeah, that was a good game yesterday until, I guess, the second half. I guess it was a little bit of a blowout there. Yeah, so, look, we're already into DD. We're already into Amazon. I was surprised when I sat down that you and Brendan weren't in Amazon already, but it came back in now into that 124. So let's see what happens with that. DD we're in as well. Mullen, yeah, just added right now. Well, not added, going to be added to the Russell 2000 and 3000. So we've been talking about Mullen for a while on this show, especially sub $1. I want to thank for some of those super chats that came in and reminded some of us about that. But yeah, right now we're into Amazon, we're into DD. Let's see where we rock and roll right now. But I'm excited for today as per usual. Apple, I mean, on the sticky note, we have Apple, AMD, Facebook, all at key levels. DD, Amazon's on here as well. Mullen's on here. Should be a great start to the great week here, Brendo.
Yeah, going to be interesting, as I said, to kick things off, guys. A few more macro things to come later on in the week. We're watching oil as well, as we saw that big move up to end the week last week. Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange going to come through this morning and give us his take on what to expect as far as the energy markets go this week. Let's jump into a few things to know heading towards the open this morning. Obviously, the big headline everyone talking about is going to be Amazon this morning. You get 19 extra shares for every one that you owned on Friday this morning for Amazon. It's worth mentioning, though, some of the other tech stocks, specifically Apple, we'll get to on the watch list this morning, but Apple on watch. The Worldwide Developer Conference kicks off today for Apple.
Yeah, I mean, that's great news for them, and obviously we'll probably get some interesting information, maybe coming from like your virtual headsets and all that good stuff. But I think it's going to be at Amazon here today, and of course some of those like Chinese names like we did mention, like Amazon in particular. You got to just remember, like, it's all the split adjusted prices that are going to be pretty important. Like 2,500. That's pretty simple. It rounds out to 125, right? So that monster level that had a couple of failed breaks last week, you've essentially have that as a top here today. So once that got challenged, it's a matter of allowing it to pull back so the risk to reward makes sense. That 125 is still huge. I'd take some out in front, but if that was a breakout last week, and the market is finally going to make that extension, hopefully going to make that extension to another level, then 125 and change is your breakout price on Amazon, where everyone's going to be looking to. And if you just sort of look back to where you might have support, who knows? I mean, the close works out to like 122.35. So I kind of feel, where that was early in the pre-market, probably a decent floor to put on the stock. The idea that it might not close lower unless something crazy happens in the market. Our charts don't always split adjust, but the math is pretty simple on this one, especially when it comes to those round numbers.
Yeah, what's up? I got to say hi to Scott, just out of surgery. What's up, Scott? Mike's dad. So Mike Crehan at Laced Up Souls. So friend of the show, and hope you get better and recover fast. Dad Scott. So thank you for the membership again, Mike, and hopefully Scott's feeling well. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, Amazon right now. Look, I mean, I came in, and like I said, I'm just buying this thing regardless. Prices be damned, really, on this name. Let's just see if the NASDAQ wants to go. I mean, the NASDAQ was negative last week. It's not like we're breaking out of anything. I just like Amazon here. Obviously, it's reverse split into today. We're looking to get more down here. Like I said, I just sat down, started working on the sticky note, and just punched in. Didn't really worry about the level. That was 124.75. We averaged back down into here. I feel like you can get out of the way here if it takes down 124, something like that. I just want to be in this for this run. It's going to take out 125 at the open, and then you fly from there. So we'll just wait to see what it does. There's going to be more retail. And the reason why this is exciting for all of us is because, A, more retail love in this name because you can now buy more shares. Because although we like to say fractional shares actually mean something, it doesn't really. There's a lot. It's such a small market that people that trade in fractional shares. This is just really exciting for me also because you do now get the opportunity to hedge against your positions with options or anything like that. So there's a lot of traders out there that will buy 100 shares, then sell an option like one put contract or something, or a call option against their position. So that definitely allows you a lot of opportunities like that, which for me is what's exciting here about Amazon. So let's just see this thing print a little bit today. It's going to do a lot of volume. We don't really know exactly what kind of volume to expect, but 3.5 million shares, pretty good. We knew we'd be trading this right away, so I'm in this already. It just had a problem breaking through 75. It is going to happen. I think we got to wait till 9 o'clock at least and to get this name running. And then after 9 o'clock, then you look for that 9:30 bump. And then I feel like after that, maybe the first 5 or so minutes is when we'll settle down a bit here with AMZN. So, but that's that stock. One other stock that we're really, really cruising with right here, and we'll hit the alarm, is on DD. We've already gone long on $3, and this is a much different name, obviously, than Amazon. You could take way more shares here at $3. So as it comes back up, first out 7, next out 8, next out 9, and then we'll just see about going higher than this. So we're already out right now of about 35% of this position. We'll see if we can get some 10s, 12s, and higher on DD, and we will talk about that a little later on as we go through some of these names. But DD definitely on watch today, Brendo, up 67%.
Yeah, amazing. The pre-delisting doubling up, I guess, for DD Global. As we get closer to, it's worth noting, I want to mention the S&P rebalance, big rebalance coming up third Friday of this month. As we get closer to that, we'll start to hear about individual symbols that are going to be changed one way or the other. We talked about one already, but I wanted to mention Under Armour here, not doing anything this morning, but just saw a note. UAA coming out of the S&P 500, and we'll go into the 400 instead. So it is actually positive on the day if you want to look at UAA. There's also a note on Nike. I just saw up 1.2% here for Nike. Talking negatively from Stifel on China lockdowns, earnings concerns, guys, surrounding Nike. But that list of S&P changes that are coming next Friday is starting to grow already.
Yeah, look, they do matter, but it's actually a little bit more important when something's getting added outright to an index or maybe deleted altogether. In this case with Under Armour, yeah, it's going to be up a little bit, but that's not necessarily outpacing the market. That shift down will probably have a little bit of selling pressure on it, so I suppose you can put it to the list of, not negative stocks, but stocks that I might expect if the market were to head down, we can find some short opportunities on. I just sort of wrote that 1150. This needs to get back through there, sort of post the earnings plunge, has post retail plunge, I should say, because that's more accurate. Has an 1150 lower high that it has to get through. And if it has some trouble doing that here today, and then you throw in the fact that it's getting the down list, not the down list, but the down weight in the index is 500 to 400. Not a huge deal, but if we get a red day, then this can be a stock to sort of go over to and have a level to work off of. But I'm much more interested in some of the direct names like we're going to watch today. And remember, DT, do not forget that Uber still owns a stake in DT, and Uber, which has been a short in front of 25 for the longest time. You now get this opportunity where on the daily chart, it's just sitting right there, ripe, ready to break this 25 level on the DT News.
We bought more Amazon there on a break of that 124.75 level. So let's see if it can hold that. We just bought some more AMZN there. Yeah, look, the imbalances and rebalances are often a great trade. We'll be talking it here on the mock. But that Nike is a little interesting. We did see Lululemon last week blow it out. So Nike down here at 120. I think it's still a solid buy if you can get it down, anywhere south of this. We're a little bit right now bouncing off the 50-period moving average, so there is something there. But again, technical analysis is fine, but you got to have the right talk, you got to have the right sector, the right everything. And right now, with China, with some of this shipping constraints and supply chain, and we've talked about fuel costs and getting the products back and forth, shipping costs going to be a problem. We had Microsoft talk about FX headwinds and things like that. We're going to have Frank on soon too, probably talking a little bit about the dollar maybe on that one. But yeah, so I don't know, these can continue to be a worry for me, especially in the retail space where there's a lot of product that they have to just simply have to deal with FX. So, when you're producing your product in a different country, selling it down here in the US or in Canada or Europe, you're going to have to pay that little bit of a premium on that. So I do worry about some of these names, including in that it would be Under Armour and Nike. So yeah, I don't know. I like the name. I think you can buy it. It's at the 50 period. So now that it's come down in a little bit on some negative news, I think you could try to wait for Nike for 115 or something like that. Whether or not it hits today, I don't know. But right now we're into DT, we're into Amazon, and yeah, that Uber right now bouncing off. I mean, someone put in the chat as well that Uber at $25. So that's a level that's been hit for a couple times. And there's a lot of names that are like this where we just want to get it. I've been calling all this stuff the garbage over the last month or so. So I think you got to get through all that. Once you do, then it climbs higher. I mean, Uber was just $22 at the beginning of last week. Nice to see it finally getting over 25 here. That probably happens on open. Quick check on the imbalances quickly before we go back over to Brendan and I believe Frank soon. There's DT with a buy, NIO. Two names that are on the sticky note to start the day, and then nothing really else there. You have Alibaba, Xpeng at the bottom, and then a bunch of other names that we'll talk about, but there's nothing really on here that we trade. ChargePoint there as well with the buy, Brendan.
All right, as promised, he's back. Frank Caberna, Director of Product Content and Creative at the Small Exchange, back for another look at, I guess, continuing the conversation, Frank, that we had on Friday, late in the day, about crude oil. We were talking about the highs a little bit around that 120 area. Pretty impressive into the close of the pit session on Friday. We are coming off here a little bit this morning as far as the futures are concerned, but give us your take here. What do we expect as far as what can happen potentially with this market this week?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Brendan. I know a lot of eyes will be on the equity open here. We're set to open, depending on what major index you're looking at, anywhere between 1% and 2% higher here on Monday morning. But keep an eye on these commodities because we're seeing some wackiness. Natural gas, especially during the European session that kicked in a few hours ago, up 5%. Silver just rallied up 3%, and crude oil now backing off of 120 as stocks rally higher. Weird correlations. We're used to seeing stock market up, metals down as a flight to quality play, that inverse relationship. Metals now moving up with stocks, and crude oil moving lower as stocks move higher. So I think this week is going to be really, really interesting, especially if we see stocks continue to catch their footing. They did a little bit last week. If we see that strength again this week, I think we could see well under 120 here in crude. To your point, Brendan, we finished very strong last week, rallied up to 120 and actually closed the week above that 120 level in small crude oil here. Now we're dipping a little bit lower at 118 and change here. I think there's a lot of ground still to cover on the downside here in crude, especially you look at some of the data going back the last several years. You've got the all-time high in at 145, a lot of ground they could cover to that upside. But when we were up at 145, Brendan, we were only there for a handful of days. And I actually looked at the average number of days over 100. We're at day 19 here, and we only average about 20 days over 100 going back the last couple of decades when we are at these upside extremes. If stocks see some strength here, I know that crude is off 50 cents or a dollar this morning. I think you could see a really big move lower in crude, especially, like I say, if some of the fear comes out of that equity market. And we're also starting to see it in that US dollar as well. This morning, you've got the British pound higher by about 45 points. You've got the Canadian dollar up by about 20 points. I'm wondering if this US dollar bull run is over or just getting started here, as we are in the middle part of the range for the last couple of weeks. If we can run over to that US dollar chart here, it's going to be a really interesting week here. We don't have the US Fed announcement until next week, but we do have a handful of central bank announcements coming in across the globe. Australia talking tonight about their rate decision. They're expected to hike rates a good amount here. Eurozone not expected to do anything, but they will have a press conference on Thursday morning looking at that economic calendar here for this week. We've seen the US dollar, Brendan, give up a little bit of ground. If we can see any hawkishness out of the Australian Central Bank, the ECB, I think this US dollar could come a lot lower going into next week's FOMC. Not a lot of interest rate plays for me this week, Brendan. I think there's going to be a holdout until that Fed announcement of next week, but definitely watching the Australian news tonight and then Eurozone on Thursday morning to see if there's going to be any little bit of hawkishness on those two fronts. Could see this US dollar give up some ground to that Australian dollar and to that euro currency as well, because though we are off those highs, Brendan, still up a good amount on the year in US dollar. And I actually don't mind this play short crude, short USD as a nice little hedged up pair in my portfolio for the week. Inverse correlation. Traditionally, crude oil goes higher against the US dollar tends to move lower and vice versa, both sticking in near those highs. And I think, especially like I say, if fear comes out of the equity market, we see the other central banks across the globe come in a little bit more hawkish, talking up. We don't see so many worries here. We could see some rate hikes in the future. Maybe Australia actually surprises with an extra couple of basis points on their rate hike tonight. That US dollar and crude could come off.
We heard for the first time last week a few of the Fed members, at least, mentioning September. We've learned about June, we've learned about July already. It's going to be 50 basis points for both. But for the first time, we started to hear some rumblings, at least, about September. If that continues this week, and then we get CPI on Friday, that either way, it could go higher, it could go lower. It probably doesn't matter too much. But if that talk about September continues, could we see a little bit more weakness, as you said?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because this interest rate and currency game has become so what's next, Brendan, that, we're not even talking about the rate hike that's potentially coming next week or even the one that's coming in a month or so from now. It's the one that's coming in 3 months from now. A lot of talking down those expectations recently of the Fed. It does seem like they want to quickly hike in the short term and then level things off. And I think it's not the action of the rate hike. And a lot of people might say, hey, Frank, ECB is expected to do nothing on Thursday. Why do I even care? that presser after the, no decision that's likely to come out is going to be really important, because if the Eurozone, if Australia, if the Bank of England can build in some hawkish talk, and the US is talking down those expectations that were skyrocketing to start the year, then Brendan, I think this US dollar can definitely come off a lot more than it has in the last month or so. So definitely keeping an eye on that. Like I say, I think that US rates, though they've been interesting lately, I think they'll be locked in right here around 2.5% to 3%, where they've been sitting until that rate decision and US press conference next week. We usually see almost a quiet period for US rates, but this US dollar will likely be very active this week. Like I say, going into start Monday morning here, British pound already up 50 points. We'll see if those foreign currencies can build in some strength against that US dollar.
Yeah, more to come, obviously, this week for the USD for interest rates as well. I just see crude oil on a bounce here back to 119. Lots to cover once again. Frank Caberna, Director of Product Content and Creative over at the Small Exchange in Chicago. We appreciate the insight as always.
Thanks, Brennan.
Here we go. Getting the cam on. I know you guys waste no time there, Fahad, getting into the ball cam, but thanks for Frank for coming on once again. As usual, get that higher time frame look, and we've seen the effective rates on some of these earnings. Certainly with Microsoft talking about it a little bit, Salesforce as well talking about that. So it's something we do have to track and have to care about at least a little bit. But right now that 125 barrier, or if you're waking up and forgot about the split, the previous 2,500 level just got touched and another dip back in. Kind of thought it would go to this breakout price at 124.40 or so again. It doesn't look like it wants to. Now 124.50 looks like a bit of a support level for Amazon. So it's sort of failing breaking and then pulling back. We're getting a series of higher lows, just forming that wedge into that former 2,500 level, which is, certainly like the line in the sand that's on my mind. Of course, there's some other ones out there. Uber is one of them, of course. And then we got a super chat from Mullen. I wanted to get over here because the super chat was, and thank you very much, Saddam. Where do we think it's going? You got a 138 long. Obviously, I don't know your risk to reward, and everyone makes their own different style of trade here. But if you start to think about the support on Mullen's down at that 120 level where it bounced a couple of times before. So I have no idea if you're swinging this thing, risking that almost over 10% move. And if you are, you got to be thinking about past the 50 period or maybe 168, which is the next level up, or 50 period for me, that 163 feels like we'll probably find some resistance. We've already broken 150 this morning. So I do feel like that 50 period up at like 160, 163 is the next line in the sand for Mullen. As long as it can hold this 135, 140 area at the open, then I think you got a good chance of taking that out. But the real support is at $120, so to be breaking this one out in multiple days, and it found some really good support the last couple of days at that 120 level. And that's what I mean about these 160s up here. But I don't know whether you're day trading or swing trading. That's, of course, a big factor.
I see a lot of people asking about the sticky note. Obviously, now it's going to be up on Instagram a couple times. Some good watches the last little while. 4,000 views here. Let's see if we can keep it going. So at Trader TV, Sean is the sticky note, and then we also do have it up, as well as my current positions. I just posted them right here. So there's a sticky note up on Twitter, and then we still have that there, but we still have DD, Mullen, Neo, Apple, AMD, Facebook, and then along with that, we also tweeted out here. Oops, I don't want to do that. We show this thread. Thank you for the 8 comments, by the way, on here. And we also put in our current positions. Long right now, Amazon and DD, both long. So find me at Trader TV, Sean. And we'll talk all about Mullen today for sure. And once again, thank you so much for that super chat.
All right, a few analyst moves for you this morning. Interesting on this side. Chips kind of strong so far. Chip makers, I should say, but Intel, top of the downgrades so far this morning, still in positive territory. This Cooper companies as well popped up, a very highly priced stock, but popped up on a volume scanner worth a note. Global Foundries, top of the list this morning. Citigroup liking Global Foundries. Spotify's on here, not doing much. Kroger with some more M&A activity. Bristol Myers as well. We talked about a bit on Friday on that deal. They purchased a company on Friday morning as well, guys.
Okay, you got to get ASAP back to your desk here, Brendo. Twitter right now tanking here. So Twitter down $3-4 on Elon Musk asking for more information here. So you're down. He filed SEC filing on Twitter right here for Elon Musk. So here's a 20-minute chart. All it did is bring it back down here to 37. Probably should have bought that. It just happens so fast. This is like that Microsoft trade where it just happens quickly, and then you got to sort of step in there and see what the play is. But a 37 bounce there doesn't surprise me at all. But there it is. He wants to know more about these fake accounts. His request for certain data about these spam accounts, fake accounts on the Twitter platform. So here we go. That's the story, and let's go see if Brendo has any more on this one.
All right, just reading through this. So Elon delivered a letter to Twitter reiterating his request for certain data needed to facilitate evaluation of spam or fake accounts. So this is all, I mean, it doesn't seem like anything new. He's just kind of saying, let's hurry up and do this already. I remember going back a month or so ago, he said the deal was on hold until they got more information on this. So then Twitter a couple of weeks later came out and said, no, it's not. As far as we're concerned, it's going through as planned. So Elon kind of doubling down on this, it would appear.
Well, the big part about it was that a lot of people had anticipated when he said that it's going through, he didn't say a new price, right? So I think there was some not expectation, but hope that 54.20 was going to be the deal, and that maybe you wouldn't see, the reduced or potentially reduced offer from Elon Musk. And the fact that he's going right back here saying, yeah, Twitter refusal is a breach of merger agreement. So he's starting to say, if you don't give me more information, you're breaching the agreement. He's piling up leverage to do one of two things. And one of them would be to lower the price. The other one would be to walk away. So we don't know which one that's going to be, but clearly it's going to head to the downside. It had a 35 area that was good for some support before. But right now, it just sort of feels like, I'm sort of watching the tape here because my chart doesn't want to load, but right now it sort of feels like the selling isn't necessarily done. It's trying to bounce off that 37 a couple of times. I think there's some scalp trades there. I think that's what you want to be doing with Twitter. But I just feel like the headline risk is got to be bigger if you're sitting on the bid than it is the other way around, or at least you kind of know 40 has been some serious resistance.
All right, here comes Amazon right back up. We have a decent sized position, so we'll take some out there at 90. As it's getting ready to go up here, 94, 95. It's going to take out 125 in just a matter of time. Like I said, we liked it so much, we've reloaded this 4 times here on Amazon. Any kind of a dump down, we like that. So it just came back into the 60s. It's crazy because I was waiting at 50 just on the wrong gateway. It only printed at X there. So here it is, right back up to 90, 91. We'll take a 30-cent hit to start the day off right there. Bring a little bit of register. We want more than that, obviously, but we'll take it. Like I said, I want to be here for the whole day. So there's a quick little move to take off some profit there on AMZN as we do approach that 125. We bounced off it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. So we'll see if we can get a better reload now. But hey, nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit here as this name continues its volume for the day. You do have 9 o'clock coming up soon, so I expect it to break out at that time as well, back up through 125 for sure. Like I said, a lot of these levels, honestly, the price isn't, to me, that fantastic. I think we're just going to have to wait to see where the momentum is. I feel like this is going to get bought no matter what. So here we go. Amazon looking like it wants to touch 125. That's a great spot to get out if you have any shares left. I'm going to have tons of shares. I think this goes a lot higher. So let's wait to see what happens now with Amazon. The opposite could happen as well, too, at 9 o'clock. It could fade out here a bit because Amazon is up today. So we'll have to wait to see what happens. Obviously, it's not down 94%. Our price is going to be reflected from the split adjusted price, which means our charts are going to be a nightmare for the next 6 or 8 months on this thing. So we'll wait for it. Well, on a daily chart anyways. We'll wait for that one. But right now, Amazon bumping around. I like it. Let's get some more out if we take down 125.
Just reading through, there's a few more things coming out here in this letter, apparently, guys. So word of the day, tantamount to refusing data requests. So he's basically saying that the latest offer from Twitter, Twitter's saying, they're just going to offer up more as far as what they do to document and collect data on potential fake accounts. And Elon saying, no, that's not good enough. He needs more. So still some headlines anyways coming across for that Twitter news. Let's bring in Arun here and get a check of the overall market. Back with us this morning is Arun. Good to see you, Arun. Welcome back. What do we take off of Friday's move, first of all, and then give us your take on what to expect this morning as well?
Well, I mean, Friday's move is what you would expect in a range trade, and that's what this market's been doing for the last little bit here. It's been a lot of back and forth. It's a wide range, so you're seeing these large moves, but at the same time, it's still contained somewhat. So the levels I've been working at, and this has been there for about a week or so, is 42.10 to the upside. That's your zone, or that's your top end level. The zone starts at about 60, 65, 41.65 or so going on up, and 42.10 with the top end line. So that's going to be your top end edge that we're going to work with. The bottom's a little bit different. The bottom is a little bit, it moves around a little bit. My preferable bottom would be 40.25. That's the ideal one. But it seems like the market wants to put in a low around that 40.75. We've kind of topped that twice or so in the last little bit. So I'm going to still say 40.25 is going to be your bottom end level. 42.10 is going to be your upside. That's your wide range. If you break out of either side, then you have an extension opportunity where this market could get going. It's got space to get going. Until we get to that point, though, you have to be aware that anytime you get a move, you are going to have a limited downside or an upside, whichever direction you go, until we get to the other side of this range. So for now, with the market going up, we're sitting at about 41.52. We've still got about 10, 15 points before we start getting into that resistance level. So upside strength is still available, but be aware of the fact that we are getting to the top end of the range. So things might slow down a little bit. So until we get to that point, we're still looking for longs. I'm looking at 41.25 as your essentially a minor support level as we respect the market to the upside. It's at about 1.5% on the NASDAQ. So we've got upside strength. We're going to trail it with 41.25 for the time being. Know that in about 10, 15 points, we're going to hit the top end of the range. And then once we get to that point, start not completely walking away from the long, but at the same time, respect the fact that, hey, you know what, there might be some resistance up here. We may have to start respecting the shorts. As soon as we get this set up, we can have to go after the short with the 42.10, I guess, top end level, and then work the shorts. But for the time being, buy side strength, 41.25 is going to be your bottom end support or your minor support to work with for the time being. Below that, 40.90 is available. Again, these are all minor levels, right? The big ones, 40.25 down below, 42.10 up top. Everything is minor in between.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's jump right in to everything else you need to know this morning. That is the link, guys, to the free watch list we send out every single morning before we come on at 8:30 for free. All you need is your email address. Just seeing if anyone wants to read this SEC filing on Twitter. Again, there's links all over the internet, so check it out if you want to Google that. The entire release is out there now. And again, it's just all comments from Elon on the deal. Amazon, the first one, obviously, we got to talk about here. You get 19 extra shares this morning for every one you owned on Friday. What does that mean for us, guys, for a day trade?
Go long.
Yeah, it just means more volatility. Like, that's the reality for Amazon stock. Look, market's been volatile for a while, but obviously Amazon for like a few years has been like one of those range-bound type names that no one ever wants to day trade, and that's just simply going to change because when you have a little more options action, there's more flexibility. You're going to get a little more potential for a gamma squeeze. I'm not thinking this is necessarily going to squeeze. I'm not really thinking that it's going to be better than what Alphabet has theirs, but at the same time, I do expect if you're looking for upside moves today, something that should in theory outpace whatever the market does on a day like today, I'm looking for Amazon to be that. Now, it did try to take out that 25 just now. It had a couple of breakouts. The breakout levels outside of where it closed at 122.35. The breakout levels early this morning, 123.5, that got held on a dip. And then 124.30, that got held on a dip. That's where I decided to get in the first time. Then 50s just held, so higher lows, and now you're breaking the 125. So any of those dip prices are kind of where I'm leaning to find your individual levels of support. And when it comes to the upside, you're just looking at sort of even and round dollar numbers because 25.03 was like the high for the last few weeks here, and it was like a double top. So I'm expecting that 125 to be that sort of level, and there's tons of room to the upside on Amazon.
Look, guys, we've just been hammering this one all morning, so there it is right there. Let's go belly dancing, belly flopping, whatever you want here with Amazon. it just dipped down and we reloaded it again at 80. So, I mean, it was in, boom, in. It's all over the sticky note. And there it is right now, 50 cents in the money on Amazon on reloaded shares. So, I mean, we actually have more than we did in the first place. Now we've reloaded it again. We reloaded it there, out, came back into 80s. Now it just continues to move higher and higher and higher. I don't think any prices matter. We're just going to sit around like we always do at those even dollars. So this will keep running. I feel like the more people that look at this, the better it's going to be for us. So yeah, Amazon today, absolutely nothing changes as far as the company is concerned. But now it gives you that option eligibility. And like I said, I mean, I don't know. Like I wasn't in early today, but if I was, this was. I mean, even talking on the way in, it was like I just wanted to get in here and punch long as soon as I could, right? So I mean, look at this thing. 123 started going, never really dipped down. It had one little dip there, another dip, which we were like, thank you very much. Another dip, which we were like, thank you very much again. And here it comes back one more time. So whether or not we're burned on this as it opens up, I don't know. But we have a pretty good price, 124.70. I'll average back in if it gets into that price. I want to be long Amazon today, but if it takes down 124 to the downside, and again, it's going to be hard to see on our charts, like we've talked about this over and over again here, but see, we don't get it. But if it breaks back down below, this is 123.50. I don't think I really want to be part of this breaking back down below 124. If I'm going to play key levels, that's just another one. So I will lose. It won't be that much of a loss at all, even if I dig this all out at 124 right now. But let's just see what happens. It's 4.5 million shares. It's busting through right now. There's going to be a lot of calls bought on this name today. Amazon continues to work. It's been a huge mover over the last little while. Even if you go down to the daily chart, which again won't make much sense today because it's going to show all the way down here. But you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight up days before that disaster. That was Friday. Every tech name got hit on that. So as we expected, here we go to the upside for Amazon. It's going to be a good day to be an Amazon shareholder. Sell it if you think it's for the bump here. But again, it's a nice move for Amazon, which really hasn't done anything in the last little while.
There was a ton of interest online on Friday as well, going into the split. Number one on multiple different stock trading forums as well. So that retail interest could be the big catalyst here. Let's go to Tesla. We talked about it Friday morning. Was down almost 10% at one point on Friday after Elon said he was going to cut 10% of the workforce. Over the weekend, he comes out and says, actually, it's going to grow. Salaried staff, in fact, should be little change, but overall headcount will increase over the next 12 months. So I guess never mind as far as job cuts go.
Well, I mean, realistically, like it's as if making job cuts would have been bad for them if they're trimming a little bit in this environment. I don't necessarily think that story itself was a negative. I think the market just sort of reacted to him saying he felt it was a little bit doom and gloom for the overall economy. But if you're making the right moves, which would be trimming, then that's not the end of the world. Now, all that matters to me here is a couple of lines in the sand. 700 was obviously a level that we traded off of that I'm not sure we see again today. If we do, then we'll go long like we did on Friday off that 700 level. What is more interesting is this 735. You got a pre-market high here. That was, 725 to 735. It's really more like a channel, but that was your line of support pretty much all of last week, and that's where things fell apart on Friday. Where we were looking when we got the short on Tesla at the open, but this is really just about getting back through that level. So I want to see it's above that 735. Then you're starting to work into the longs. Otherwise, I want to play off the 700 level. So those are the two things to watch for Tesla to the long side today for me. In EV space, there's tons to look at. I don't know if we're going to talk about other ones. Yeah, we'll get to Mullen in a second, but China's strength has Li Auto and NIO in breakout territory. So if NIO takes out that 19 or holds above it, gets past like 1910 or so, you want to see Tesla participating with the move. It's already outpacing the market here, so you got some relative strength in Tesla. And this is definitely one of those, it was a high volume bottom that got made. So if we try to run from here, you have tons of room to that upside.
Yeah, we had NIO. I mean, like I said, Tesla, you wait around those key levels. I think it's good what NIO was talking about right there. Amazon's coming up to 125.25. That's going to be a pretty nice level to get something out. But here you go. I mean, who knows where this is going to go from here? But we are sitting there. Where am I sitting? Am I sitting at 25 or am I sitting at 24? We're sitting at 25. So here we go. A little bit of a breakthrough higher now. We will take a 50-cent hit all over the sticky note as well. So there we go. We'll go unplugged on this one. And there it is. We've been sitting sitting there for a while, so a nice little out there for 50 cents. Now on Amazon, we're really crushing this one today, guys. All right, so like I said, that was about the easiest trade you're going to find, I feel like, anyways, for now. When it opens, who knows? But here we go. NEO, again, we liked it last week. It was a good trade for us. Back into here, I think, is even better, though. Let's see if it can fall down. We've seen some drastic moves off open. I mean, here it is the other day. We opened at 1840, went all the way down to 1790 before ripping back up to the high side and making some new highs there. Now today, you're over 19 on some Chinese, lack of Chinese crackdowns right now. It looks like, hopefully with DD, you're already seeing me long DD. We've done really good on that name as well. But here goes NIO. I like it. Obviously, no risk of delisting or anything like that. But we'll see what happens here around 1850. My bids are here, man. 1860, 1840. Let's see what happens down here. If it comes into 18, that should be a trade for sure. Good out there for me on Amazon. And if you guys want to just have a quick look at what we've been doing, it's all over the sticky note. I posted that up as well. So buy, sell, sell, sell on the way up. So boom, boom, boom. Good outs for me there. That was a good one, man. 125. So the highest it gets there is 34, 35. I think you can average back in if it comes into 80s again. But for me, we're still in this name. It's a good trade. Amazon looking to take out and taking out day's high as we speak here, Brendo.
All right. I'm just going to mention Li Auto as well, the final of the Chinese EV makers to come out with delivery numbers that were way better than expected. So big bump here, 8% for LI, worth a mention as well, along with NIO and XPeng. DD shares, though, 46%. Wall Street Journal reporting that China is either going to conclude or has concluded their cybersecurity probe. DD apparently going to be allowed back into app stores as well after being removed. This all comes before, remember, they're going to be delisting from the NYSE.
They are seeking a Shanghai listing, obviously. I think that's, obviously everyone knows they're getting delisted, but the idea is that you're going to be able to trade them or own shares over in Shanghai. Like, I know a few traders that have already said they're interested in owning the company because, look, it's a really large-sized company that has a pretty viable business and has been under this pressure, which hopefully got released today. Now, I don't know how much the levels are going to matter on the stock today, except for the fact that I'd expect there's buyers at 250 if something crazy were to happen. It's broken 3. That and 285 are about the only things I'm looking for dips. I do like Uber because of the way it's set up. It just gives me a trade, and I think it's a related trade to DD. But do not get fooled necessarily by size on the level 2 here. This is going to do at least 100 million if not a couple 100 million shares today. So, when you see 100,000 shares on the bid, it'll chew through that like a knife through butter. So I would be very, very careful, sort of just, I'm going to play this off of size. Sometimes that'll matter. I'd expect that'll get you into some trouble on DD. If it holds 3 at the open, I think that looks pretty interesting. I'm not really caring too much about finding a short in this one. I do feel like if there's a pullback, there's probably something that I can do over there in Uber, which has this just monstrous $25 level. And we were sort of talking about this in the chat early this morning. It's about 6 or 7 times, 6 times I think we've gotten to this level and reversed on Uber and not even breaking out here, even with DD going. So this is a monster resistance level, and you play those in either direction. You've just got to be able to go short and front when you want. I'm going to try the long first. If it breaks, and then if we do not break this at the open or the market goes down, we'll go back to what we were doing in Uber last week.
All right, yeah, DD, I mean, let's just hit the siren. Let's go like this. I mean, it feels like we're at a carnival again today. We have 2 for 2 with the winners right now, so we're walking on a bit of water. As right now, DD just, we take that bid. That was a pretty easy one. Came back into $3. I like trading even dollars, so in and then out on the way up. That's a 7, 8, 9. We're waiting at 12, which we haven't been able to get. We got another 7 and another 8 right now. But yeah, we took a position. We're going to see. I do have another bid on the downside if we do get to that 1280 mark, just in case. That's some of that consolidation down here. It's not really, but we could fade out a little bit. Yes, let's go Amazon right now. We could fade out a little bit here down at the bottom near this 280 mark. So we'll watch out for that. We'll check in on the imbalances right now as Amazon's rocking now. 70 cents cents in the money on that trade. I don't think there's going to be an easier one than Amazon today, but we'll talk about that. AMD should be interesting as well. But here's DD, 3.1 million shares to buy. So that's already holding the stock up. So be very, very careful about that. Like the stock's already gone a little bit here this morning. Forget about the 67%. Like it's been pretty stable since I sat down here an hour ago. So, you know, lots of stability here with DD. You can see that. Pretty stable. I feel like because it's not really ripping up right now, there is the fear that it does come to the downside. So we'll take a 280 bid, and then if it breaks through 275 or so, we'll get out. We don't want like all these profits from the morning just to evaporate here real quick. So we'll watch out for that one. But we're already at half our day's goal right now with a nice little move up here at Amazon. You know, we initially didn't have a huge position, obviously, but then when we took it 4 or 5 times, and got out 3 times, we have about double our initial position right now, as it just touched 125.50 for the first time. So that should be exciting. As we're ready to rock and roll here with AMZN pulling back a little bit now. I actually expect this name to pull back quite a bit here off the open. So watch out for Amazon. You'll probably be able to get some 124s, if not even lower than that, like 124 flat off the open. I feel like it will pull back a little bit, could get a nice bump off the open, which we'll try to take advantage of, and then it wouldn't surprise me if after that we sell off based on just the fact that it's just too high, and we're going to see what happens with options. The options are going to be priced out through the roof, right? So you got to watch out for volatility. If the retail traders don't come in and buy any of these options, then you're not going to get that squeeze up, so watch out for that. They may come out to be too hot here on the option fronts.
Retail fan favorite, Mullen, back to the upside this morning in a big way on this. The Russell coming out saying they're going to add it to both the 2,000 and 3,000 indexes. Most likely, I'm going to read through this a little bit further here, guys, but most likely will be next Friday. The big S&P change going to come next Friday, but doesn't mean they can't do it anytime. So anyways, Mullen moving around here in a big way this morning.
Yeah, look, it's got to break out as well. We talked about it with the super chat that we got a little bit, and 120 has been support. It's breaking from here. You did have a breakout at 140. That's where I decided to buy the dip in front of. So, you know, those are the sort of levels I try to work off of when you get nice consolidation dips. Previous support there before we tested 120 at 140, and that's where we broke from. I think it does have some trouble maybe getting back to this 150, especially with the market kind of going sideways and failing to break out just now. You know, you might go sideways into this 150, you want to take some profit out. But then we went to the daily, other way. Went to the daily. There's still room to that 50 period, which it's been bouncing off of, right? Like it's been a while since it got there, but the last bounce we did fall shy. That's about 160. So if we get above that 150 level, I think 160 is your trouble spot for Mullen. And it just feels like there's going to be a little bit of a dip at that open. That's why I'm sort of sitting here. If it makes that pop, a lot of times on a gap up style play, I'll be looking at a fade off a level like 150. I'll be looking to take shares out into 150. If it breaks 140, I'll regroup because I think there's a lot of room down to that 120 level on Mullen. And I don't want anything short unless this really tests that 50 period. I think that's the place where if it fails, it makes sense to the short side. Otherwise, it would have to just be below the 140 price that we have right now. Update Amazon. I've taken most of my shares out. There was 2 trades. Obviously, there was a dip and then there was a break. It's already taken you to that 125.5. I want to be able to see if we can hold any of these dip or breakout prices at the open, whether it's 123 half, 124 half. 125 seems rather unlikely here, but rising tides can lift all ships. And you know, I think you have to watch almost all of these super strong runners that retail has interest in at the open, because if you get a dip in 1 or 2, it could definitely cascade across the group.
Yeah, no. Do we have to pay for shorts on Mullen? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go and buy some right now. I want to buy Mullen, obviously down here as much as most of us want to buy it, especially if you get some sort of a dip down. I'm looking at this 130 area to see what's going to happen, and then if we get to 120, of course, we'll look at that as well. But so for Mullen being added to the to the 3,000 and 4,000, I believe, on the Russell. So 2,000 and 3,000. Thanks, Brendo, for that one. So being added again, and you know, we can always zoom out, look around, do this kind of stuff. But realistically, we were talking about Mullen last week or a week and a half ago when we started to get some of those super chats, and I was like, you know what? what? The fact that you're sub $1 on this name and the bottom was 50 cents, you could have really just taken a 50-50 shot. And if you did that and you bought it around 80 or 90 cents, you've doubled your money last week. You're close enough to it now when the risk wasn't even double. So if you just wanted to go 1-to-1, you could get out now. But for me, I don't think that's the right play. I think you're pretty smart off to hold some of this just in case you do get that crazy bump. And right here, this little bottom is part of the levels that we're talking about. Right there, like this one. Whoops, I got to put the line on there. This 120. Why isn't that working? I don't know. My line. There we go. Push that. Push that, push that. There we go. Okay, so yeah, right into here. You know, you've bumped up. That's 120, 120, 120. So, you know, if you're going to look at that and say, you know, you've gotten through some of this garbage, a nice little bump to the upside there. The 50 period's at 165, so we'll see if it could take that out right now. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. A little bit of a lower bid in case we do fall for Mullen, but I just definitely want to get some shares just in case we have that sort of blowout moment here where it goes up to like 150, 155, and then halts. Then it continues to move higher. Then you're going to look for a fade back down. Here comes Amazon, man, still working and still trying to go to that 50 area. Like wouldn't mind getting something out if we do come into the 40s one more time. So that's what we're going to try to do. If we get up into 125.45 or so, we'll get a piece out. But with only 10 minutes to go, Amazon still rocking to the high side. Let's see where it finally slows down. Like I said, would not surprise me at all if we pulled back into the 124 area. So I give it the same odds as it does to go upside. So we've already taken out a lot of profit on this name. Let's see if we can get it a little bit higher, 20 or so more cents. And remember, it's still just a $125 stock. I mean, we have a lot of fish to fry on in this kind of name, right? We have AMD in this value range. We have Facebook 191. We have Microsoft to trade as well. That's higher value. Here we go. Let's go. Let's see if we can get something in the 40s here as retail coming through, man. We didn't think this was done yet, so let's see if it can break through 40. Here we go, 43, 44. Bang, there it is right there. Let's dab it up for holding a little bit on this Amazon. Now we have half of our position left, so far so good on this one. I'll just wait for 126. If that can come, that's great. But Amazon today, definitely, man. Shout out to Miss V as we're feeling pretty good here for this AMZN trade. And once again, guys, it's all over the sticky note. And I actually even was so confident in this, like I said, sat down, and I mean, look what I put out right here. Like, long, already in this position, like we're already in. We talked about that already. Already in, right? Already long 124. So there it is, bumping up to 125.44, our best out. So far, so good here on AMZN. We do want to leave some cookies in the cookie jar in case this does come back in. So we're going to watch out for AMZN here coming back in right now, guys.
All right. The Mullen change, guys, will be the following Friday. So the final Friday of the month. At the close, they'll do that change for the Russell 2000 and 3000. Then the Monday after that will be the first trade day. More Chinese strength. So this is not just DD. This is not just the EV makers. It's all of them. All of the Chinese ADRs, including Alibaba here, up 7%. You can look at JD.com, about the same, 7%. I even noticed PDD, Pinduoduo, up about 7 or 6 plus at least. If you missed it, Wall Street Journal saying the probe into some of these tech giants done as far as regulators are concerned. And DD, at least, going to be allowed back into some of the app stores over there. But big move, big strength for Chinese stocks right across the board.
Yeah, look, obviously we've seen this story in the past, and oftentimes, it's been like a sell the news type of event, but I'm watching BABA here finally. Trying to break back. It's above 99.5, which had been the previous resistance, but last I checked, 100 still stands in the way. That's a pretty big psychological level for Alibaba. And even then, you try to get to this 104, but this has been so incredibly range bound that if you've gotten away from essentially just buying the dips where support has been like 93.5, it's essentially just giving you that, multiple days in a row. And then if you stretch out too far, you find yourself in trouble. Like you just get chopped up in the range. There is one shot that this previous high at 98 turns into support. We'll see if that can happen. But it's NIO that's more on the front of my mind. Obviously, the EV space is in play today in particular. It has yet to really hold a bid above this 19 level. It's trying to do that now. We know this one can be an absolute runner here. So I'm looking for this thing to take out 19.10 at the open. If it can't do that, or if it does do that, I can give it back to this pre-market low at about 18.85. And if that goes, really, you're just only looking back at strong support at 18 bucks. Like, be real impatient with breakouts and be real patient with buying the dips on these types of names. So BABA 100 not broken yet. We are right at 19 on NIO, but I want to see this thing open up. I sort of made the mistake on some of these New York stocks of sort of taking it in that last 5 minutes, and then you get a held open, and it made way more sense to allow the stock to open up and find that direction. But I like it above that 19 as long as we open above there. I want to give it to 1885.
All right, we'll go a little diamond hands here as Amazon right now up to 126 and starting to go. And again, you know, this was some of the levels that we just talked about, man. So there it is, man, 125.65 and starting to go to the upside right now. So my out's going to be waiting at 126. I feel like we're going to get that probably even before the open. So yeah, sometimes we got them on board, and there it is right there, diamond hands. So we'll do that. We'll spit out some cash here as we go. 125.70 right now coming through on Amazon on multiple rebuys in. On this one. So here we go. Nice move to the upside. It could fade out, man. Only 5 minutes left, so watch out. If you're up enough right now, I've taken some out, but if you haven't, I think this is probably a decent spot to do some. A nice little rip here. Here we go. And like I keep saying, like I said, I feel like I'm on the midday show here, but it's just, there's so much rally potential here in this name off the split, especially with all this retail stuff popping up. I'm actually canceling my 126. I think we can go even higher than that. So let's wait to see where this goes. We're already in the money $1. There we go. Yes, sir. That I just said that right there. Liz, clip that. There it is, right through 126 and change as we go higher. 126.40 on Amazon. There we go, man. It's Sticky Note Nation. It's in the building, and money come flying out. Hopefully you guys have this. There goes Amazon through 126, baby. 126.50, the new high. Maybe we put an order there and see if we get out. But this thing should fly off open with only 4 minutes to go, Brennan. It's already an exciting day, my man.
Yeah, it might be worth checking imbalances on Amazon for the open there, guys, as well. YMTX, quickly, a little one up on a cancer treatment, blood cancer treatment. 2 and 225, huge levels on the daily chart. So kind of stuck in the middle right now of this range. Gets above. It's a 9 million float. So keep that in mind. So we get above 225 and holds, might give you a long. Otherwise, want to see it below 2 and trading below 2 for YMTX, guys.
Yeah, that one is on the radar. The imbalance is 450,000 on to buy on Amazon. Obviously, that can change in a heartbeat going up back into this open, guys. So I would watch that at like the 28, 29 as it starts to potentially get a little bit bigger. But it's also a bit of a wick off top. So that'd be my only concern would be that you just had that huge buy option sort of go through at 126, or not buy option, buy order go through at 126, and then you put a wick off top, and then you pull back too harshly. I still like pretty much all the dip buy levels, but 125 could be the most tricky one there. We did obviously the market broke to the upside, but I just wanted to quickly point out another name which is rallying here. Twitter now trying to get back and hold above 38 even. If this rallies at the open, I think it can be sold in front of 40. Otherwise, it's put a bit of a 37 bid on it and a lot moving. I don't think we talked specifically too much about some of the chip names. I love a 185. I don't think we're going to get it on NVIDIA here today, but there is this 189 level, the afternoon high that I'm also looking for on NVIDIA. Only up 2%. I say only, but that's actually a pretty good number. But outpacing the market, but I don't think it's going to be the first name that everyone's looking to at this open. Obviously, we have bigger fish to fry with Amazon making power moves. That wick high feels like that could spur the selling.
Well, we're going to try to get out some more DD right here as well, as that's going to be a good winner for us. We've made almost just as much money on DD as we have on Amazon. So far, so good on this one. Let's just wait to see where it goes now on DD. If we can get out some 06s, we'll do that one more time. And we'll just check out quickly on the imbalances to come through here. There's DD, obviously still with a buy, but not as much as it was. I don't even want to really buy any dips on this one. I'm pretty happy with the position we have. But we will get some more out. If it does, there you go. Got some more 6s out as that was kind of a no-brainer there. We'll just wait. Ford on a buy, Twitter on a sell. Other than that, pretty mixed up there. Baba, we talked about that approaching a Hyundai as well. Neo right there as a buy. That means it'll probably dip. So we'll have to watch out for Neo coming through as well. That's going to be a big trade for me. Again, another name that's number 2. No, it's not a number 2. It's number 4 on the sticky note as well to come to the downside. So let's wait to see if that comes into 18 and change. With only 2 minutes left, should be a great day and a great start to the week here. We already have Amazon. That's going to be a feeding frenzy today for sure on that name. Tesla down near 700 if it can get there. I
Tesla's
really
breaking actually right now.
Yeah, Tesla. You said the market breaking, but the market.
No, the market's not breaking. It's
Right,
Tesla.
okay.
Well, no, Tesla's breaking the upside. The market has been sideways this whole time.
Right. Yeah, I thought so. That's why I was like, when you said that, I was like, oil breaking? But no, right now, yeah, the market's sideways right now. So I hope it breaks one way or the other. But we're going to wait for AMD down here at 106. So that's another level that we want to do here. AMD 106, Facebook 191, and then I do want to short Apple. Apple might already be gone. I want to short near this 148. So let's see if that pops up off the open, and we'll be able to catch a little bit of a short despite the market being up here. I want to try an Apple short.
Yeah, and obviously there's a few other names out there that we'll definitely get to. In the small cap space, Brendan talked about that YMTX. That is going to be in play. There was a couple of solar stocks, which are pretty big. So watch out for Sunrun, 28.5, about a pretty key level there. That's the one with like an 18% short interest. So if I'm picking one in the group that I want to trade, it's likely to be Sunrun, but it's pre-market volume. I'd say it's up 13%, but paltry. And not leading the board for me, only 300,000 shares. But I do like it in front of 28.50. That could be a big level to watch. It's going to be about the EVs. It's going to be about Amazon. It's going to be about Tony El Tigre. Going to be on the bell for this Monday morning, which is already shaping up to be a wild one as we gear up. Watch out for those New York stocks that might get held at the open. Just with a couple of seconds, they sort of sit there and give it a couple extra, 20, 30 seconds to open them up, and we've seen that happen in the past. But I'm expecting some fireworks right there in 4 seconds on Amazon. 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
All right, thank you, Tony, on the bell there. Okay, so we're going to watch out for some Apple shares here. If they come in, there we go. We are now short Apple. The market is ripping to the high side right now, so we're going to have to watch out for this position. But we don't want to get out of this until it takes down. I think it was that 148.50 or so that we're looking at. We're really looking at 148. But here comes Apple. Nice little rip to the upside right now. DD working, Amazon $1 in the money, and Apple just cruising around here. We're looking to get more short on this name.
Yeah, Amazon cruising. It did get through that 126, but it immediately put a bit of a pullback on. Now Uber trying to take out that 25 area. Sorry, it did take out that 25, heading to the upside right now. I tried to get NEO shares off the open. This is what happens when you wait for 19 break at the open. It opens up, and we're at 1930 already, so we'll see if we can catch a dip here. Now the market is actually starting to go.
Yeah, the market, man. We talked about that. The market's back, baby, to the upside and blowing to the upside right now. So we are going to have to watch out. There's Apple took down 148. Not super concerned about that. The market is ripping, so this is a short that we want to be in. There's no doubt about that. Futures be damned right now. If they do take it out, then we do have to have a little bit of a worry here for Apple. But this is Friday. We weren't really here in the afternoon. We got going in the morning up to these same kind of levels. I'm looking at like a 149. I got to hold this one at least $1 against me. So let's see what Apple can do right now. That was a great out for me on Amazon, man. We got that 126 flat there on that rip up. So like I said, expecting Amazon to dip down here. Let's not make this mistake about getting more shares into this if we don't have to. So we'll wait to see if Amazon tests 124 flat before we do anything. The big trade for me right now is going to be Apple on this short, trying to test it against that 149.
And Tesla just attempted that break of the high, 735. That's that line in the sand I liked. It got to 734.70 and immediately started pulling back. So you see a rejection of that price level. I don't want to jump into this one too quickly there. And NEO, of course, is going the absolute other way. It's gonzo. Now up to 1950. So huge breakout on NEO in play right now. And actually, DD just came in for me. I talked about 285. Wow, 285 happened fast, man. I just got 86s on DD. So that dip buy definitely came in a lot faster than we anticipated. But Amazon now pulling back to that first support level, that 124, looking like it's going to come into play on Amazon. Wow, NEO is just super strong. I want to see if Li Auto has any chance to get in.
Yeah, we talked about this Amazon coming right back in, and just like a glove, man, it's almost like we had some sort of a crystal ball once again on this play. Came in right in there. We canceled our 124 though, so we're gonna have to wait to see where it goes. We are short here on Apple. This is a good opportunity, man. If we could let's just get some Amazon out. I don't know what this is gonna do. I want to short Apple here into this play, but that was a decent move down there in the future. So I'm just wondering if that has something to do with some of this pullback here in Amazon. Probably not, but it's a nice little move back down right there. So here goes Apple. So if Apple, again, It's fine. Like this is the trade that we want. We averaged into 148. There was a big move down. This actually went pretty aggressively into the money for us here as we ticked all the way down to 147.65 there. So we're gonna have to watch out. Again, we're gonna try to hold this for that 149. If 149 comes in, fantastic. If not, then we wait on this trade. So just a quick average in on this Apple. We could be wrong. I mean, this is going to be a quick trade for us here on AAPL. So if it takes down this 149, we're going to be out. There's really no levels until you get to like 151. So yeah, we don't need to be short this name, especially if the market decides to take off to the upside. So Apple right now, we are temporarily short, but let's watch out as the market now coming back in here for AAPL.
Yeah, I just took some out and back in front of 125 on Amazon, and now immediately wants to retest that 124. Oh my goodness, NEO is an absolute ridiculous move right now. It's just gotten away. Li Auto, no chance to get in. The break on Uber is still pretty validated, despite the fact that the DD pulled back to 285, was able to get in there. We're still trying to hold a 25 break on Uber. Tesla, like we said, it just cannot seem to get above that 735 price. And if I'm not playing 735, I have to be very, very patient. If it gets to 700, clearly we like that level. But going the other direction is Tesla. And if we were looking for something, if the market were to turn around, we're not. We're still sideways, right? Like remember, the market's going sideways here. Under Armour, we like it 1150 for a sell. That's nowhere near that price. But if we do get any kind of weakness in the market, Under Armour can be one to watch out for that short trade. Mullen, which we're in, starting to catch a bit of a bid here off of 136, 137. I liked 135 for the dip buy, so I haven't really added anything to this position. I'm looking for it to either break back up to 150 or test 35 so I can add.
All right, we averaged back into Apple here, so we can watch this. We're also trying to watch out for AMD to the downside. We got out of that DD there as it broke back down below $3, so we're out of that trade. Although we were waiting at 283, that would have been a great opportunity there. I don't know why we canceled that 283. Wow, that'd be good to have that right now, but I know why. It's because we're trying to fry much bigger fish here for me with Apple. So we'll see if Apple can come back down. We're now short at 77, so this has to come down. Man. I mean, the futures are breaking down. We may be wrong on this Apple move. Let's just check out on Microsoft quickly to see what's happening with that one. 270. Yeah, I mean, that's barcoding as well. So that's doing absolutely nothing. No, go ahead. What do you have, a DD win there?
No, DD came back up to 298, and there was a bit of an offer there at 3 even. Obviously, that's a big psychological number. It's a round number. So I'm going to get some shares out in front of that. Probably should have gotten more shares out, just given if it failed through 3 on the break after getting to 15s and it goes 15 cents down, that symmetry is almost too nice. I'm going to take more profit if it even gives me the chance off of that $3 level. Amazon also making a move back up through 125. It got to the quarter mark and pulled right back in. So the dip buy was pretty much where we got it the first time in the pre-market. Now if we're looking again, it's got to be at this 124 even level to see if we can hold a bid down there. The Uber break looks like, much like Tesla, Uber wants to fail this break. It's still above the price. So obviously, when you go to the higher time frame, we still have the breakout on, but it just feels like this one can't go. With DD pulling back in, understand that most of the reason Uber was breaking this level had to do with that stake in DD.
All right, guys, there it is. Let's go, man. Not much of a roller coaster, but we'll just do this. Oops, that's the wrong one. This is the roller coaster for us on Apple. Like I said, I can focus on other names. Why? I mean, if I have a good trade on board right now, this one's starting to go to the downside. Here's Apple with the short. This is our number one name. Well, not our number one name, but the number one big cap name that we had on here. Obviously, Amazon was a big haul for us as well. We got out of that one for our last one, basically just for flat at that 50 level right there. So it came back and forth. It's just dancing right here. Like I said, if this market falls, I just don't want to be long Amazon and short Apple. But, we've already hit Amazon pretty well for me today. So, you want to defend that 124 one more time. That's not a horrible trade, but just watch out when it breaks it. What's up, Brendo?
JD.com, huge volume alert there, guys, through 61. So we did take out 61, immediately came right back below. But heads up, huge move already for JD.com.
More.
Oh, what a break on Alibaba. Alibaba just broke that one. It got through 100. It looks like it's definitely going here. Very, very strong. I mean, NEO was strong as well, but Alibaba through that 101. And when you talk about the market now starting to pull back in, this is NEO. It got to 1980, not quite to $20, now pulling back to 19. If it can hold, fair enough. I was looking for some shorts. I'm going to try to get it right now off of this 11 area, looks like, on Under Armour. Just relatively weak, obviously, with the, it's not really it's not getting deleted or anything. It's just going from the S&P 500 to the 400, which is still a little bit of a negative move. Tesla, that line in the sand, this is why always wait. If it cannot break that price we like, I'm not getting in. It failed to 735. Now we could be headed down to that 700 number. That's the one we like. That's what we're going to wait for. The bounce on Amazon already took some profit. It got back to 124.50. But if it can't hold this 124 level, we're waiting all the way back to that 123 even. Brendan.
The pre-market move just took out the last little high that happened after the pre-market move. So 38.5 there got taken out. Twitter back to the upside.
All right. Yeah, I'm just getting ready to do something on Amazon as well as watching out to see if it does break. Okay, so that's Apple right there. It doesn't look like it wants to fall too far, but obviously we've taken out some profit there. Not as much as we want. We want to get some more into the short side. Microsoft was another name. I just wanted to check out quickly what Facebook was doing. How relatively weak is that one? Down to 192. Okay, I'm going to... I don't know. Again, 191 was a level I liked for this. But if the market's going to get hit today, I think we got to just look at shorts and not really look too much further than that. So Microsoft with a 272, I feel like we can short that name as well into that level. So it's a little bit further down through 272 right now. But we can grab a 272 and change if it does pop back up a little bit here for MSFT. Looks like the market does want to fade out. Who knows? We're below the 50 period here. I think we like to short any kind of there goes Microsoft rate again. Rate up, man. This name is pretty violent, actually. 272.50. Ooh. Okay, we're getting into some decent shorts. Let's put on a little bit here for Microsoft in case this does want to fall back. We'll see if we can get something in the teens here. So we are offering, and there it is, first level taken here on Microsoft. We'll see if we can get another one short. So short Microsoft and short Apple here on these bounces. I like this for a play as Amazon right back. I mean, I'm leaving this alone, which I shouldn't be. We should be long on Amazon. It's just I got these other two shorts that I'm working with right now. So short Microsoft, short Apple, and we should be long Amazon. Let's have another look at that when it gets down to that 124. Good hold there.
I just got out of mine, actually. I got the 124 back in, but that 125 just started to really stack up. When you have a wick top at 126, I want to see this battle at 125, man. I want you holding a bid above 125. That's a breakout price. If it's going to be relatively strong, I want us above there. 124 is good for a scalp trade, but I think I'm going to line up for that 25 level. Tesla just caught a bid at 715. It looks like it's trying to make a first leg here. I'm trying to be patient with this one. But if it's going to make a bid and the market's going to try to reverse here, I'm looking at NIO, which was relatively strong. It's not giving you 19s. It's giving you 19 quarters right now for NIO. But I don't see anything that was stronger. I mean, BABA was pretty strong. But NIO at that open was super strong, looking for that quarter to try to hold. And as I say it, immediately doesn't want to give it to you. So there you are, like failing through that 19.25. I'll have to wait around for 19 even.
Like, come on, guys. You gotta be all over this, man. Look at that Microsoft short. We just took it short at 17, out 85. So that's a quick 35 cents there on Microsoft. Let's see. I mean, it still could rip. Still could rip up. We're just gonna take off a little piece. We do want to average in more. We feel like you can get some of these prices. Like I said, if we feel like we can get prices, normally we can. So let's wait to see if it does come testing 273 one more time for that one. Yes, sir. There goes Amazon, man. The number one name on the sticky. I don't have any on, but there it goes. Wow, Amazon, make sure. Yeah, no, I don't. Good. Cancel that. We were thinking for a little bit of a dip, but there's a nice move breaking through 126 all the way back up. We've seen it wick higher before, so watch out for a 126.40 break here on Amazon. And with that being said, AMD did not get us in on that price down to 106. Apple, AMD, there it is. And Apple also back up to 148. So when that happens, we want to get a little bit more. So there we go. Now into more Apple as it's starting to go back up. But again, we don't want to be short everything here, man. I mean, if this market starts to break, Amazon's super strong. The market just held that bottom and now taking out the 50 period one more time to the upside. So yeah, we'll hold on to some of these shorts, but it's only because I was looking at that 149 level here for that. So here we go. Right now, lots of action happening, man. It's a big day as promised, man. Amazon 126, baby.
Yeah, I just got into NIO out of DD. It broke that 280, so we're gonna. Good thing we got out some of that in front of $3. That's just absolutely flushing that DD. NIO catching a bit of a bid with the rest of the market. It did break the quarters. It immediately retook it after holding 19.15. So we're looking to get that long in front of 19. Looks like it doesn't want to get you any closer, so we'll take the dip where we can get it. If it gets to 19.50, I definitely want profits out in front of that 19.50 area. Tesla is also bouncing. Yeah. Amazon finding some sellers up here.
Be careful
at
with
that
it.
high of the day, 126, 126.50. There's a couple of times it's tried to chew through that top and started slowing down here. And this is now as a market behind it as well. So, I like to dip to 124. I don't know if we get it again. Might have to start thinking about that 125. But watch for the sellers that are coming in. Every time it ticks 126, you're just seeing them sort of come in en masse. So watch out for them. Tesla caught that nice little bid off 715. But still a lot of weakness in Tesla as it's not really going more than $2 or $3. I'm watching this tightly as we do have that NEO trade on. Sunrun, which was the other name that we're looking at, getting close to that 28.50 area on the pullback. So that one's starting to come in. Now the solar energy names were to the upside, now catching a bit of selling action going into this open.
You know what? So we did average in, obviously, to Microsoft here, but it's a lot weaker than I actually even thought it was. So any little move down, Microsoft wants to collapse on itself. So it's actually a lot weaker than Apple. So that's good that we kind of identified that. We're gonna wait. I mean, I'm gonna get something out on a little less than 272 here. If it does come down, we got to make sure that we take advantage of this weakness that we're noticing here, because it could turn on a dime and get real strong real quick. So if the futures do fade out, I'm really confident in Microsoft. A lot more in MSFT than we are in Apple right now, as Apple continues to hold above that 148 right now. It's holding above it despite the NASDAQ pulling back in a little bit here. So yeah, one worry that I have right now, it's not much of one, but we are a little worried as there's Microsoft right to 272 again. Apple, just quickly here before we go to Brendan, let's want to check back in on Mullen. Okay, so Mullen very, very muted off that news today, so I was really surprised at that one. And then DD, I know Neil got out of it, still at 280, so that's a key level. We were looking at 283 for DD, sorry. What's up, Brendo?
Even the online education companies for the Chinese stocks having big days. Here's FUTU. 20% just took out the high again on huge volume for this one.
Brendan, Brendan mentioned crypto was actually pretty strong. Just wanted to point out here several times now through 71, Coinbase has these wick highs over and over. This is like true of a lot of names, but especially Coinbase here, trying to make this breakout and fading off of 71 even. If the market does give this back, I'm looking for things that fail breaks, and now Coinbase is lined up at a level that was pretty much the same at the open. It tried to get through this price on Friday. So just watching Coinbase. If it gets to 71 even, that's an easy out. You sort of take it out if it breaks that price. But I'm going to play this one to the short side. And Amazon just continues to have trouble at that 126 mark. So, be very, very careful taking longs at those highs. It does feel like that's running into trouble. But looking for the Coinbase short in front of 71 is the next play. NEO catching a bid for a bit there. Not too much, though. I mean, why is it still Coinbase? There we go. Catching a bid. I got some out at 1930. Now it looks like it does want to test that 19 even, as the market really starting to fade back in.
Shit.
And Tesla getting close to that $700 level.
All right, man, barbecue up the profits right now. Yes, sir. There it is. Finally, it took a little while to get to our one-time daily goal, but there it is right there as Softy falls down as promised, man. I said that this name was very, very weak. It looked pretty weak to me anyways. So we just took some out there in the 60s and 70s. Obviously, our short is up there. We're short at 27.35. But where it really started to get going here was Apple, as we've averaged into that trade, and now that's coming back in to the upside. I want to give a big thank you to everybody here. Grigori in here? What's his name? Grogeri in there. We don't need morning coffee when watching these guys. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad that our energy is sort of, passing through the screen. So there we go. Anyone know Sean's daily goal? We've decided not to discuss our nets on the show. So, but I'm just giving you those because I want you guys just to understand, instead of being in and out of like 10 different names, I'm trying to focus on specific ones and then just start ringing registers. We're 4 for 4 today. Amazon, DD, Microsoft, and Apple, right? So as long as we stick with names that we really have some sort of confidence on, then I feel like, we'll be good. And you can use whatever shares you want, take these trades as ideas. And then, we all have different risk goals and different ways of trading. Some of us use more shares, less shares. I'm talking to you guys out there, so take your trades as they lie, and hopefully you'll be able to have some success with us as well here. So it's been a big year, hopefully a big month for me again. So let's just keep on doing that, as oil right now dipping down, rejecting that 120, now at 119.30. That could be dancing around there. Definitely worth a look. Maybe at Tesla. We already talked about NEO a little bit here.
It's getting close.
As you look at that. Yeah, NEO's getting close to 20. Is that what it is?
No, sorry. NEO broke 19, so I got out of that. I tried to
upside.
reload at 2s
Yeah.
and got out of it. I did take a scalp trade in Amazon, short 80s, out some in front of 50, and it looks like it's still resisting that 126 level. It holds a bit above that, and I'll definitely get out of it. But what I meant getting close was Tesla. Tesla, now, this is ridiculous. I'm kind of angry with myself because 735 was the level, and every day last week, I didn't care. I just played which direction it picked off of my level and went that way. I didn't pick the short. I just didn't get into it. Today, I was only really looking at the long side of the trade. Here comes 700 inbound. We know that's a good dip price. It held several times in the afternoon. I'll definitely give it a shot to do that again here today.
Ooh-wee doggy right now. Apple. See ya. And again, this is exactly what we're talking about. Thanks for the love on the energy, but we got some diamond hands today on Apple. $1 in the money on Apple. $1 in the money on Microsoft as well to the downside as we picked our poison with these two names, but we're going to have to watch it. I'm going to cancel my Neos right now. I'll keep my Mullen there. That's fine. We tried to get more softy when it ripped up. We missed it, man. We tried to get more in the 90s. That's near the bottom. We can take it. Let's just take another piece out here if we can get it at that 48. There it is on softy. Yes, sir. One more time. Gronk spiked that one down as, yes, we are almost at 2 times daily goal right now, Brendo.
Some of the monkeypox stocks just popping up here. Show you GOVX. First off, 17% right now, was doing absolutely nothing. I'm not seeing anything on this, guys, but a heads up. GOVX starting to run here up to 250.
I did get out of my Amazon short, and again, I know the market's coming down here, but if I'm shorting that stock, it's probably going to be a scalp trade and not going to hold on to it too long. It failed at 126, but to play back into VWAP because it's so relatively strong, going to stick with that plan of action. I like GOVX, and we'll probably trade that as things try to settle down here, but it's still about these names. If the market catches a bid, Amazon is gearing up here. You've now held some higher lows and found a bit of a base. If it can make that bid above 126, this definitely has a chance to go. I just got a reload on Mullen. It finally made a consolidation off that 135 pre-market low, so I'll play some of this back into VWAP. Otherwise, the next line in the sand, of course, on Tesla was 700. It got to 06. Now it looks like it's trying to make a bounce. We said this before, like wait for your price. It just feels like if the market continues to come, you'll be able to get something tighter to that 700 level on Tesla. So I'm not chasing, I'm not jumping too far in front. It's the same thing with NVIDIA. That's now starting to continuing to pull back here. 187 would be, I guess, where it closed on Friday. If it goes red, it has to get below that price. That and 185 we like for support on NVIDIA. Brennan?
Just seeing volume on Robinhood, guys. The first of probably many to come. Apparently some buyout rumors floating around for Robinhood today.
We'll look at that, but we're ringing the register more and more here as Apple just seems to not want to get through this 147. So you know what? Now that I see this, let me take off one more piece again. As you guys know, like if we're just going to keep on doing this every single day, hitting these goals first thing in the morning, all I'm really going to start to do is just up my shares, right? I mean, we're 4 for 4 today. Every idea we've given so far today has cashed out for us, including all the Amazon longs. I mean, none of the longs really were in trouble until we broke through 124.50, and then you were able to reload that. So that's been a monster trade. The short for Apple, we wanted that so early. We took multiple shorts in the very first candle there. That's how much we wanted that one. And then we identified, DD obviously was a great long through $3. We're all out. We got out. We let this fall all the way down there and still profitable on DD. So that's going to be a good trade for us. And then the only thing that I'm a little nervous about, which I think we got I just got more shares. I don't know if we wanted to do that. So we'll just get them out. There is Microsoft. It appears to be a little stronger than I had given it credit for. Much more so, it looks like, than Apple. So I'm going to take another piece out on Apple, but then definitely stop getting into Microsoft, as it is a lot stronger than I gave this one credit for. So Microsoft back up to the upside. Still, it's actually funny. We actually made more money on Microsoft than we did on Apple, but you can see it's starting to get back up to the upside here. So be very, very careful with this trade. If anything, I'm going to average into the Apple trade rather than Mr. Softy. What's up, Ren?
So it's research firm Gordon Haskett that is reporting, anyways, at this point, that SBF, former guest on this show, Sam Bankman-Fried, might actually be looking at acquiring Robinhood, guys.
He already he put in that stake, and that's what happens next, right? Like, he might make that acquisition altogether. Now, look, Robinhood, I think that puts a floor on it, which already existed at $9. Maybe it's like $9.25, $9.30 here today. And speaking of acquisitions, if you remember, Twitter has been moving a little bit here today, and I think it actually is worth a bit of a trade. I thought it might get to 40 and then you fail at that price, but all last week, you get 38.5, which was support. That's now turning into resistance. You're seeing this now hold below that 38.50 level. I'm going to try and see if I can scalp some trades between 38.50 and this 38 level on every single pop, see if it can't be shorted. I don't know about the bids unless they're 37 at this point, but the market's starting to heat up. The Mullen reload about to take 140 as it gets back into the upside here. I did miss Tesla because heck, it only went to 706, so maybe we don't get that 700 level after all. But we did dip into Mullen again, so I'll start taking more shares out, get my offers out in that 140 range because this has failed at 150 ultimately. And the big daddy, which of course is Amazon today, our chart's not split adjusted, so we'll keep it on the 1 or 3 minute. It's still having trouble at that 126 level. I don't want the short here again. It just feels too strong for that, but wow, as there's sellers. Every time it gets above, now it looks like we could finally hold a bid above 126. Let's see if we can't get this to the long side now above 126.
Yeah, there it is, man. There it is. Go for that long on Amazon. We're right now averaging into Microsoft as well, 272.13 now for Microsoft. So we'll take one last dig here. I should have really been long Facebook down there at 191. I don't know why. Again, I know why. It's because I'm short these other names. So here comes Microsoft pulling back in. Come on, you're really going to be that easy, Softy? I don't know. It shouldn't be that easy, but it looks like it will be. There it is, man. It came right back up, right into these prices. We got it. Now we're short. We just got out at O's again there for Microsoft as, yeah, for some reason, it's a little easier than we had thought there. But, giving this to 262.70 or so, 272.70 or so is probably it for me as it's not really reacting the way I wanted it to right there. As Amazon's still above that 126er.
Yeah, it's trying to hold it, but man, there are some serious sellers in this stock. It'll get up there and then it'll just rug pull it 25, 30 cents, and it's more about the bid evaporating than anything else. So the buyers are doing a heck of a valiant job, but it's just the scalp selling is pretty crazy. I'm going to get some shares out in front of the 50s if I can even get that opportunity to do so. The other one that we just grabbed, like I said, Mullen on the dip. Mullen just went ham. Give me whatever, man. Whatever, Mullen. It just got to 150. I'm like, it's probably churning and trying to get to 150. The stock just went 10% in a blink of an eye there. So crazy, crazy move there on Mullen. I don't even know what to say about it, but it was just barcoding out the 135. We reload there, and next thing you know, you're going absolutely nuts. Related EV names not doing anything. Tesla's still at 715. This is a pure Mullen story here. I'm going to take some more shares out because as fast as that goes up, give me a break. You make a 10% move that quickly, you got to take some profit. That was absolutely insane. I did get the short in Coinbase. I feel like I'll be an Under Armour short pretty much all day long. Sorry, that's Neo. Why did I not go to Coinbase? I got the short in Coinbase. The out for me is at 71. If 71 breaks, I want to get out of Coinbase altogether.
Not as exciting so far this morning, but worth a note here, guys. Starbucks. Howard Schultz was on the watch list this morning. Howard Schultz going to stick around until 2023 as CEO. Back to pre-market highs here, trying to test that 81 for S-Bucks.
Oh, man, that sucks that we just missed AMD a couple times down there. Yeah, it's funny about Mullen because my bid was at 32 before it started going crazy. So let's see if it can retest that one. Okay, Apple, we were too distracted, but we can get reloaded. Right now, let's take another bid down here at 33 if we can get that now for another 70 cents. And then I guess we were just wrong on you, Microsoft. That just went down to 272 again. This name is just crazy. I'm going to have to put some more bids down here near 272. If we could just take out a little bit on this name, then that'd be fine, man. And if you get back into the 70s on the downside, then we will take that out. We're just in these two names, and I don't apologize for it because they're absolutely beasts for me right there. If anything, Prad knows this because I just mentioned it to him. He asked me what levels did I like, and I actually liked that short at 126.40. Missed it. So if Amazon can come back up into that 126
I'm going
and
back
change,
to shorting this thing.
yeah, then I think. You took the long on that break. Yeah, I still think it's fine. It's not. Yeah, it's scalpable, right?
The only trades I've had since the opening ones was I had a short, then the long break. I don't like the breaks, man. They're selling it so hard. You either buy the dips when it's doing this. Dip, buy it, or sell it at the high. Usually is the play to go.
Yep, exactly. So I definitely like those plays on Amazon. That's what I was saying. Selling up here, or I was waiting down here. So you sort of know the play, which is why I'm off of it one more time. If you're going to use smaller shares, like scalping is great for sure on Amazon, as it has some crazy levels. And it's already done 31 million shares. So Amazon right now on one, and in a good way for sure. DD up to 292, NIO. I was waiting for that one to come a little bit lower, but that doesn't seem to be there. Nike's 120. Just trying to go over some stories that we had earlier. I still like an AMD dip buy into 106, but that's still a while away here, I feel like. And if that comes through, here's 106 right now. I mean, how much money exactly are we going to make on this Microsoft trade if that AMD one comes in again? So we're just sitting here, honestly, just milking these trades. Like there goes Apple to the downside again, trying to break lower on this name. So here we go. Bye-bye, Apple. So we'll just go like this, man, as we come flying in with a couple bangers for you. We're happy going 4 for 4. If I find another position that I really want to take, we'll be doing that. It might be NEO, but might even be AMC down near $12. But wow, I would like when I see this kind of a board there, Brendo. Although the market's fading in a little bit, it looks pretty green to me. Let's go over and check it out with Brendan at the big screen with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. Nice way to start the week. Here we go. Green, top to bottom. Not even a single one red here. S&P 500, 1%. The Dow about 0.7 right now. It's the NASDAQ, though, doing the heavy lifting today, 1.3. The 100, you can't see it, but that's 100. That's the composite. The 100 specifically leading the way. Russell, we talked about. So I saw a few people talking about 2,000, 3,000. What does that mean? So there's the Russell 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 just includes more and more stocks as you go broader and broader. So that was a note on Mullen, obviously. But yeah, nice positive numbers here right across the board. Starbucks, there it goes, took out that high. On the watch list this morning on that Howard Schultz note, wasn't as exciting, but definitely worth a note. Back through the highs, guys, almost 2.5% there for Starbucks. Tesla, on the other hand, was up more than 3%. Gives it all back in a straight line. 705 again for Tesla, guys. Back to you.
What the heck was that? Yeah, Tesla back at 750, actually above 715 now. I'm going to go to, like we said, maybe buying dips. If you shorted the high the last time on Amazon, it just took it out one more time. 127 now the top. I'm going to get in front of 126. If it worked, 124, 125, I don't know why I'm just not buying the dip in front of 126. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Tesla is churning to the upside. Well, testing the upside now with VWAP here, trying to get through this. I still think 735 is your line in the sand for that stock. NEO, which was relatively strong, back above that 19. So it feels like it put a wick bottom at that pre-market low, and now it's trying to hold 19. Even if the market jailbreaks from here, NEO right back to the plan we had before on NIO, above that 19 even. So I'm just going to jump right back into shares of NIO. I'm holding on to a quarter of Mullen just to see if it can actually test that high of the day. It got right to 155 or ish, and then sort of broke back down. But after that strong move, I just feel like we need to be holding on to Mullen, showing some strength there. In Twitter, I said I'd scalp this one in front of 38.5. See if we can't just play back and forth. It just got there to the 40 mark. I took 42s because I like that number, and we'll see if we can't play this one back and forth.
I mean, sometimes, first of all, $1 in the money on Facebook on that long. We just punched that literally a minute ago. So forget about scalping. We took out 50 cents, and now it's ripping $1 now in the money on that trade. And remember when we said we wanted to get out of the way of Microsoft? Yeah, good thing we did. Microsoft's still close to actually, Microsoft is still my #1 stock. And remember what we said? It was getting strong, and we were like, oh my God, we got to get the heck out of the way of this one. So there it is, man. We actually reversed long and only took like a whopping 10 cents on the long, because we're like, we don't want to be long. But look at this move. Great move back up to the upside for Softy. Wow. Buying that 270, let's not forget about that if that does come in one more time. This is going to give us a good opportunity one more time right in now that I see this. Oh, don't tell me I missed it. Hopefully we didn't. There we go. To get some more Apple. So Apple also rips up. Again, we were able to sniff out some of these longs as they were happening. So we got out of the way on that. And we went long into Facebook. So Facebook, a nice little bump to the upside now, trying to take out some of these levels. We'll hold this in case it does really want to go. I'm going to put a 194 offer on this. See if we can get $2 clean on Facebook. Because if we get that, then obviously our Apple will have came out by then. So let's just do a quick little work here on Apple. Apple's already above, and that 148.50, although I was going to give it to 149. I just wonder about that. That's still 149. Okay, we can still probably do that. Let's see what some levels were. I mean, we traded a lot on Friday. That's 150 right there. 149. Yeah, I think we got to give this at least to 149. So I don't really want to average in again on this one until we get really going here on Apple. But it's $1 in the money for Facebook. I can't believe we're going to go 5 for 5 now. I said that I didn't want to add anything until we saw a great opportunity. How about that? 192 break for an opportunity up there, $1.20 now on Facebook. So yeah, man, Amazon, the money is flying right now. Amazon 127. You want to talk about a sticky note right here? Amazon long all day. The only mark we had on here was Amazon long. Embarrassing not to be long right now, quite frankly.
I mean, it just if you just sort of play the even dollar break, it just gave the quarters pretty easily there. Like at that point, that's a pretty heavily day trade type of play. It shows that it got up to 127.70 on my chart. But I was staring at this break when it took 127. It got to 25, and then immediately the sellers were in there. And the reason why that happens is because people that take that, like day traders that take a 127 break, are simply all over the offer to take 20 or 30 cents on a trade like that. That's why it immediately stalls out as that one continues to go. Like, I like to dip buy, but if it's only going to give you level breaks, well, heck, then we're just going to have to take the even dollar level breaks. NEO just took out VWAP, so going to have to start covering some of that above VWAP. Maybe this gets to $20. The market is going to break 2% and head only to the upside. Then the only thing I want short is Under Armour in front of 1150. There's probably a few other names out there, and I can maybe get to those if we get to some key prices. But NEO has a chance to get back to 20 even. I think that's pretty possible. Mullen doesn't care about the market, I don't think, because when it made this spike, or I was going to say stupid spike, but insane spike, the market wasn't doing a heck of a lot. Now that we're retesting the highs, Mullen's right back here pulling in to 147. So I'm not really sure what's going on, except right now it's in the money and super strong. If we go back over to, Alibaba, goodness gracious me. That 100 break in Alibaba, I liked. It is what it is, man. I like NEO. So I can't, I'm not going to say that the NEO was the wrong call, but obviously you got to pick and choose. Like, hindsight is 20/20, and I like NEO over Alibaba. That was a mistake. 100 on Baba, clearly a better breakout, and now you're seeing it at 102. I don't know if we get that shot again at that 100 level, but certainly that's your next level of support on Alibaba. What a strong name it is.
Yeah, and again, we knew about Alibaba. That was a great one for all you guys out there. But I'm just retyping here about the sticky note. Like we talked about Amazon for a long. I mean, this stock is just off to the races right now on that one. So watch out. Take a look at the sticky note if you're talking about that one right now, as that's just tanking, ripping up to one. Wow. Like as I again sat down, like it's crazy not to have this, but there it goes right back up to the upside. AMZN, man, making all your dreams come true today. Just to pay for your Prime membership, just go long 100 shares right now. And you get free Prime for a year. Nice little move. True say, man. Is that it? Yeah, man, why not? Take 100 shares, it's up right near $3 from where we were long in the first place. So you take your 100 shares there, you get free Amazon Prime for a year, but we're just going to pay for iPhones instead. Here comes Apple. Hopefully this can come back in to the downside right now. We do want to average in to this play. If it blows up, it blows up. I don't ever pay anything to Facebook other than my data. So right now we are taking Facebook to the long side right here. $1 in the money on that one. It's a good day, man. Money coming out. We're here 5 for 5 with the calls here today so far. So let's be as specific as we can. And then here we go. We may, like I said, this Apple is starting to get real juicy, man. 149 is what we're looking at. It's going to be a hit, if this comes through. So average in one more time up to 149. And then there it is, man. This is what we're going on right now. Good job here for Apple. Let's see where it's going. Mullen right now. Where is that? 160 right now? No, 147.
147. Yeah. It couldn't get to 60.
That sucks, man. We were waiting for 132s for some strange reason down there. I guess it's because of that little level, but whatever. Mullen with a nice little move to the upside. $1.20 now Facebook, and Apple now 13 cents out of the money, but we're going to make a lot of money on this short, I hope. What's up, Brendo?
A little bit of strength, guys, coming through in some of the travel stocks. Worth mentioning, Save, Spirit up 4.5% here. JetBlue up to $31.50 now on their bid for Save.
I'm answering, Rick, your question here. What's the difference, UAA and UA? Volume. It's just the share classes. UAA actually just does more volume. That's why I always trade that one. And that one, that's probably going to be a hit if this market looks super strong. I just didn't know what else I even liked to the short side, but it's just a share class. And I always pick the one that does more volume as a day trader. When you're owning, maybe you care about voting rights. When you're trading it as a day trader, that really actually doesn't matter. Amazon just got to these even levels on Amazon. It's crazy. It got to 128, and now it's pulling back into potentially 127 here. So if you just sort of follow the pattern, like the dip buy, I'm not even sure the dip buy is getting to 127 even, just because I think there's so many people that have been in front of these even dollars on the dips. It's not even quite getting there. The same thing happened at 126. The last time we broke through, it got to 126.40, maybe 35s, and then that made the next level up. So I should be shorting off of the even dollar levels as well. I did it once at 26 and then got away from that. I'm going to stick with the long dip buy until it doesn't make sense. Maybe that 130 level is going to be the big one for Amazon, like 2,600. That's a previous 2,600 price, obviously. It was just the next even dollar up from 125, which is 2,500. So there is some symmetry there.
I want to give a big shout out to Trader Paul today, man. Thank you so much. As promised, he said he was going to send out some ties. He saw a picture of me and the wife there on, I believe it was probably Twitter there. So thank you, Trader Paul from the UK. Some sweet ties. I love this purple one. That's pretty sick. So thank you so much for sending those through. We got them here, and it was so nice. And your letter also definitely means a lot to me. I mean, that's why, honestly, I know it sounds a little cheesy, but that's honestly why I do it, Paul, just to help out guys like you and everybody that's watching the show. So I want to take some of my experience and bring it on to you. You did not need to send those ties. They're super high quality, and I'll definitely be wearing one coming up. We had a rain or shine date canceled yesterday due to rain. So believe that or not, we might have put a tie on for that. So thank you again, Trader Paul, for throwing down with that as well. And a big shout out to Mike Crean and his father Scott today on the super chat, recovering from surgery. So shout out to everybody. All right, Apple came back down, man. I mean, we did have some great shorts. Unfortunately, our average price is right here at 148.10. So it's now just 10 cents in the money. But we're hoping that this can fly back down through 148 and then touch some of these VWAP and or 50 periods, at which, we'll start to take some out. We'll take some out if it comes even down. Yeah, okay, we got our bids out already. Here into the 80s, we're going to take a bid, and then hopefully back in the 60s, and then into the 70s with AAPL as that's starting to go. We are waiting for a higher take here on Facebook, but I am wondering about this 193.40. Just if the futures go, man, I really want this Facebook trade. So let's see if it can go up, bump up one more time there, and I like NIO if we can come back in to $19. So just a few ideas that I have here. Let's go Apple. If this market can crack, man, I think we can get a good one. We just went down to 92 there. Let's see if the futures just fade a little bit, then this Apple trade should really start picking up, guys.
Yeah, look, I see people talking about Lululemon made a big drop off the open. I see it, but the volume is so low on Lululemon at 350,000 shares right now. That's just not a lot. The spread's okay, but the volume's all over the place, and Amazon is just, I look at Amazon, NEO, the trading opportunities you're getting there on liquidity, Mullen. It's difficult to want to trade something like a Lululemon when you don't have the catalyst. And, I'd be on it, I think, if it made a little bit more sense, but I just can't do it with volumes that low. Amazon has a wick high, 128, obviously, because we've talked about these even dollar numbers. So if it gets up to like 90s, maybe even mid 80s, I might play a fade off that and just take the 128 out, or the high of the day out. It looks like 128.10 or so, and playing in both directions. If we want to break these highs and scalp them, I think you can also short in front of these as well. It worked at 126. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work at 128, but that is more of a scalp style trade if it gets there. NEO, we took some legs out at 35 and then again at 40 in front of that 1950. Does feel like it's trying to make a little bit of a top here at VWAP. If it rolls back down, it's got to be 19 even and then 1880. Those are the two levels that we're now going to look for buying dips in NIO. Brendo?
IMTE, a little one moving, guys, halted already once this morning. Some NFT, it would appear, news for this one today. Back to the upside right now in a big move, 1.3 down, but halted already once for IMTE.
All right. I'm just making sure that my orders are all lined up properly here for Apple and then for Amazon as well on a 120. I mean, here it goes, man. It looks like it's going to break 128 very soon here. But the liquidity is huge. So even though the spread isn't that bad, it's not bad at all. Like a 4 or 5 cent spread. You know, it is giving you those 30, 40 cent wins if you just put your orders out. You can't get filled unless you have orders out. So remember that. Like if you're short right now and you're like, oh, I just want to get 127.50, just put it out. One little move downside there, you're going to get that 127.50, right? So watch out. You know, people are still getting adjusted to the new prices here on AMZN. So here we go. Looks like it wants to take 128 out. I haven't really looked at the options area yet on this one, but there we go. We'll go long on Amazon and try it through 128. Let's give this one about $1 worth of room. 128 long on AMZN, guys.
Yeah, that was like when you said you put orders out. Like when that thing took 128, I swear I was looking at 27.90 on the offer. But anyway,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. 10 cents is nothing on this.
Yeah, like it sort of chews back through these like absolutely crazy. Like every single even dollar break is pretty much worth it at this point on Amazon. And just keep taking them until I think it gets to 130. Like that's a bigger line in the sand if it gets to that. I should say if it gets to that price, not when. We should never talk in certainties because I don't know if it's going to go to 130, but it feels like even the 129 is probably going to be worth it. The dip, as I said, it didn't really get back down to 127, unfortunately, so there's no chance to catch that. This market is continuing to churn here, and the one stock that I thought I'd be trading a little more actively and I haven't made a single one on is Tesla. It's now back above VWAP, so it's trying to catch a bit. I do have NEO and Mullen, but never got into this Tesla bad boy because it didn't get to 700. If we can hold 715 now, this has some legs to the upside, but do not forget how big a deal 735 was. It just couldn't get through 735. NVIDIA did not come to my dip price, but it's having some rejection of this 193 area, I should say, not 123, 193. If this pulls back, I'd be looking at 190 VWAP, somewhere in that range, because this market looks like it wants to be to the north side today. And I am watching that IMTE. I haven't checked to see how much cost to locate's on, but it's difficult to want to trade some of these small caps when the volume and liquidity is in the bigger names.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna wait here to get maybe buy a dip. We were just sitting at 128.40. You know, it stopped at 128.40. So I don't know. It's up to like 128.39 there. So let's see if Amazon wants to get back up there. I'm not sure it does. So this might have been the last sort of straw here for Amazon. It tried to go there. Failed. I was at 40. It says it printed 41s, but I still have all my shares, so I don't think so. Probably just ran away from my order. No surprise there. We'll see if it could come back in right now, but one last trade there for Amazon as we'll try it. If it takes down 126, 127, we'll get out. I just don't, this thing could reverse in easily now and make its move back to the upside, down to the downside on Amazon, but we're going to be here for it, so let's wait to see if that is indeed what happens to AMZN. Okay, Apple, ooh, it just did take off there. Like, again, distracted on this one. So we should go back over just to check out where my ins are here. I don't have another one until 148.80. So we could definitely take a move here. And maybe Apple, like Microsoft, has decided to change its opinion here on where it wants to go. So we'll take a little short there on this name just to see, not a little short, a little more short. We already are in this. Look, this could blow up. If it takes out 149, we're gone. So we're trying to be careful with this. It does seem a little stronger right now, but we like Apple short. Although now, as I look at this, it's now higher than the market. So it's relatively strong against the market here. So we're going to have to watch out for that. One last average in on Amazon. And here it comes. Looks like it's going to take down 127.
Yeah, 127 just got taken out. It's out on Amazon. I just got out of my Amazon shares. I'm going to get out of NEO as well. I'm going to get out of NEO. You know what, maybe not, actually, because I got most of it out here from 1930. I'm looking for that 19 even area. I'm not going to cover it. I just remembered I did take most of it out, so there's no need to cover that NEO trade. But Tesla, I need to be on the sell side of this trade. It's crazy. It picked a direction below my key price at 735, and I haven't had a single short in Tesla. I don't know how I'm going to be able to get into it at this particular point. I'll hold on to Under Armour for dear life, but there is one other name, a firm here, which is at VWAP, which I do like. It just went from green to red and has rejected this 25.25 level. So if the market wants to pull back in, I'm going to go back to some familiar territory, finding a name in VWAP that I can dig into. Had a fail break at 26 even, and now we're going to look for that. Yeah, Amazon's already now, like, the battle at 127 is pretty much the same thing that was at 126, that was at 128. It just goes back and forth 40 cents. 10, 15 cents above, 10, 15 cents below that. So you can get chopped up, but when it breaks away, it usually goes the next dollar.
All right. Yeah, so by the way, we just got out of Facebook. We thought the futures might have, they just tested that 50 period. So we'll take $1 out of Facebook there and get out at 193 off a 192 bid. So out of that one, although might have been the mistake right there to getting out. The reason why, again, we got out is look at Apple, man. Apple short 148.40, just took a bid out at 148. So that was a good little out there, right? And so we're still in it, obviously. We still have a lot of shares, but that was one take that we wanted there for sure. I said I wanted to get into NIO, but I don't know. Like, it's not near some of these levels that I was hoping to get at. It just did dip a little bit to 19, not enough to get in here. 19.20, I guess, is where the 50 period is. So if you're interested in NIO, you can take a shot there. For me, I'd rather get into like this 19.10-ish, which we almost got to. So I got to put some bids there in case that does happen. The main problem for me is we are hella short right now, Apple. So, it's going to be tough for me to look for some longs unless I really like them. And that's going to have to be, like I said, Facebook or, damn it, Facebook, now you're so far up, or AMD on the short. AMD's come in a little bit. AMD went to 109. Wow, okay, big move there for advanced micro devices. So maybe this is a name that we can play if it does dip because it's already been up there. Now come all the way. AMD is the baddest of the semiconductors, man. 108 right there. It just dipped and held to. So you could definitely watch out for that play here on AMD. It's just if I think the futures are coming down, I'm definitely not going long on anything, let alone AMD. So maybe we still hold out for that 107 or so. But hey, I'm in this. I'm in here to trade, guys. So if there is any opportunities, that's great. We're going to go 5 for 5, although we dipped down on that Amazon trade. So that sucked. We did lose on that. So I guess we can't call 5 for 5. We'll call 4 for 4 with Amazon in the money, then out of the money there. So basically, one trade was our long idea. That worked out great. And then we had a long up here at 128, which did not work. But you're now below that 50 period. So that's something interesting to me here on AMZN.
Yeah, I just got into that IMTE. This is going back to an older playbook. Well, not an older playbook, one we haven't done in a while. Halt to the upside. It tries to wick tops off of that halt, so it fails below that halt price, which is about 12 and change. So I should be talking later. I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP because that's the game plan. Essentially, I'm not going to get any more shares short now at this point, but short off of that halt price, which was 12 even, once it puts the wick high in, play it back into VWAP. Maybe it gets down to 11, but we'll quickly ring the register. And again, we like that setup. It's just something we've done before, so we'll go ahead and try to hit a few foul shots, a few mid-range jumpers here. That's one that we definitely like. I want to get back over to Mullen. I haven't talked this one in a while. Mostly because it's just bounced off VWAP and is going sideways. But as long as it holds VWAP, it's got a shot at breaking that high of the day. I'm canceling my offer up here in case it takes 154. At this point, I think I want to hold. If it breaks that high of the day, I want to see if I can hold it to that 160 level. So I like that 135 dip. That's going to be where my out is because I've taken most of it out in front of it. Still a chance that we can get it. But remember, if it goes sideways all throughout lunchtime, it could be an afternoon type move. We've certainly seen that one in the past. As much as IMTE worked, Affirm, we went over to that one on the consolidation short. Got the short on the consolidation. It took out the high. So in and out, keep it nice and tight. If it breaks this, we're definitely getting out in the 40 to 60 range. So I like the risk to rewarder in that trade. It just doesn't give us the move that we wanted. Amazon still going sideways at 127. It's got to pick a direction off this level, right? Like I got out of it when it failed that level. I'm not going to jump in at this price. Either it dips back down to 126 VWAP or we actually take out the high once again, but I'm not diddling in the middle.
The Diddle King is here right now. So we are short right now, 127. And we'll just wait to see where it goes. I'm bidding for 50 cents either way right now. So hopefully we can test. I was bidding 55. It went as low as 67. So it may have just rejected that dip down. So you got to watch out for that 127.50 coming through here on Amazon. So we're just sort of just testing some of these levels. Maybe we got to wait for that 128. You know what? Let's do that. Let's cancel this Amazon now. Wait for this 128, 128.50 again to come through. I don't know if those are going to be wick-off tops or not, but here comes Amazon right now. Ooh, we should have just averaged in on that. Let's take some shorts until we break that high. We're into Apple right now. That's going to be a good trade for us as well. Facebook was a great one for us, although right now we should have waited out for that one. I said you could get any price you wanted, and I mentioned 194 before, and there it goes right back up to the upside, 194. So, all right, yeah, some good trades happening here. It's already 10:22. That's good here. So let's wait to see if there's any more opportunities. But Brendan, you ready there, bud? Yeah, he's ready over at the big screen with a small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. YMTX, I wanted to mention, finally broke that 2 to the downside, was doing nothing. We talked about it just before the open, so finally got that fill below 2 on YMTX. YMM, on the other hand, had to try this one twice. Stop was too tight initially, but that finally gave you a pretty nice move all the way down to 780. Sunrun as well was the other one that was worth a look this morning. Very nice flush off of the open. They were up on that note from the White House. More funding coming to solar names, but Sunrun gave you that pre-market low break, fell about $2.50. So RUN was the other one I was looking at. So a decent morning, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. We'll do that one. Power it up a little bit because IMTE, that fail at that pre-market, not pre-market, the halt high at 12 even. There you see it go all the way down into 10. I got some out of VWAP. It broke 11, and now looks like it's going to halt to the downside. I'm already out of it. I don't want to get caught up in that whole game. Like, this is essentially just an 1180 short. You got a wick high, and we're going to take it out. Just take your profit and run for something like this. I don't want to get too caught up in the whipsaw action because it already halted down once, and then it made a bottom coming right back up to the high. So I'd rather just take my profit. NEO continuing to run to the upside here. So I'm looking for this to get to that $20 level. I'll get it out in front of 20. But you got probably even in front of 75s actually. But if it breaks that 20 even, that's a monstrous level on its own. I'd like the market to be going with it if it's going to make that kind of a move, which as of now isn't having that secondary push. Brendo?
Another one that's a little bit late to the party on this maybe, but F-Cell just popping up here. Fuel cell, not necessarily on the solar side. It's more on the battery, renewable energy side, but also on that positive note from the White House guys trying to go here for F-Cell.
Oh, yeah, those alternative clean energy names have been moving. And look, F-Cell's actually been pretty good whenever, I guess, the EV space has been going, which makes a lot of sense to me. I like the volume on it, but come on, load up. There we go. It just took out the high of the day. It hasn't gone through last week's top. That's what I wanted to get to. Like, this is actually it right now at that 440 level on it. We had a few viewers that were sort of yelling at me over, not yelling, but typing at me at this one at that 440 level. So we do like it, F-Cell through 440. It is a multi-day break on a higher time frame. So if it holds a bid, remember 450 is a psychological level as well. Uber is now, after taking the hit initially on Uber, it made that break. We got stopped out. It did not come into any dip buy prices that I liked. I needed to see it closer to 24 even. Now it looks like it wants to try the breakout again. If the market wants to go and it can hold the bid above, I don't like the clean break, just in terms of taking the high of the day no matter what happens. But if we can go sideways or hold a bid above 25 even, allow the buyers to come in, I don't mind that type of a play in there for Uber. But I want to be patient with it, right? The one and done didn't work out. Coming back to Amazon, and I know it's going to be an annoyance because our charts aren't split adjusted here, so I'll have to keep it to the 1 or the 3 minute. It's still battling back and forth, this 127. You can just sort of see it, like range bound, 20 or 30 cents. I want it to pick a direction. Give me 126 VWAP. Give me 128 that I can play off for maybe a scalp short or a breakout long. But I'm only buying the dip off VWAP if I'm going to take another stab at it. And man, Tesla. If you're looking for some relative, it's not weakness, but Tesla couldn't get to that high of the day when we saw the market show no trouble doing so. Now that you're pulling off of those highs, talking 12.8 here on the NASDAQ, and Tesla looks like it might just be fading out from this 125 level. And if I have to sit here and not make a single trade on Tesla today, then that's what's going to have to happen because we like 700, we like 735, and the really only opportunity I think was to actually fade 735, and I was too busy making trades over in Amazon. I know Sean talked about Softy. Facebook making a move all the way off of its lows right to the high of the day. And when you get the market pulling back like this off of a high, look for some of the bigger names. If they're at resistance levels and the market wants to go pull back, then you can have a short opportunity. But Facebook, call it a 194.5. That looks like your high right now. If the market takes out the top, it's got room to run. If the market pulls back from here, the risk to reward, if you can catch it above 194, not bad for the short either, Brendo.
All right, so I mentioned fuel cell there. Plug as well, also popping up. That's YMM. I'll show you Plug here, popping up on that same note. So this new funding coming from the White House for the solar industry apparently also, guys, going to benefit fuel cells as well. So Plug, there's F-cell, both going.
All right. Yeah, my earpiece obviously depaired as I went and got a coffee. So no earpiece for me right now. Okay. All right. Yeah, unbelievable. Wow, what a great move for Facebook, man. Did we call that one or did we call that one? Well, it doesn't matter when you're out. So there it is, a nice out for us on. Ooh. Must mean I have a short offer. No, I don't. So yeah, darn it. We took that one. That one did not work out for us at all. Okay, here comes 198 now. All right, let's go. We said we'd take another short into that play for Amazon.
Facebook's not at 198.
No, Facebook's at, sorry, 128 here for Amazon. Yeah, 198. Facebook will be there soon, just not right now. Amazon, 127. We're short. Here goes 128. We want to be short of this one until it starts breaking new highs, which it looks like it wants to do right now. So we'll take another piece. Why not? Right around here. We have our play. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Amazon coming up to 128 right now. Should have hit that short, but unfortunately we didn't. So we'll average in. There it is. We'll just mark it in there at 77. Make sure we get it. Now there's the average in 128.50. Takes that out. Maybe 129 is probably where I'll wind up getting out of Amazon. Let's see if that one can work. Apple again. I like the short, so I think we got to just keep going short here every time it gets up to this level. So Apple, we just keep getting short. I mean, we didn't get enough out down there when it came to 148. So let's do that one more time because our average price is getting better and better, right? And the thing is like if you can keep scalping some of these trades in and out, then if they do tank down, you're obviously going to have a piece on. And if it just wants to do this all day, then we'll be able to make money regardless. And then our out is going to be 149. So we're sort of making sure that if we were to lose on this trade, that we have a schedule, we understand what's going to happen. We will go red on the stock. I mean, if this takes out 149, 149.50, and we've averaged in a lot, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. So let's just wait to see. I feel like this market right now is I don't feel like it is. It's at the day's high. So, does it want to take it out? I mean, you don't want to be short like the Amazons of the world, the Apples of the world. We already sniffed out and got out, and that's why it's a shame I'm not still long into Facebook, really. But we sniffed out Microsoft shorts that they were no good, and that ripped up to 274. So I kind of want to flip long right now. I just got to find the right story to do that, and it might actually be Microsoft flipping over long against this 272. So that could be a trade here. I just want to see Apple work out a little bit. Hard to flip long on Softy and then hope that Apple comes down. So you're going to have to be patient with me on this one, and you're seeing what else is the best, man. I know Brendan was in there buying some Google. I know Neil likes it as well, but Google's up 4% today, which is beautiful. Obviously, they're catching some drift from Amazon. We all know what's going to happen on the Google split. We keep talking about it. There's been very few names I've been buying on this market correction, and Google is one of those names. So we definitely like that move. It's a nice move back to the upside. So let's continue to dollar cost average into GOGGL.
I might regret this, but I just got out of NEO. And look, I want to get back. If it gets down to VWAP, I think I'll get back on the bid here and buy the dip. But it is a double top, right? Like it got to 1980. It failed that price. I just saw it go to 70. So I figured I'd get out of the trade. We did buy the dip unsuccessfully too early at 19. I didn't get back in until 19.20. So we'll see what happens. If it takes out the high, certainly $20 is a big level that we can play off of. Otherwise, I'm going to be buying dips again. I got into Amazon waiting for that 128. It just did a small dip down in to give you some in the 60s, and it's not really falling any further than that. It's a couple of times now through 128 even, and then pulling right back. The 1-to-1 is giving you a decent trade, but there's no big flush just yet. So doing that whole thing where it battles it out at an even dollar price for a while, if it catches a bit above, I think we can safely assume 129 is in play. So I don't want to give it past the high of the day, but I will be scalping this on the way back in. I don't know if the 127 buy is going to have to come in for me. I thought 126 would be it, but I'm not at the point where I'd buy that 127 just yet. I'm still holding on the one long, and that's Mullen, but it's coming right back to that 135 price. I liked it the first time through. I'll be hard pressed not to buy it again at 136, but I feel like this one, It tried to go through the high of the day. That might have been the one shot. If we do buy it again, it's going to be a really tight stop, obviously, as you can see. 134 is the actual low. So I'm not going to let it get through that price. Feels like we had a shot, and it didn't quite go through that high of the day on Mullen.
Yeah, Mullen tried to go. We'll still, I think we're still down there. Yeah, we're still now at 132, so we'll see what that's going to do. All right, so our Apple came back in nicely. We did get another piece out there at 148. The only problem right now, and it's not much of one, it is a problem, is Amazon. Amazon right back 2 days high one more time. So let's just test it to see what it wants to. Yeah, there it goes right back up to one. I mean, I feel like this wants to break upside now, so we're going to have to wait for a 129, maybe even a 130 break now. It's just so strong on Amazon that if this market, I mean, 1.91%, I hate being short both these names here. And I think we got to, like I said, we got to find some longs. And it sucks that we dropped off Facebook down there where we did. Maybe we get into TQQ or AMD maybe for this play. But what else do we have on our sticky note here? Oh, DD. That's what I wanted to look at. Sorry about that. Let's have a quick look at DD. Not doing anything in the last little while. We did rip up to 290 there. We had a $3 long, which was really good early. And then it just faded out. Remember when we saw a big market on open imbalance there for DD? That to me was the sign of this to come. When we were like 3 or 4 million, then we looked at it was a million. It was getting paired off. So a nice little downside move here for DI coming in right now. Nike, JP Morgan, I mean, there's NIO right back up to 20 bucks, NIO right now. So that could be a short here against the high of the day. But again, I'm already short Apple and I'm short Amazon. So short NIO might not be the right recipe here. So we'll wait to see what happens on that one. Up to 19.8 right here on NIO.
Brendo.
A couple other things of note, guys. Some of the casinos showing a lot of strength once again today on the China news, the COVID-related China news. Also this one, DoorDash, I just saw more than 4 actually now. Raymond James starting with a market perform initiation on this one. Dash, 4.5 to be exact.
Ooh, we'll get to DoorDash in a quick second, but the battle on Amazon continues here. It keeps going up to like that, 128.5, and then pulls back to the 20s or 30s. I have worked my position in front of that 128.5. If it breaks the high, I'm going to be out of it. I'm not reversing long because I kind of feel the even dollars for that kind of a play, so I'll wait for 129 or 128 or 127 on Amazon. But it does look like the short is going to stop working through that price. Like I said, I got all out of NEO, but I think there's still a chance that it can get through that 1980, get to that $20 price. If it levels off, is there a scalp short? Sure. As long as the market doesn't want to take out the high, and I think you can play off of some of these levels. I keep wanting Tesla to be at 738, but that's $10 away from the price that I would like to be playing Tesla. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we'll get a chance at it. I am getting really picky with Mullen being only at 136, but I feel like if I take 37s or 38s, it's not the end of the world. It's only an extra couple of pennies here. But the stop is going to be at that low of the day at 134. I wouldn't change that, but it just did spike up, holding that 140 level. So I don't want to miss Mullen altogether. We do want to make sure we're getting into that. I think you talked about Facebook as well. Meta, sorry. I guess it is Meta now. 194.50 is about the current high of the day. As the market gets to 12.8, as we get to that high, Amazon just came out for me. I'm looking for something else that can play off this high of the day just for a tight risk to reward trade. I'm not flipping long on Amazon. I don't want to do that at 128.5. I want to look at that 129 level.
Yeah, we're going to be short. I told you what we're doing with Amazon. We're short until 130 on Amazon. So let's see what happens with that one. Microsoft, I mean, I want to look at some different names. Let's look at Ford right now quickly here. 1350 for Ford. I don't know. Like, this is just, again, pretty much barcoding right there. We did miss an opportunity to get longer down there, but these aren't really key levels for Ford, so not much happening. A fan favorite of everybody's, it seems like that's hence fan favorite, I guess, would be Rivian. Rivian up to $31 here. Let's see what that's done today. Oh, a nice little dip down to $29.80 or so, but Rivian right now hovering around its highs of the open session, 31 bucks. So again, you can watch that. Well, let's check out Tesla quickly. As every time this name gets up, I always feel like I need to sell this. So you're up 3% today on Tesla, and it, if you're going to play that 700, man, I mean, 706, 707, depending on, what your risk tolerance is, that's pretty darn close anyways. So that 706 came into play there for Tesla. So, that might have been a great long. I mean, look, you take 706 long. Obviously, when you look at it now, it's $20 in the money. Fine. But that's only $6 worth of risk before we break down to 700. So if it comes down there, probably worth having one more look at that name around 720. Alibaba, again, you know, big Chinese. We know the Chinese regulators are now easing back a little bit on some of these plays. Hence why DD was ripping today, up 60% or was up 60%. Alibaba up another 10% at its highs, up to 102.50. Right now bouncing off VWAP. So that's a good BABA trade, 101. If it gets down to that, you could average in. For me, it's a much better look around that 100 mark. Trade names that are near even dollars for me. So we could watch out for Alibaba if it does come near 100. Definitely worth the risk down to 99. So give that one about $1 worth of room if you're going to look at Alibaba. Eli Lilly today rocking and rolling. XLE rocking and rolling as well. So some good trades that we have in our own personal account. We should look at that Robinhood maybe, but it's not doing too much. Yeah, NEO was the fade there off 20.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get into the NEO short. I did grab Facebook there, Meta, sorry. But NEO didn't quite give me that entry. I wanted to really test that 1980, get that 20 level. I'll buy the dip on NIO. I don't really mind that. Uber as well. It did hold that barcode. Well, it kind of did. Not really enough at that 25 level. Like I wanted to hold that bit above, and then we jump into that long side of the trade. It never really gave you the chance to settle in. So I'm sort of sitting back. I'll actually cancel the bid. I had one at 15s. I'll wait for it to get, if it pulls back down to 25 even. As I mentioned, Facebook or Meta just got into that off the high of the day. This is more a play back into VWAP, right? You just give it to the high, play it back into VWAP, more of a scalp style trade here. I'm not really thinking it has to fall for the rest of the day. We'll get some out in the semis halfway, and then down around 193.25 for next level down, not really up. Didn't catch Mullen. We'll have to check back in on that one in a bit. But DD, on the other hand, just caught a bid off of randomly 270. Nice little volume spike here in the VWAP. Well, actually not that much of a volume. Nice little candle in the VWAP, but the volume relatively weak on this play. Now, when we had the dip by the first time off 85, it got to the 90s and then faded pretty hard. If it gets back up there again on light volume, I think it's a sell in front of $3. So definitely worth watching that $3 level, guys. Watch out for 3 on DD. Looks like that could be a sell zone for this stock. Just light volume spikes usually can be faded.
Amazon up 5% and still going here. It actually started to pull back a little bit for us. We're only short at 127.50 because it went back to 128 there, and I was like, okay, maybe we can get a break downside, but no, it doesn't want to do that at all. So I feel like it's just following the futures right now. So that's why a little bit of trouble if this market does tick up here, which it looks like it wants to. It's now taking down days high, or taking out, I guess, days high. It doesn't look like we're going down anything. They're at 12,800 basically is what we're bouncing off of right now. So this is not good because we're short Apple and we're short Amazon. And if you look at Amazon, you know, there's the dip down in the futures. There's the dip down on Amazon as well. And as the futures looking to take out days high, so is AMZN. So these two names definitely working in tandem here today. So watch out for that one. That Facebook really should still be long. Like I dug that one out. It was the only long that we had DD long as well, but we should still be long that Facebook. I really like it breaking back above there, but really Microsoft was the name that once we got out of that short right here, Microsoft's going to be probably my number one name when all is said and done, especially if this Amazon keeps going up. But right now, Microsoft, we should have dug out of that and ripped it to the long side. So there's that 272.80. If that falls back in for MSFT, that's a name we want as I check out Apple out of the corner of my eye, and that's right back near days high again. So possibly one more short offer here for Apple. I just got to get all my ducks lined up and make sure that we don't get too carried away. AMD with some buys. I'm going to cancel all my Facebook buys as they're down near 191. So that's probably not going to come through as these futures start to rip up. So let's see if this can hold some of these highs, but it looks like it wants to take them all out, squashing our Amazon and our Apple. But hey, still a little ways to go. That board looks amazing. So let's go over right now to Brendan. It's funny that I'm short into a sector watch that looks like this.
Yeah, nice green day for the overall market. Here we go. S&P 500, 1.4%. To the upside. A lot of it coming from the tech sector today, all pretty much higher across the board. Hardware names, semiconductors, and software names all to the upside. Banks also very strong. We saw the 10-year back to the upside today, basically taking out highs. So banks across the board pretty strong. Consumer discretionary names. I mentioned the casinos on that note from China. Lockdown restrictions easing 5% for both LVS and Wynn. There's Amazon, 4.3% to the upside. eBay catching a bid off of that as well. I wanted to point out Twitter now just 3.4 to the downside. It was more than 5 on that Elon headline this morning. But yeah, pretty good way to start the week, guys. 1.4 right now for the S&P. Back to you.
Answered in the chat, but I'll answer here as well for you guys. If you're tuning in for the first time and you look at our charts, if you see obviously a green arrow, it's easy. It's a buy, any kind of buy order that gets filled. If you see a red arrow, that is a sell out of a long position. Any purple down arrow, that is a short sell position, right? So coded as a short sell means we got in, shorted the stock, have to buy it back as day traders, obviously before the end of the day. But just a clarification, if you're watching for the first time there, easier to be able to follow through if you know that kind of key fact. Amazon now consolidating off the highs. I did have a short off of that 128 level. It worked for a bit, and then you saw it stop out at the high of the day. If we break down from here, I still think 126 for the dip and 129 for resistance. It didn't quite get to 129 there to play the scalp short. I did grab into Facebook, obviously. But that's only still, again, like barcoding. I got into this one off the high. If it pulls back, I still want some out in front of that 60 to 70 area, and then pulling back into VWAP as well. Mullen not doing a heck of a lot for me, and I still like buying the dip on NIO. So that'll be the next one that I guess we look forward to at 1935. Might have a decent chance to even catch Uber on this little market pullback there, but I'll ring the register a little bit as we try to get our first trade on Meta. And pull back in the VWAP. If it gets all the way, I'm not trying to hold this for a home run. It's probably too strong to think about these short trades being a hold the rest of the day type of situation. The market looking strong enough that you want to scalp your shorts. And if you still have some longs, try to hold on to them. Or if I can hopefully get into that Uber again off 25, doesn't look like it wants to come back in. You can initiate a position to the long off a good key level there. 25 for me on Uber is good. 1940 on NEO. VWAP would be pretty good as well. Amazon, I'm waiting for a deeper pullback or that 129 even.
All right, there it is again, man. We're diamond handsing these trades, as you guys can see. So there goes Apple, nicely done to the downside. We just averaged into that short, and there's another out for AAPL as that's coming back in. We're going to hold out hope that Amazon eventually comes back as well, but that just dipped again to 128 for us. So possibly thinking about that as an out. We do have the 50 period is right where my average price is. So hopefully the Amazon trade will come back in here, and this will work out for us. We want to try to hold this for as much as we can. I'm actually not bidding anything until 127 flat. So I still think we could come back into this area. Maybe 127.50 to get a piece out for flat isn't horrible. Why don't we just put a bid there? 127.55 or so. We'll put a bid just in case it does flush in. But you can see the futures just rejected one more time right there, right? And so you got to be careful with all of that trading. So just if you're following Neil or myself, just be careful because we're trading different share sizes, obviously, than you guys, and different share sizes than each other. So just be careful on some of the strategies that we give and make sure that you understand where your risk tolerance is as opposed to ours. So there it is, Amazon flying around. And I am getting a little nervous about this Apple. It's only 10:45 now. And someone asked, are we going to the other stream? Obviously, we are. In 15 minutes, you're going to see Trader Prad and either Ian or Luca coming through there in only 15 minutes. So that should be exciting for them and exciting for us because we get a break and then we are back with you. Although I won't be going anywhere. I'll be sitting here trading, but we'll be back with you live at 2 p.m. When we take it back over from Trader Prad and whomever.
Actually, the reason for the question, I'm glad you brought this up, Sean. So the reason for the question is, it's actually 2 streams today, right? But nothing is changing in terms of the format of the show. It's just the closed show was a separate stream. But that is still us on the closed show. Nothing's actually changing for you guys in terms of the order of the show. You just have a separate stream for the closing, which is at 2 o'clock. But a lot to happen until then, and I guarantee you this much. Well, I shouldn't guarantee it, but it's probably true. Amazon won't be at 128.5 8.5 forever. But as long as it holds below that 129, I did try this before, but it had a wick off top, got to 128.80 here, and then wick off top. It just tested the high again. I'm jumping back in. At this point, you're either holding on to your longs, which I guess was the way to go. Not I guess, was the way to go today. Or you're playing off of buying the dip, which we tried once. That worked initially off the open, but we're going to try it again here to short off the high of the day. The risk to reward gives you 1-to-1 at 28. It gives you a little better than that at 127.5. I'm going back to this well on Amazon, but I don't want this taking out that fresh high and getting through 129 on me. I think 130 is certainly a bigger level. Going to come back over to NEO here. I don't want to miss out on a move, but it is worth noting, like without the market pulling back much, and I'll do it this way, by showing you what the NASDAQ is doing, barely pulling back off the highs. NEO's kind of screaming back into VWAP for me, so the adjustment that I'm going to make is when I see that happen, just pull off the bid and allow it to make its own consolidation. And when it consolidates, I'll be able to buy. And if it happens to be 30s and VWAP, go for it. But if it pulls back into 19 even and is a little bit bigger of a dip, then I'll wait around for that price. But the market is barely pulled back, and NEO just had some decent sell volume start to come in. So I don't want this to start overtracing or retracing too heavily to the downside and I buy in too early. I did that once already, I think, when I grabbed the 1920s, and I should have only bought at 19s. So I don't want to make that same mistake when it gets to lunchtime trade.
Man, it's boring because, you know, I'm sitting here watching this Apple trade not do anything right now. The longs have been fine, but the shorts have been fine. So, you know, we just got to sit here and try to see if anything can happen. I just don't know if the futures are going to take out the day's high. You're already up that 1.85%. You're hanging out to the upside here. So I want to short Apple. So now, and then there it goes, like right back into the money and then stops again. So I don't know, man. We're short at 148.30. Looks like it'd only be a 70-cent hit, worst case scenario. Definitely something that we can absorb if it takes down that 149. The market's going to have to rip for that to happen, so I'm not super worried about that at all. Obviously, we've believed in our Amazon short, so we've been holding that one out for as long as we can on that, and so we'll wait to see where that trade winds up going for me. But Amazon to the short side, I feel like that's going to want to test. I don't know what this market's going to do here. I just might turn into scalp mode even more so here on Apple and not wait for that move down. Sheesh, Brad, man. Ever since this guy got, this midday show and he's like the pimp now, all of a sudden he's wearing these collared shirts,
it's tucked in
which is great. But I did see him at the bar on Friday night. He took off all those shirts to impress the ladies there. He was only wearing his sun's out, guns out at the bar for Brad on Friday night. I hope it was a successful one, my friend. Yeah, lots of numbers. That's what I'm talking about. You must have told them you know me. Back over to the big screen right there with Brendo.
Hey guys, we'll have a look at currency markets quickly here for a Monday. Big move so far for the US dollar. I mean, it's 0.15 now. It was up about 0.5%. If you joined us early, you might have heard Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange talking about the ECB coming up this week. They will have a rate decision to the downside once again today, back down below 107 briefly. We have popped up again, but it was negative early on. Canadian dollar to the upside, British pound higher as well, 0.5%, as are most of these as well. At the bottom end here, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple all having a nice day. This was 8.5 at one point. This was above 10% at one point. So they're coming off a bit, but cryptocurrency strength on a Monday as well, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And good luck for Pratt, obviously, there. I love the fact that he tucks in the short. I think that's a hilarious look. But Amazon looks like 129 wants to come into play. What's crazy about this is just every single time it makes a fresh high, somebody sells.
Yo, I got you, bro.
Somebody sells it 25, 35 cents every single time. The only reason I say the tucked in is he never does it. He's all about the button out. But look, Amazon, there's these sellers coming in 20, 35 pennies every single time it takes a fresh high. So if you're scalping this, essentially, you almost want it as tight to the top as you can and then take your profit inside of that range. I'm sitting here trying to do not the opposite, but hold on for that next leg down. And that's essentially what it's not giving you. So that's the adjustment I want to make. It's like if it gets to that price, it's likely to get right to the top. And instead, I'm taking it like 20, 30 cents away from that high of the day instead of getting really tight to the high of the day. if you're taking the longs, you had to step away from it. I think that's a mistake because every single time I wanted that long, you had to get out in front of that even dollar. This time, in the short, you should just be right in front of that top. And I think that's one of those things on the fly in a strong stock, get your price and get as tight to that level as you can. Unfortunately, it's not really making these wick drops here. These are crazy. But I need to see it back down around 120 even before I can get any shares out. Tesla still continuing its line of weakness. But it is holding out at VWAP. So it's not at that high like the market is, but it has a chance to break out into 735. I still want to take a shot short off 735 if it happens to get there, but this is definitely a stock that can break out from there. If you look at what happened on Friday, this was that lower high that we took and we liked for the short side of the trade, so it's got room if it breaks this level. It's just been relatively weak all morning. It's got to be shorted for me before I take the long, though.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're about to go. So at 7 minutes, you'll hear all from Trader Brad and everything going on over there. So, okay, one more load in there for Amazon. We're going to wait for 130 to break. So we already have that all scheduled out. It looks like Apple wants to take out to the high side again. I guess at this point, man, like, honestly, Apple, like, what do you even want to do? I know it wants to go down. I have a feeling this stock wants to go down. The Spidey senses are here on Apple right now, so watch out now on that one. And then there's the last average in for, well, not the last one, but another average in here for Amazon. It's not super dangerous. Like, I'm not taking heavy shares every trade. But again, you know, we're all out of the money $1 now on it. So at some point, these shares are going to start to add up. So watch out here if you are nervous about this. I'm just going to wait for 130 to break. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. I believe the calls that were bought earlier on today were all going to be 130 calls. So let's see what happens when it gets up to that level. I believe it wants to run there, so we'll average it in. Our average price is $127.90. So I mean, we're out of the money a whopping 70 cents now on Amazon. Like, nothing to worry about for me. So we'll watch out for that. As here comes Apple. Okay, like I said, I would do something about this, but honestly, Apple, like, am I just going to have to scalp you out, like, in and around here? It looks like that's going to be the best trade. Get shorts the 50s if you can get them, and then get out in the 20s until the epic tank happens. And at that point, you just wish you still have some on. So that's what we're going to do, man. Like, I'm getting out of literally like 5%. Like right now, there we go. I have 5% on the bid. So there's another out. If this can tank in, man, it's going to be a good day for me right here. So just like I said, just be careful. I know you see me and Neil in Amazon. We trade different share sizes, so please be careful about all of that. Sometimes I have more, he has more, vice versa. You have more, so just be careful with what's happening with Amazon. Your risk tolerance is going to be much, much different than ours, but there's the final reload there on Amazon at 129. Let's see if it can come back in. Maybe I'll take just a 128 out to relieve some of this pressure in case we're wrong, but I still feel like we're coming back into the downside here, so 128 and change. Let's put a bid out, as that is where the 50 period is. But let's go. Here we go. So we're getting excited now. I know we got Brendan, but we got excitement coming out right now. 148. There it is. A nice little take again on Apple. So yeah, we're trying to diamond hands this thing. If the market falls down, we've got 148.40s right now on Apple. We've been holding it literally, as my kids say, literally, Dad, all day. So let's wait to see if we can get paid off. Here comes the market back in. I like Alibaba short through 100, but if we have time, we'll talk about that, Brendo.
Not much in the way of earnings, guys, just to get everyone up to date. We saw GitLab on the upgrades, or maybe it was down. No, it was upgrades this morning, side of the board. It will come tomorrow after market. We'll also get NIO. I believe it's Thursday after market, but pretty light earnings week so far.
Yeah, GitLab. That's I know Brad loves that name. GitLab. We'll take a look at it for sure. On earnings day, I think that's going to be it. I'm going to try to. I scalped out. Remember we said get tighter to that even level. So I did do that on Amazon, but I'm going to scalp some out on the way back down to 128.40. It looks like we actually got down to 30s. I want to get back into this and just continue to play off that level until it breaks. Obviously, you can see that happen anytime. Facebook does pull all the way back into VWAP, so we do ring the register. Actually, I'll hit that one because I never used the mac and cheesy. Easy peasy. Mac and cheesy is a line that we like to use around here at times, but I'll get out of that one. It was always going to be a VWAP retracement trade for me because Facebook was relatively strong. I did just jump back into some shares of Amazon. I'm going to play off of this level until either we're through 129 or it feels like we pull back to 27s or into VWAP. But that's the trade that I want to have on. I'll be in Under Armour likely all day. I just felt like if there was something I would hold on to, and it's not only because it's been a weak retail name, but it's not only because it's moving from the S&P 500 to the 400. It also had a big level at 1150. I never got that reload in Mullen at 136, but I will stay on the bid here. That's the only level I'll buy it in front of at this point. It either breaks and goes back toward the high of the day, or it takes out that 134 bottom, but I'll be sitting in front of it until it does break.
Ooh, man, just as we're getting ready to let you guys go, this day has gotten real spicy real quick right now as Apple coming back in right now for us. We'll be bringing the register on that one down to 148. As we said, man, the Scalp City is here, man. Self-proclaimed scalper king right now, dropping down the cash for you. There you go. Like, we talked about this. If it comes back through, we still have a big part of this on. So if the futures do fade out here, maybe we can get this VWAP retracement there. That would be real sweet if we can exactly do that. So we're going to wait for that one. And then here comes Amazon. We were just waiting at 128.05. We touched 128.11. That's twice. It's ran directly away from my order on AMZN. So, hey, if it comes back in, great. We are short right now, 127.90. So we'll take a 15-cent hit on one piece just to take a piece out. We have a decent amount of shares here. So let's hope that this can come in right now, take this down as the market now below the 50 period. Let's see if Amazon can hit this to the, Amazon can hit this to the down. I've traded too many A names, Apple and Amazon right now, the only two that I'm in. So we're going to see if this takes down 128. We're sitting right here at 128.05. Then my next bid is 127.50, and then it's party on, man. And hopefully we can get back in here into VWAP 126.50 for your boy, and we'll be able to hit some nice trades off that. As there goes Apple too, testing 148 flat, man. Good day so far over here, Brendo.
Bigger name, Eli Lilly, just popping back up. They had positive data on a obesity treatment out this morning, so it got all the way up to 316. But a little bit of volume coming back in right now for LLY, guys.
To be watched. The healthcare sector has been a good one, at least the last little bit here. It's been a place that you can sort of stash away. But those big names, worth watching from time to time. Tesla has been that big name that's been a disappointment, but I promise you, it's not likely to stick around VWAP for too long. If the market rejects this top at 12.8 on the NASDAQ, I think we do get a chance at that 700. Maybe it's just the same thing 3 days in a row. Where we're bouncing off 700 at the end of the day. But there's no getting away from Amazon, the granddaddy of a stock that it is. In 1 minute, you guys are going automatically over to Trader Prad. And Luca is sitting in the chair to start the day with him. And I guarantee you they're going to be looking at Amazon because the volume is through the roof. It pulls back to 127.5 here. I'm going to get some more shares out, play it all out in front of VWAP if I get that opportunity. Still sitting on the bid of Mullen. NEO looks like it tried to make that last bounce without me. I got away from the dip buy on VWAP here. I said to you guys I wanted to see it make its own consolidation. Looks like it did hold VWAP. So we could have definitely taken some shares or taken some more shares back in on NEO, but I wanted to play the patience game instead at that 1930-ish level. Now it's looking a little bit safer to get back in. Did just get that bid on Amazon, so a few more shares out of that short.
Yeah, buddy, you want to talk about being patient? Here we are. We're going to be at the high of the day right now for myself. I mean, we just were when Amazon dipped down to 127.70 there on that dip. So we got a 128 bid. Now let's see if Amazon continues to flush down in. So that'll be a great trade there for me if we can hold out for that move to the downside there on AMZN, man. We talked about that, so let's go. Hopefully we can hold out for that one. When that dipped down, you can see that we did get out some more of Apple. Now, I don't know what Apple's story is right now, to be honest with you. It seems like it just wants to follow this market. So with the market above the 50 period, let's take another piece out. These are all in the money. We're gonna wind up having zero losing trades or zero net stocks. And like I said, you guys can ask us our nets on stocks and things like that if we're positive or negative there. So you can do that if you want. But right now, Amazon, as long as Amazon falls, we'll be positive on absolutely everything today. Microsoft, big win for me today for sure. This is actually pending, like position pending. Out of all my end orders, this is my number one stock today. Microsoft. Facebook obviously was a great trade as well as that ripped up to the upside there. DD, we're net positive on DD as well as that was a good move for us. Amazon, as we just wrapping this up right now. Amazon with a big move down. We're net negative on Amazon now because of some of these shorts in there. that long right there just put us flat, plus the average is in. So positions pending on Amazon and Apple. We are very, very positive on Apple today. As you guys can imagine, this is my number one stock, but this one is position pending. What a great show today, guys. And that's that, man. So thank you so much. Yeah, we can explain the arrows. I mean, I think we've got that there as well. So no, they make graphics for Neil. You just got to hit them more often. We have the same graphics. So hopefully that's good, man. You're welcome. I'm in there for the huge position you took, man. That's great. So yeah, Apple Developer Conference today. So starts either today or this week. So watch out for WWDC on AAPL. And we watch AMZN. And we say, let's get Tank City started right now.
Oh, it is already 11 o'clock. It is time to get over past 11 o'clock. Sorry, guys. Just answering in the chat there about some Baba shorts. But we can get to Trader Prad. He's already hitting the watch. Yeah, we'll go to you guys. Trader
They want
Prad.
more of us, Prad.
Go get them, boys.
It's time for.
My break, bro.
I know. I gotta take it easy on the
watch out
Casio
for
a
that,
little
bro.
bit. But let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the midday movers with Luca and Trader Prad.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day. You know, what's the saying? When you're having fun, you lose track of time. That's why these guys went over. They're just having way too much fun. I literally sit down and I look, and I'm like, wow, look at Sean's fills on Apple. This man is a legend. Like, oh, if I could just do that. I mean, if I want to show my screen here, I didn't trade Apple today, but I actually fighting for Amazon fills. What a day. Hopefully you guys crushed it. I mean, you know, the saying on this is like, you know, I think we spoke about this last week. It kind of have like the covered call strategy that's going to push this towards every even dollar. And I'm actually going to take a look at options like as the week progresses, because you know if the volume on calls kind of picks up towards 130, 131, 132, I mean, I feel like it could just act as a magnet towards these even dollars. So definitely something to consider there. But yeah, guys, check out these fills. Like, look, Amazon dips. Whoever had the 124 long, I think I literally look over at Ian. And he's like, let's go. And I think he had the bottom there. That was actually amazing. There was some size there at 124, and bids were just stepping up, and it just could not break that level. So I think that was the best fill on this one. And then after we just kind of took off. So I took the long right above VWAP there, and then added. I think this top add was a little aggressive. I thought for sure, I'm like, you know what? We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. I need to get long. Let's go. And, you know, kind of got stuck there. So I took that little portion off for like a small loss. And then this sort of like chopped around here. 2 bottom picks, not the best fills right there. But at the same time, like this whole process was sort of like a break even. And then kind of taking the long, just riding trend, taking the long, taking some out here, taking the long again. And I kind of got flustered because, you know what, I'm actually surprised. And this is something that I was actually looking at before the day started. So the float on Amazon is now about like 8-9 billion. And I was looking at it in comparison to Apple because, you know, similar price. And the float on Apple is about 16 billion. So I said to myself, okay, look, they have same market cap, but Amazon has half the float. The moves on Amazon should be maybe 2 times as sharp on Apple. But I did not expect to see the spread of like 3 cents, 10 cents like off the open. I expected way more liquidity, way more size at certain levels. And like, I guess we didn't get that. So, I mean, I'm sure it'll tighten up like as kind of the day goes on, as the week goes on. And by next month, maybe it'll be a lot tighter spread. But yeah, that's something I noted. I said to myself, you know, like this should be like 2 times as fast. And then the fact that it's a split, so there's going to be a lot of volume, you know, kind of like plan that in my strategy. And so instead of, for example, going for, let's say, 20-cent moves, I said to myself, okay, I'm going to go for like 30-cent move, 40-cent move. So yeah, anyways, took the long here, got some out, took the long here, got some out, and then just kind of scaled back and said to myself, okay, maybe we get some sideways action. So let me wait for the book to look a little bit more healthy, bid stack up, and then I can take some positions from there.
Yeah, I don't even know if showing my Amazon charts worthy because you're not going to be able to understand what I did. Pretty much kind of the idea of what Luca was talking there, but a little bit more on the scalp side instead of holding. So long scalp, long scalp, long scalp, get in, get out, get in, get out. Then I started going short scalps, then more short scalps, then more long scalps, just all over the place. You know, when there's that much liquidity just being provided to you, especially in front of even dollars. You know, even dollars had some size at 128, 126, 127. 127. You got chances to load up as much size as you want in front of 128, let's say 93s. Oh, sorry, 127 93s, and then you could instantly scalp out at 127 70s, 127 60s. This was back when there was a lot more volatility off the open. Right now, with the volume decreasing by a lot, as you guys can see right here at the bottom of my screen, the volume candles have been going down for quite a bit. We seem to be walking into a barrier near 129, 130 already being talked about on the morning show. So Amazon already on watch. We know Luca mentioned already Amazon's going to be on watch for the rest of the week, the rest of the month. So we'll see how it goes on over here. Right now, holding above VWAP. Man, Amazon down 94% though. Like, what are we going to do about this? Like, this market's coming to an end if Amazon's down 94%. All right, all jokes aside, for those of you who don't know what's going on, Amazon had a 20-to-1 stock split. That means before, when Amazon was 2K a share, and you owned at least one share of Amazon back then, that share got split into 20 shares, or 19 plus that one share that you bought. So Amazon, that split coming into play. Something that's going to be another stock that's going to be into play in the same territories very soon is going to be GOOGL. So this learning experience for people who have not experienced Amazon or previous stock splits, for example, Tesla and so on, this Amazon's going to be a beautiful learning experience, because when Google has this stock split sometime in July, we're going to have a lot more fun with, or equal amounts of fun with this stock as we are on Amazon today. Some of the stocks that I want to go mention right now is MULN. I know MULN being talked about on the interwebs, on the chat quite a bit today. That's because MULN is going to be added to the Russell 2000 and the Russell 3000 index, so the small cap index, MULN being added. And we already know there's a lot of traders in our chat who love trading this brand, kind of not brand new, but kind of a new EV stock that's been out and watch a lot more these days. Something that I do also notice is MULN has size pretty much around the same areas that it did off the open when I was mentioning to my friends over here, to my co-workers, which was at $1.42 and $1.43. We're pretty much in the same areas right now for size on MULN.
Yeah, guys, I took a long here on Amazon. I think like if we can hold above that 128, maybe we get the push towards like 128.50, 129 again. If the market could hold up here, it doesn't look too good now. I have a stop just below the low here, I think. So we'll see what happens. But you get that kind of push higher and close below 128. Doesn't really look that good. So I'm going to hold on to this. We'll see where it goes. But I got my orders stacked up here. Hopefully we can get that final push. But again, guys, Amazon it is tough. I'm not going to lie, it is tough. It was tough for me today. And it's one of those things that I'm looking for specific moves, and it's just not showing me what I want to see. And so with this one, I'm going to try to be a little bit more patient. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down, tries to dip everybody out. But, it is extra strong, right? It is extra strong. It was only below VWAP to start the day. And, it's doing a lot of volume. So, it's going to fill everything. And you just got to be patient if you think that you have the right side. Something to note, actually, that I found interesting is the fact that we opened at 125 area. Because literally, I was looking at this at 122, 123, and I said, oh, I kind of love the long at 123. And then go figure, they opened it above 125 and then kind of pushed down, bounced up. And there was so much slamming on the tape in this area right here, around 125, just in front of 126. And there was just a battle. This was a serious battle right here. And it kind of go figure, because I literally tell myself, look, if we open 122.5, these are the levels that I mapped, 122.5, 123. Maybe we get the nice push to 125. Unfortunately, opens at 125, and then all this slamming. So, is what it is. Still kind of went up here, but it wasn't, what I wanted to see. And as I say that, I got stopped out here, is what it is. Maybe we get a nice move back down 127, 126, where we can find a reload spot, around this consolidation area. But definitely keeping my eye there. Market's sort of slow, kind of pushed up and, barcoding, and now it's kind of going down. But I wouldn't be surprised if it. I have no idea what to expect. Are we going to literally reverse the whole move, or are we going to just bounce back up and continue to barcode? It's you really never know what's going to happen. And as long as you're able to react, only good things can happen. And also, guys, I can share my AMD trade with you. So I only traded 2 names today. And I can show you my AMD trade as well.
I was just gonna say, it's pretty rare that I see you have just one stock on 4 charts. This guy has one stock on literally 4 charts. It's pretty rare to see that. He usually has one stock per chart.
Yeah, so when I'm like extra focused, and this is kind of like a tip for you guys, you know, when you have a day where it's like, okay, Amazon stock split, like we're entering summertime, right? So obviously volume's gonna be a little bit slower. A lot of traders are on vacation. You know, like May and April were crazy for markets. And so, you know, people definitely step away and then maybe they come back for the big event. So for example, Amazon, for example, next week we got the Fed decision, right? And so like when you have a day like today where it's like Amazon split, like Amazon is, I look at it and I say, look, Amazon's going to be the trade of the day. Like everyone's going to be trading Amazon. And so what I like to do is I literally set up like 4 level 2s and I just like have them all set to Amazon with like different size and different structure to like how I'm going to trade. So I say to myself, okay, I'm going to get long here and then my stop's going to be here. But then if it pops, I'm going to add here. So then I need a different stop. And I set this all up. It's basically in my head, it's automated and I just have to hit enter, enter, enter. But this is basically something that works for me because the moves are going to be so sharp. And like I said, my expectations going into today was the moves would be extra sharp, sharper than Apple's moves. So, you know, when you're trading something like Apple, it gives you time to react. Maybe the flushes are like 30 cents. So it's not extremely damaging to the P&L. But like with Amazon, I'm like, okay, maybe the flushes could be 70 cents, if not $1. So I literally need to like make sure I have all this correct. But anyways, back to what I was saying here with my AMD trade. Guys, 109.50 was the high. And if I pull up the 10-minute here, just to show you what I'm talking about, kind of zoom out, I thought to myself, you know, we had the nice rally, right? We had the bounce from 100 all the way to, this was like a huge day, obviously. I think it was up like 6-7% that day. And it kind of topped out at 109.50. Then it touched 109.50 and reversed again. I said to myself, you know, if Amazon could save the market the way that NVIDIA did, then potentially we get an AMD push from 109.50, that break to the 110 area, and then make a decision. So tried the long there, not too much size because I said to myself, that's not really the level that I want. I would like the 110 level a little bit more. And so took the long, but guys, look at this. Literally, I take the long, it pops, it's holding, you know, bids are reloading. I'm like, okay, let's be patient. Let's see what happens here. And then boom, it flushes down and I'm out. And like, obviously, look, I have the top. This looks absolutely terrible, but I did not hold. And, you know, didn't flip short because I wasn't super convicted on the short side for AMD at this particular time. But then I tried the bounce, that trend over here. I figured maybe if we're going to get a push, it'll kind of push from there. And it didn't, and I got out. And literally, guys, look at this. This is like in at like 50, out at like 39, 35 area. So this is like a 15-cent risk. This is basically a break even, right? Then you have over here, same situation. I think this was like a 5 or 7 cent risk. So it's like, you know, it is what it is. I say to myself, look, I'm going to take my shots. If they work, they work. If they don't, I'm out. And I didn't flip short because, again, I wasn't super convicted in the short over here. But, you know, this is risk management on a day like today when things are whipping around. Like what I wanted to see was just kind of a move higher and just boom, volume increase. We didn't get it, so I was out. I was looking for something specific. I did not see it, and I got out. I had a plan. I lost, but I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset. And yeah, those were my two names today. I mean, obviously, you know, main focus being Amazon, but
yeah, surprisingly enough, you know, I was watching AMD too, so I went long AMD at the pre-market lows under 108, scalped out my longs at 109s or so. Then I tried a short in front of the pre-market high when it came back in around 108.50. I took the break-even exit just to get out of the trade. Didn't like the way the market was going up. I guess that trade would have given me an initial flush down to capitalize on, and then I would have probably got burnt out on my last few shares, but then now goes AMD back to the downside. I actually want to respond to a question from Sarah NA in the chat. So Sarah asking us, how do I get those arrows on my chart? If you are on our platform, which is you know, sponsored by Daytrade the World over here, for anyone who wants to know more, you can go to DTTW.com. So you just right click on your chart, Sarah, go to customization dialog box, and right here, as you guys can see, the circle that I'm drawing around fills and partial fills. I don't really have partial fills turned on because I no reason as to why I don't. I guess I could turn it back on for myself, but I just keep the normal fills on. And this is basically the triangles that show up for executions. You can even customize it for how you want the short colors, the long colors, and the long exit colors show up, and actually we might have to change Luca's colors over here because we're trying to have a uniform colors. But we'll deal with that another time right now.
I'll take care of it for you guys, no problem.
Yeah.
And I see Trader Joe saying losers add to losers, Paul Tudor Jones. You know, I love that quote. I love it because, you know, winners add to winners. Right? It's very simple. Winners add to winners, losers add to losers, right? So it's like you have a stock, and if it's going against you, look, if your initial plan was, I'm going to add into this, I'm going to add this, I'm going to scale into this, then that's absolutely fine. But like, what I like to see, especially like as a trader, is look, if I take a position and I love it, I add to it. If it's working for me, it's in the money, maybe I add on the initial break, and then it's kind of doing a little channel, and then I'm like, okay, this is confirmation, let me add a little bit more. So you definitely want to add to your winners. I think for newer traders, what they tend to do is, you know, they'll look at their blotter and they'll say to themselves, okay, look, I made money on Apple, but I lost money on AMD. I want to make the money back on AMD, so let me try to trade AMD now as opposed to focusing on Apple because what I was doing there was working for me. That's the worst thing that you can do. I would always say, look, if you are making money on a specific name with a specific setup, you have a strategy or the volume there is working for you, you know, keep doing it. If you take a loss on something and it's not working, just cut it and go away. Like, do not try to, you know, make back anything because it doesn't matter, right? You just, at the end of the day, you just have to make money. And so continue to do what's working for you. And I see somebody quickly asked, Luca, can you take a look at NEO? So NEO, the levels that I actually think is interesting is the 19 level. And I didn't look at it today because obviously, you know, Amazon, that was my main focus. But we do have NEO earnings coming up Thursday before the bell. And I want to say that it's almost the last of the of the bigger names to report before next season. But we actually have some size at 1910, actually 1,000 lots. That's pretty interesting. I wonder. Look, we got positive news out of DD, right? The probe is done from China, so very very strong. So now we have we got size here at 1910, probably going down to 19. And like I said, you know, coming down towards like the 19 level, bounce. Maybe this bounce and just ranges. But I wouldn't be surprised if this makes a move towards 20 and tests, maybe before earnings or kind of on earnings. Because, you know, the names beat down, and that's one of the things I was looking at. So I'll be interested in the 20 level. Maybe you get some size on that level, and it kind of sets up nicely. But yeah, the 19 area, potential support area, I would say, and looks like it's holding up for right now. And we got the size at 1910. Kind of layered all the way down to 19, I'm assuming. So, you know, it looks like a decent setup if you're looking for a bounce play.
Yeah, this markets right now are something, man. Markets just went to the downside big. Not sure what the reason is for this push to the downside, to be honest. Flushes coming across the board, especially for tech sector. S&P 500 getting dragged down, as you guys can see right here. ES getting pushed down drastically. Where does the stop come down to? No one knows exactly. I guess we could look for somewhere around these pre-market areas to see if buyers can come in. But I asked Brandon to see if there's any news as to why this dump is coming in across the board, but we have yet to see any news catalyst. Maybe I can look around and see. Nope, nothing being talked at around in there. But yeah, man, the market instantly to the downside we go from those highs. Look at Facebook cracking straight to the low a day, and it looks like we're now creating a new low a day around Facebook, ignoring the pre-market lows, obviously, only considering the lows from the open itself. Multiple bottoms coming in for all stocks across the sector. Some of the stocks I see you guys being talked about right now are AMC breaking 12. That's a stock that always is on watch. You know, meme stocks, AMC, GME. GME on the earnings day was giving us some crazy long moves, but today, along with AMC, GME getting pushed back to the downside, down 1 full percent over here. Sorry, almost 3 full percent on 1 million shares for GME, but somehow we're holding up at $130 right now. As you guys can see, there's some inverse orders coming in. Only about, what is that, 1,000 shares. That's not even anything big on GME, to be honest. But, you know, some size being built up over here on bits, trying to not let the stocks go too far to the downside. And how is it? It's going to be a little impossible for us to move away from the #1 mover of the day, you know, Amazon. Amazon pushing right back to the downside. I think Lucas said he was short near 129 or something. Is that what you said?
No. I tried a long, actually. But look,
sorry.
I took the long, I got out, but I should have flipped short. And I'm actually thinking, look, the market's literally dying right now. And I think pivotal moment, because guys, if you want to look if you take a look here at the daily, and I'll pull this up for you, actually, whoops, wrong area here. If we look at the daily on the ES, and I'm doing this for you guys, I'm also doing this for myself here.
Yeah,
looking at the daily, look at this channel that we're building right now. And we were up here, and we literally could not hold. Now we're moving down. I want to believe that if we break this trend and break this low right here, which is like 40-70 area, like we could easily see another push down to 4,000 area, to 3,900. The thing is what I'm expecting is a bunch of chop, and obviously like we have the big event going into Wednesday next week. But something that I'm keeping my eye on, I mean, I definitely don't want to be long if this market is going to break here and keep going lower. And, you know, Amazon obviously had the push up and now seems to be reversing. If we break that 124 area, like I almost want to believe that's kind of like, that's an interesting area. I'm not sure if we'll get there today and break that and continue lower.
Did you say 140?
No, 124
124.
Area. Like we didn't break that level. Like there was so much size there. We did not break it. It bounced like 3 times. So I think that's like definitely a level of interest. And now like maybe we kind of go sideways around VWAP here. But I mean, we have size that's filling. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, markets has been moving down for some reason, but now finding some buyers at 4130 on the S&P 500, 12,640 on the NASDAQ. Let's see where the market can go to. Hopefully, market stays in the positive direction. We would love for the market to stay positive. At least I would. Maybe not we. I, being the bear I am, would love for the market to be in a positive direction over here. For me right now, all eyes are on Amazon. But more importantly, what are you guys looking at? Feel free to throw your stocks in the chat over there. I know most of you are probably looking at Amazon, but more importantly, we have a random stock, maybe not as random. Yeah, maybe not as random of a stock, but clearly DD back into play, 45% up to the north side today. And the part of that reason is because the Chinese regulators are easing down on the DD regulations. Maybe less of a chance to get DD delisted. That's a fun one. Never said that in that combination before. Less of a chance maybe for DD to get delisted. And right now we're getting ready to throw it over to Sean, the main man Sean himself, to see what he has to say about his Apple trade.
How about this? Let's go. We waited all day for this trade to come through, and there's Apple down to 146. We're short at 148.50 here, Prad and Luca. Nice little move to the downside there. We waited all day for this, so there it is. Nice trade on that one. $3 in the money there, and guess what happened also with Amazon? Let's go. For me, this is close enough to diamond hands as we are now $2 in the money. Pick your trade of the day today, Amazon or Apple, both flying around. There's the move back in, man. We just resisted 126, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue for me. A 127 break back up. I'm just setting my orders right now to get out. So 127 to get a little bit more out here on Amazon. As yeah, man, we seek revenge today on some of these names that just weren't printing early, but started to print late on this move down. And that's what it's all about, right? That's what day trading is about. You got to hold on to some positions, try to scalp your way when you're not feeling it. Then when the market cracks, you're still going to have some on here as Apple right down to the bottom. That's $2.50 in the money on that one, and $1.80 in the money on Amazon. That went to 126. I did have another bid at 125.20. So if that continued down, man, wow, we would have really had a nice winner. One more piece out through 127. But today, once again, another good day for Amazon, another good day for Apple shorts, as that just paid off quite nicely as well down to the downside. Next out for Apple, maybe this 146.80. Back over to you, Trader Prad.
Oh man, look, you guys could have had the exact same trade that my man Sean over there was talking about, and that tweet comes out at, what time does it come out at? 8:30 a.m., 8:25 a.m. It says right there, Apple short 148, AMD 106 buy. AMD's at 106 right now, and it's showing you some buyers. Facebook 191 long. Facebook's at 191, 190 showing some buyers. We saw DD, we saw MULN. You guys saw Amazon. He was just talking about Amazon. So sometimes it really do be that easy. You know, it's not easy. Trading's not easy, but it really do be that easy sometimes, especially when you're Sean, man. Look at these trades coming in. I just said AMD long 106 areas. Let's see how AMD holds up at this 106 bottoms right now, creating a low around 105.63. Sadly, S&P 500 did push down, but still in the positive territories for S&P 500, up 0.63%, and NASDAQ still in the up territories also, or green side at least, up 0.7%, and trying to see how we we deal with these lows over here. Some of the stocks that you guys are talking about in the chat, I believe, was Netflix. So let's go over to Netflix real quick. I've been once again happy with Netflix a little bit because they've been giving me more shows and whatnot to watch. So on that note, let's see how Netflix comes out. But yeah, look at this one today. Sadly, down 0.7% overall with almost 2 million shares traded, trying to form a base near $176. Let's zoom in on the daily real quick, and you see this consolidation, sideways barcoding action coming in near $200 on Netflix, acting as a proper barrier. I guess you could even move that up to $203. So 203 to $200, acting as a barrier for Netflix, not allowing it to go too much higher than that and pushing it right back to go find supports near 180s, 190s, and 170s. Let's see how Netflix behaves today with the current markets move to the downside that we have, not sideways, and are trying to find some buyers. Maybe Netflix is able to find some buyers, which has been a lot weaker than the overall market. So maybe if you are trying to go long on something, it's better off going long on, AMD near 106, as Sean's note over there says. Maybe even Tesla, which is actually not negative on the day. Trying to find buyers once again before the 700 level. That's a level that Neil mentioned in the morning show. And Amazon right now is trying to find buyers in front of 126, 126.50, which happens to be where VWAP is.
Guys, Amazon literally barcoding here. I'm just trying to scalp in, out. That 127 did not break. And I think if we get below VWAP here, we really could flush 126 level of interest. But guys, 127 not breaking. Look at this, just picking the top, picking the top, picking the top, risking off 127. We have size there that's not breaking, not getting tested. If it breaks, I'm out, and I'm just going to rinse and repeat this every single time.
Yeah, this trade, we'll let Luca take that trade because this was pretty much the same trade I did all day and has been very fruitful. So I'll zoom in over here, kind of explain it to you. So as you guys can see, notice how this 126 level, I just got short 126 at 125.91. I'd be at 125.80, 125.92, 125.82. And I just kept doing this 10, 20 cent scalps, pushing a ton of size in there. Quickly get out, do that near 127. Do that near 128, get long near 124. Obviously, this style of trading is a little bit more stressful, but allowed me to take a lot more size than I normally would. Something you would see a different style of trading because there's a lot of styles of trading. There's not one way to simply make money here. We'll save this answer for the second co-host to come on with me, Ian. I know Ian had a crazy long today on Amazon. We'll keep that in the shadows a little bit. It just goes to show, how many different styles of trading there are, how many different types of setup there are, and there is no one right answer. There's only one right answer, and that's the one that funds the money right into your bank account. If the money to your bank account is not being funded, then the answer is clearly wrong, and we need to find out how to change that answer, baby. How to change that answer. Yeah, wild man. Look, this is like an algo almost. I don't even know how many trades I have over here. Every time I got an opportunity, I got beat up once, I made money the second time, I got money the second, third time, I got beat up the fourth time. So just kept doing the same thing again and again and again, as many times as I could to keep the profits up here. And now, once the volume has died off, we're just letting Amazon do its thing, boy, and we're not going to worry about the stock at the moment. As you guys can see clearly, I don't even know there is nothing clear about this, okay? I know we say obviously and clearly a million times throughout the day, but nothing about this is obvious or clear at the moment. Only thing that obvious is people are getting rinsed.
Nothing is obvious to me, and I'm just trying to react here. And guys, look, we broke 127, but I mean, volume did not pick up. There's a lot of green and aggressive buying on the tape, but I feel like people have icebergs just stacked all the way up. So I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back down, breaks, and then makes another move back to VWAP. But again, guys, tight stop. And look at this, literally. Short, cover, short, cover, short. Breaks the level, I'm out. That's like a 5-cent risk. Doesn't get any better than that. And at this point, I'm waiting. If we come back below with some volume, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 50-cent move. 50%, imagine. I mean, it's already down, 95%. So keep my eye there. But I think 127, level of interest. And 126 was the level where everybody was battling. So, I mean, obviously it's up, after the open. So, a lot of people say favor the long side, but at the same time, I kind of like this short here. So we'll see where this goes. But again, tight risk. It's not really doing anything. We're literally there's not a lot of volume. There's, it's kind of fluttering. It goes up. It doesn't go up too much. Then it kind of hangs around here. So, yeah, guys, let us know anything else you're trading or any kind of stories you have for the day as well.
Yeah,
here we
for
go.
some,
Okay, I got the fill.
If you want to talk about it now.
And no, it's all good.
You're
I'm
just scalping it out
yeah,
again?
Yeah, I just that was
that setup
bad
is
fill.
too clean, man. I mean, if Greg wants to hop on today to talk about that setup, he's more than welcome to. But I want to move over to NIO because off the morning I heard Sharif over here, homie sitting behind me, always has a jersey on. Where is he? Right here. I don't know if you can get him on the camera, but always has a jersey on. We call him Mr. Jersey now, Mr. Jersey. NIO, man. Basically, he called out the long on NIO, popping off the open. I should have taken the pre-market breakout. I don't know why I wasn't looking at it. I just battled it. More importantly, you know, everyone was looking at Amazon. More eyes are on Amazon today. So missed out on the opening pop. Then NIO came right back to the pre-market lows. I tried to get long over there and I got stopped out on the break of pre-market lows. I guess I should have given it a little bit more wiggle room instead of just giving it a 5 to 6 cent wiggle room. I should have maybe given it a 10-cent wiggle room. Proper wiggle room is appropriated. Should have been given appropriate wiggle room should have been given to NIO, but I didn't give it that room for it, and I missed out on a long opportunity right back to the high a day where the stock double topped and pushed right back to VWAP, and now we're consolidating sideways, just hanging out. NIO up 6.66% on the day, along with DD. I'm expecting that NIO is up because of DD, because DD moving up off of the catalyst that it had, but DD now actually breaking the low a day and heading to the downside one more time, breaking $2.55 here. Let's see how low can DD go if it wants to keep on continuing its move all the way right back to $2, which could very easily be where it finds support at on the day.
Yeah, guys, Amazon's still holding that 127 level, and bids are kind of stepping up here. It is in front of VWAP, so I'm sort of changing my bias unless we can get a move down right now. So we'll see if we can break that 126.50 area. Short again, and guys, look at this. I'm literally playing the level here, and I'm like, okay, I stopped out, and now I have the position 31 cents in the money. If we can break 126, I mean, I want to take it out, but I feel like we can get a flush down. So maybe I'll take out some here. Let's see. Just bear with me here, Brad. Maybe you're
no worries, bro. Take your time. You got this. DD right now, man. What a volume day on DD. 178 million shares. I know I already talked about DD, so let's walk away from that one. Let's see if we can find some of our low floaters to talk about. ACET sounds like it could be a low float stock. Only 1 million shares though, so let's go to a different one. YMM with 23 million shares traded, 9.23 relative volume. We can even go to some of these solar companies. I forgot completely about going long about solar companies. Maybe let's go over to those instead first. So SU SunPower, SPWR. I think that's the one. SunPower, SPWR. Let me just quickly make sure. SPWR is SunPower. Awesome. So a lot of the solar panel companies like SunPower run on New York, I believe. Nope, that's on NASDAQ. All got jumped up to the north side today because of a catalyst that came in that, was it President Biden was looking to subsidize or help out with the costs of housing for solar panels, whatever. The catalyst was something to the north direction along those words. I might be paraphrasing a little bit over here, but the idea was to push out more solar panel production and more solar panel usage across the board in America, helping out the energy crisis that we already might be facing a little bit. We know how energy stocks have been going crazy recently. So run today using that catalyst to jump up 10%. Another solar stock I think you guys are calling out right now, TAN is a solar ETF. I like that, TAN. That's actually hilarious. All right, TAN, 2 million shares traded on TAN today. I'll keep this ETF in mind. Actually, I'm going to write this one down. Good to keep on watch anytime you are trading said stocks in the same basket. For example, when you're trading your American Airlines or any of your airline stocks, you might want to be watching the Jets ETF on Amex the same way when you're trading your Run or any of the other solar panel stocks, you would be watching your TAN.Amex. Currently, Tesla, man, Tesla also creates solar panels, right? So Tesla may be getting a jump up jump off that catalyst a little bit, not really the same amount of jump that some of the other stocks are carrying in them, but Tesla could have used that catalyst a little bit to find some buyers in it and push up to the upside. I'm trying to remember what the company's name is for Tesla that creates the solar panels.
Solar City.
Is
it the internal one? Yeah, guys, Solar City was actually a public company. I remember trading them maybe 5 years ago. And Elon Musk basically bought them back, took them private. I think at the time they were losing money and he really wanted to grow the business. Obviously, he's a very innovative person. And so he just basically bought them back, took it private. And yeah, it's pretty cool what they're doing. Like they basically solar panels for homes, but I think he's also using like that technology in Tesla as well. So yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Smart guy. But guys, look at this Amazon trade. That 127, we literally called it playing the over/under. Scalp. Here we go. I need to hit something. I don't got anything for like money. Let's go. These are awesome fills. I think if we can break the 126, we could really get a nice move down. I mean, the market feels so weak. We came all the way, and I have the... There it is. We have, pulling up the minute, just overall market here. We're kind of like barcoding now, and like we went up, we barcoded. This is not good, right? And then we reversed the whole move, and now we're going to barcode again. Anything's possible. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a pop, but I almost want to favor the short side now. So we'll see where it goes. I still got a nice chunk in this position, and if we do get back over VWAP, I mean it's holding now. Talking about Amazon here, if we get back over VWAP, then I'm not going to hold, because what tends to happen is bids are stepping up over here. You get the flush down, 127, obviously level of interest. Scalped it out, took short again. And guys, something to note here. Look, I'm scalping. It breaks 127, does a lot of volume as I mentioned, then kind of comes back below. So I sort of take the same execution approach. Then we drop. I cover some in front of VWAP. I say, okay, I'm going to add that back if we break below the 50s, because that's the level that I mapped just below VWAP. Take it short again, and now I'm just covering, and this is just discretionary. I mean, there's no logic as to where I'm covering. I just say to myself, look, bids come in out of nowhere, let me cover some here. I mean, 126, we bounced. I don't know if this was 2 bounces. Maybe one of these is a dark pool wick, but for sure we did bounce once off the 126 level. So I think if we break that, we really could see some follow through and potentially inch towards 125 area. I mean, I don't know if we'll get to 124, but I wouldn't be surprised. Just a nice parabola. Guys, and I wasn't the strongest in math back in grade school, but when I looked at parabolas, I thought one thing. I'm like, I'm definitely going to use these in the future. And here I am looking at stock charts, looking at parabolas all day, and I was like, yes, this is where the education comes in hand. So yeah, but yeah, guys, it's kind of moving slower, but again, keep in mind, very, very slow move. So manage your expectations, right? Manage your expectations and understand that the whips on this can be extreme. Out of nowhere, this could literally break VWAP, break 126.50 area, and pop back to 127. So you got to tell yourself, look, if I'm short here and I don't want to hold it all the way up 50 cents, maybe that causes some pain, especially if you're short from here and you're not going to cover that. Then just obviously manage your expectations and go from there, right? So yeah, keep in mind here. Maybe I can add if we break, I'm out, and we might break right now, and I'll be okay with that. Or if we break 126, maybe add a little bit more short and try to get a 50-cent move there. I wouldn't be surprised.
Right on, brother. Good luck with your trade there. Obviously, you're killing it right now. That 127 barrier, previously 126 barrier, we knew how that one traded, and now 127 might be that fruitful for you. Keep on killing it. I want to move over to Starbucks. So Starbucks had a catalyst today. Really quick, just glancing over at my watch list preparation. Thank you, Brankles and Brandon, for preparing this for us. So in that watch list preparation over there, if you guys go to tradertv.com, I think it's tradertv.live, right? Tradertv.live, you can sign up for our watch list over there every morning, curated to you. In that, you will clearly see what Starbucks catalyst is, which is the current CEO, which is the interim CEO, interim heavyweight champion of the world. Anyways, the interim CEO for Starbucks mentioned that they are looking for an outsider to come in and replace them. They don't want the same old blood in there. They want some fresh ideas, some new young blood in the business. So that for me is a good catalyst, if you ask me. I watch The Office every night when I go to bed. I leave it running in the back. I sleep to one season, I wake up to another season. And the season I was going to bed to is when Ryan comes back to the office. He's a CEO now, or he's Michael's boss now. And in that episode, he's like, nothing's the same anymore. We're revamping the business. We're trying to kick out the old told people it's no longer business as usual, and it's no longer business as usual episode. So that kind of played in my head while I was reading this article on my way to work. I am thinking about he's the founder of Starbucks, yeah, but he's also the interim CEO, and he said he wants some new blood, some bigger, some young brains in the business to come run it for him. So I like that. I like the catalyst. Obviously, the market like the catalyst. It doesn't really matter if I like the catalyst or not. The market enjoyed the catalyst and used it to go to the upside today. And even with this move that the market brought into Starbucks later on, we're still up almost 0.5% over here on Starbucks. So overall, we're still in the positive direction and looking to keep on going to the upside. Some of the other stocks that I want to go mention about are actually Under Armour and Eli Lilly. We know Under Armour is under the catalyst of being removed or migrated from the S&P 500 into the S&P 400 basket. We have the S&P 500 rebalance coming up very soon. It's going to be the quad witching, the third Friday of this month. It's going to be a lot of volatility, a lot of fun, a lot of trading to be taking place. But look at this big volume candle on Under Armour over here, pushing the stock below $11 now, not allowing it to go up anymore. Looks like that Stephen Curry product line not really helping them out. Maybe they gotta figure out a way to bring in the Yeezy line over there. But we know how GPS is dealing with that Yeezy line right now too.
And guys, I just got stopped out, and this is basically the move that I'm talking about. Like sometimes, you get the battle around VWAP, and everybody's short. There's a lot of selling, so you're getting filled. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I get stopped out, and I'll kind of make this bigger for you guys. So I get stopped out. We pop up. I take it short again as we come back through. We flush down. Now I'm saying to myself, okay, look, I'm going to add as we break 126, because this to me is textbook. When you get the push higher and it instantly reverses and goes down, I think to myself, okay, now we're going down even lower. So let me get ready to take this short below 126. So I literally added back what I had. So this is like tight risk. Like I don't want to hold this and watch this pop. And I literally did the same thing. Looking to add, we didn't get the break of 126. We're sort of kind of barcoding around this area. Now we push higher, so I get out again. And I'm willing to add back. I'm willing to add back. I think to myself, look, we're going to decide now where we're going to go. The market's barcoding. Europe just closed. Maybe volume sort of slows down, but then I think we're going to pick a direction. And I sort of want to favor the short side if we can get below that 126. So as I'm taking these trades, I'm not saying to myself, okay, I'm not going full size over here because I don't love it as much. But as we get lower and break 126, I say to myself, okay, that's what I like that a little bit more. So these are kind of thinking out loud and what's going to happen next. But I think 127 level of interest. If we do break the high here, like 127.31, then maybe we move to like 128 and go back up. But guys, again, keep in mind, like even though it shows negative 95%, that's just not adjusted for the split. But it is up on the day. It is up on the day, right? So we could literally move higher. We literally could move higher. We literally, we're at VWAP right now. Anybody who's saying long, this is the spot to get long. This is why bids are reloading. And so, I want to really pick my spots here.
Just to throw out a theory out there, we can't do polls anymore because we don't have Miss V. I think we need to enable Bears versus Bull to do polls for us, as he said his account doesn't allow him to do or something. But just a quick idea. Do you think Amazon, Luca, goes below 100 ever?
Oh, ever?
Ever.
Ooh,
I know Sean's typing. He's probably typing in the chat here. No?
Ever. I want to say 100 is like the floor is like 1 trillion. I actually mapped that. You know what? If I'm going to say no.
No, right? Exactly.
I'm going to say no.
So you should be willing to go long on Amazon here on your own accounts. Risk the $20 hit. If that $20 hit comes, you take it, you walk away, you try again at a different price. That's just my mentality, right? If I'm willing to hold Palantir, $15 out of money until it goes zero, I think I can hold Amazon $20 against me, right? Until Palantir goes to zero. That's just my ideology. Let's see what happens over here. AERC. Now, I see AERC being called out in the chat. Looks like this is Aero Clean Technologies. They create the purifiers for airplanes, I'm guessing. Air hygiene technology, class 2 medical device. So these, the FDA gave them a clearance today. So that clearance coming in and pushing them to the north side. But there was a recent newswire that hit that we might have missed out. Came in at 1140 or so. That brought in more volume to the stock, allowing it to break out of the high of day or previous high of day, and now a new high day coming in near $4 on AERC, putting the stock at 54% up on the day at the moment, and a relative volume of AERC with a relative volume of 136 times. So tons of relative volume. The float is only 4 million floats, so obviously a low float stock, and 1.94% off that float is apparently shorted on AERC.
126.81 Amazon.
You got something?
We got 126.81 Amazon. We got some size there, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's maybe go size, like it's there, then it disappears, there, then it disappears. So, I'm not 100% confident, but I took a little short. I'm willing to risk right above here. Maybe I get stopped out. But this is the battle area. This is the battle area, and we'll see what happens. I mean, right around VWAP, everyone's taking their bets, right? So, keep your eye on this level.
Yeah, what is it? It's a lock your bets final answer.
Lock your bets.
Lock your bets.
No
Final
more
answer.
bets.
No more bets. That's what it is. No more bets. And then spin the wheel, baby. Spin the wheel, and let's see where the ball lands. Hopefully, it doesn't land on the double green, because then we're screwed. But right now, Luca is waiting for those reds to come smash in. Luca went all in on the reds. You always go all in reds, right? You never go all in on the... Is that what the rule is? I don't know what the rule is. I don't really play it like that. I just play a little bit more DJ. I play like the way that Drake plays it, where he puts down $1 million and loses all million in every single round he goes for. Hey, looks like we actually have a vote coming in right now. Will Amazon ever trade below 100? I go for no, along with 61 other percent of the population in the chat, and I think most of us have the same idea. Let's go over to GitLab while Luca's managing his position. And Luca, if you ever want to talk about it, just holler at your boy. We'll throw it right on to you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, Amazon feels super weak right now. It feels super weak, and I'm thinking we can make a move down to 126, then potential break. So I am short. I added there, and we're like, I hope we just break this 50 and just kind of clean flush. This is what I want to see. I love these fast moves that just put you in the money right away. 20 cents in the money, nothing crazy right now, but maybe we get that push lower. It does feel super weak. We're getting a lot of selling here on the tape. So yeah, keep an eye on that 126. The last thing I would want to see is 126 break, flush down, pop back up, and then kind of run back 30 cents. So that's something to keep your eye on. But yeah, definitely interesting. Feels weak. There's not a lot of buying. There's a lot of selling coming in, but it's kind of slow selling. So let's see if we can get that move lower.
Luca, I have a Fahad in my ear getting mad now that that microphones keep touching your jacket. You got to take off your finance bro jacket off, my friend, or figure out a better spot for that mic to go at.
Okay, no problem.
Before I get yelled at our producer a little bit more.
No problem.
Listen, he looks like he could be black belt, unlike the other guy who was claiming to be black belt. So we don't want to go against Fahad over there. Trust me on that one.
Definitely not.
we'll let Luca fix his mic. Hopefully it's not bugging for you guys over there. Fahad getting fajited. I like that one, fajited. I mean, after his bets that he lost yesterday, I would be fajited too. Come on, man. What are you making these crazy bets for, Fahad? Fahad over there just betting the house and losing it. Where are we going over here? It's for FB. I'll keep FB for a swing trade. It looks like it's trying to put in an inside day. Okay, inside day. Not sure what you mean by that, but Facebook's trying to stay positive. The market's up 1%, but Facebook's barely up. That's somewhat of a question in my head. But we have I wouldn't even try to explain what type of a mathematical formula would this chart have to be to draw that parabola or whatever Luca was mentioning out there. But we are trying to form a decent base at 190.50. I would even go as far as saying just $190 flat. If you're trying to go long at the lower day at 190.50, to be honest, I would probably take the stop at 190.40 and then try again at 190.90. Sorry, 190 flat. That way I can take multiple shots at the stock and not lose 50 cents per share. But talking about giving the wiggle room of the stock that a stock deserves, I think, when I was talking about NIO over here, I didn't give it the wiggle room, and I paid for a trade that I missed out, almost 80 cents in the money trade, $1 per share trade I missed out on. So I might just have to think about that variable a little bit, giving it that wiggle room. I think that's way better.
All right, guys, let me know what you think. Hopefully you guys can hear me. And as I'm fixing the mic, Amazon just working for me. Look at this, 51 cents in the money. Let's break that 126 and just go straight down. This feels super weak. Let's see where we can go. Let's see if I can add here too, get my order ready.
Yeah, baby, let's get your order ready. Let's get all of our orders ready. Market's getting ready to push back to the downside over here. Sadly, looks like we didn't even get back to VWAP. We got to the 50-period EMA on the S&P 500. Now trying to find buyers at the previous consolidation highs. Let's see if the market can show us buyers at the previous consolidation highs, and that way we can push towards a 100-period EMA or back to VWAP and then actually get back above VWAP. Does the market get back above VWAP today? No one has the answers to that except for the market itself, and when that opportunity shows up, we'll be talking about it. But right now, clearly, it's struggling on the day today. We were up almost 1% or higher than 1%, sadly, and some catalyst. I think some of you in the chat were talking about the 10-year Treasury bond spiking. That could be the reason why maybe the market was coming off. Maybe if Luca wants to touch on that.
Yep, so we're just about to touch the 126 level here. I can touch upon that in a second. It's hard to do, 3-4 things at once as I'm like processing my execution, processing, TLT. But the last I checked, treasuries were actually looking like they were potentially going to break out, right? So every time these kind of risk-free rates move higher, it's not good for stocks because people say to themselves, look, this is a risk-free rate. I might as well money kind of flows out of risk assets into risk-free assets. And so, the Treasury is kind of pushing higher. It looks like it's going to break out. I think it's at around 3%. Is it 3%?
Whenever you're done.
But it's. I think that's kind of, put some pressure on stocks.
We're going to send it to Sean because Sean has something again for us. Let's see what he has.
Talking about ringing the Reggie. Let's do it right there. Reggie rung right now. One more part out of Amazon. I'm with you, Luca. I believe this breaks 126 in a heartbeat. It's just, I'm too overloaded right there. So short, out. We'd be silly looking back at this and 126 holding all day. So we're going to get out of that one right now. It's a monster win for us. I mean, we're short 129. We just took it out 126.30 right there. So nice little win there. We waited for that all day. Those of you that were watching the morning show, I was crazy enough to do this. So we have to take profit now on this name. A big day. We're at our highest spot we've been at all day. And then look, and then we already tweeted this out. This is what happens when you believe in your trades. You average into them, and then you change up your plan. Like it was scalp city here on Apple until we broke, until we started to fall down. And that's when it was like lights out, guys. So we take another piece out there at 146.10. Then we take a 146.50 break. But again, $2 in the money right now on Apple and $2.50 in the money on Amazon. Haven't done anything since. Just holding out on these trades. No new trades, just getting out. And right now we're 2.5 days goal. And then you have Facebook right now as well. I'm looking to pick this up against 190. So if it could come in, we've been waiting for 190 all day. It's on the sticky note. You can find it at TraderTV Sean on Twitter and on Instagram today as well. So watch out for this 190.50 coming through. I'm going to wait for just basically 190 flat. If it can hold that, then absolutely fantastic. We'll be there, but that's it right there. It held on Friday, 190. It went down as low as 189.80. So we'll see about taking some trades off when Facebook gets down to that 190. We'll be putting it on and then watching what it does here at 189.70. So far, so good here, man. Big time movement. And yeah, let's go, Luca. Let's go, Amazon, Yeah, let's go, baby. As the Italian connection here, starting to destroy a little bit of Amazon, and I like it. And I like it a lot, Trader Brad.
Yeah, baby, the Italian dream team pushing Amazon to the downside. Let's go straight back to 124. That way we can look for some longs over there and give my friends a beautiful exit for multiple dollars in the money. Right now, I'm looking for a reason as to why YMM is up on the day. And I guess just that headline right there speaks volumes, right? Wall Street set for gains. China tech ADRs rise on the sign of easing regulatory pressure. So not not only is DD and Baba and all the other stocks that are already previously that got lifted off of that scare were in play, but now YMM, BZ, and some of the other stocks over here, even J&J, including an asset sale to J&J. Oh, YMTX shares rallied 47% after it has considered about selling some of its parts to J&J and so on. But yeah, Chinese stocks, Chinese ADRs back in play today. This stock was up a lot more in pre-market. Sadly, we did give back most of it. Now we're testing the low of the days over here at $7.50 or so. Let's see how low can we go past this, or where the buyers can come in. But you know, we already talked about NIO, XPEV. Let's go over to XPEV. We know XPEV, Li Auto, NIO all came out with delivery numbers not too long ago, and they actually came out with good delivery numbers overall. And most of the time, whenever XPEV or NIO moves, Li Auto moves along with them. But looks like Li Auto is a lot stronger than its counterparts, which is actually XPEV and NIO today. Li Auto 12% up, holding up at VWAP. Buyers showing up at VWAP. Looks like big money is soaking up the shares over here on this company, and it makes sense because Li Auto had the biggest rise in deliveries. I believe it was over 100%, whereas XPEV only had, or XPeng only had about, if I remember, like maybe 20 to 30%, and NIO had about 7%, if I remember correctly. So it makes a lot more sense that Li Auto is jumping up the way it is and holding up at VWAP.
Yeah, guys, we got about 1,000 lots here at 126. Looks like it's about to break as we speak. And basically what I did is I had the short, it was going, it's holding, it's not really moving. So I say to myself, okay, you know what, let me cover this, restructure another trade here. If we do break 126, I'm getting short. But again, guys, if this rips back up, I am not holding this. Even though it feels weak, you know, we have a liquidity vacuum to the upside. This could easily go back to VWAP. You know, you got a lot of bids stepping up. And the fact that this size didn't break instantly is like, okay, so like, where are we going here? I do still think we could get a 50-cent move if we break there. So it's looking really good, but just got to be patient here. But again, you know, if this kind of like rips lower and then bounces back, like, I mean, who knows where it goes, right? So here we go. We took the fill. We're instantly in the money, and let's see where we go from here. We got size stacked up, so hopefully this goes and does not. Hopefully this just goes, right? Hopefully this keeps going. Like, do not come back up. Do not come back up. Just go to the downside. Hopefully everybody had that. That was pretty solid there. And I think we could get a nice 50-cent move. And I have to keep reminding myself to scale out of these positions as opposed to all in, all out. And I'm over here pressing the wrong keys from time to time. So, yeah, it's lots of fun, lots of fun.
Amazon below 100 seems criminal to me. I guess that's one way to put it. The chat is actually a little partition on this, 58% to 42%. I thought it would be a little bit more to the no side, but I guess it is a little bit more to the no side. 58% to the no and 42% to the yes. I thought it'd be a lot more than that. 635 votes in so far. If we have 635 votes in, we better be at 2K likes. I know that doesn't make any sense, but you know, I'm just trying to make a correlation over here. Maybe there isn't one, but the number that stands out to me is we have 4,580 people watching and barely even 2K likes. Let's get that number going for the morning show, for the midday show, and for the closing show. Now there's only one like counter. There's no more 3 different like spots. It's only one counter throughout the board. So we would like for this number to keep on bumping it up there. And for everyone who's already smashed that like button, we appreciate you. Thank you for supporting us. Make sure you also hit the subscribe button in case you haven't already. Helps us with the YouTube algorithm. There's a couple ways you can actually support us on this channel over here. By becoming a member. It says Canadian $4.99. I'm guessing that'd be the same as UST, US $4.99 maybe. Whatever the cost is, you can use that to become a member. You get a nice little green name like Christopher over here does, and you even get fun emojis to use. Along with becoming a member, you can go click on the store at our homepage, on the YouTube homepage. Buy yourself a nice little coffee mug. You know, I don't really drink coffee, so no coffee in here. I actually got fruits. I got some pineapple, yummy, yum, yum. I got some pineapples in here. You can buy yourself a phone case and whatnot, and even some hoodies. I think Sean was wearing the hat on Friday. So if you want to support us that way, you can go ahead and support us through that. I want to take the sector over to Bitcoin real quick and crypto watch. It's 12 o'clock right now. Remember how I said I'd like to create a little bit more segmented time period over here? At 12 o'clock, it's either going to be a guest trader from the floor, and I got permission from Sean yesterday to bring any of the guest traders that they want to jump on and show their trade, or we can do crypto watch. So right now, since no one messaged me, we'll do crypto watch. And as you guys can see, man, crypto is in a sea of green. Up to the moon we're going. Okay, maybe not the moon, but we are getting elevated over here. Back to 3K on 30K on Bitcoin. Even Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Dogecoin, Shiba, everything moving to the top side. With Solana being the biggest up percentage at 11.18%.
Yeah, guys, we broke 126. Look at this. Took the short. Breaks 126. Instantly flushes. I'm too slow. Fat fingers. No covers. I say to myself, okay, if we get above 126, I don't know where this is going to go. It could easily pop 50 cents. So I cover. That's like no risk. That's flat. It doesn't get any better than that. You know, asymmetrical bet. And I could have scalped some out there, but again, I was a little bit slow on that one. So it is what it is. But no big deal there. And guys, I haven't even looked at many other names today, but one of the names on my radar is Tesla at that 700 level down to 680 is kind of interesting. I mean, if you pull up like I think the low was very close to 700. I want to say Friday. Sorry about that. Not today, but Friday. Yeah. So I'm wondering if we do break that 700 level, like how low do we go? Obviously, like market gapped up today. You know, Amazon up, so kind of saving the market. But you know, if it can't hold and we break that 700, basically I'm looking for a break of 700 and a move to 680, and then at 680 make the decision. And like I don't know if we move to 650. Like, I have no idea what happens next, but definitely 700 level of interest. And something to note from Friday, you know, volume was kind of muted, but towards that 700 level, there wasn't a lot of selling pressure. It just kind of grinded there. There was a lot of selling right over here at 705, and then there was really no follow through. Then it kind of bounced, then it went lower. But again, guys, it's like very, very muted, not a lot of volume, right? And then we did gap up today and moved lower. So it kind of gives me the feel that we want to test and break the 700. But again, guys, if there's no follow through on this, like the last thing you want to do is take a short and like hold this 10 points against you. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Maybe we get a break at some point today, or maybe tomorrow, maybe if the market falls off. I think we're getting some economic numbers coming in at the end of this week. So maybe that kind of, depending how they go. I mean, people are looking, I think it's CPI numbers if I'm not mistaken. I haven't checked yet. But yeah, if those numbers are sort of soft and weak, then, you know, cause for concern going into next week with the Fed meeting on Wednesday, like the market really could kind of fall off a cliff here. And as I'm saying that, looks like the market's making another leg down.
Thank you for taking my joke, man. That was supposed to be an alley-oop to me. I was going to say, okay, well, just as Lucas said that the market's falling off. No, but you are correct. Market are taken to the low days right now. I want to bring up a Twitter message. So Brandon in our work chat. Well, who still uses ringtones, man? What the? Ringtones? No, but he does has a cool flip phone. It's a Samsung flip phone over there. You know, I've never seen anyone use a Samsung flip phone yet. But let's get back to the Twitter news over here. Apparently, Twitter responded to Elon's earlier comments. So Elon did come out and say, you know, what did Elon say? He's gonna think about canceling the deal. He's putting the deal in fear and so on. So Twitter did push down pretty drastically off of that catalyst. But Twitter responded, says, believe agreement with Elon Musk is in the best interest of all shareholders, intend to close the transaction with Elon Musk and enforce the merger agreement at the agreed price and terms. So Twitter is claiming that they're going to do everything in their power to make sure the deal goes through, but Elon over there is getting ready to pull the plug on this trade and just not care about it anymore. Let's move to the actual market that Luca was mentioning. Luca, you wanna talk about your trade? I know if you want to.
Guys, we're looking at Amazon 125. I think there's about 1,000, 2,000 lots there. And markets making new lows, Amazon pushing lower. Wouldn't be surprised at this point now if we do get to the 124 level and test. But again, guys, it feels like people are taking profits here. Just kind of, you know, there's a lot of iceberg bids, and I think if we break, we can get a similar situation where it kind of flushes and then potential reverse. So again, similar setup for me. We'll see what happens here. Maybe I get the fill. Let's see.
Yeah, Tesla's about to break 705 right now for the first time of the day. I'm pretty sure first time of the day. Yeah, it hasn't broken 705 yet. So let's see what Tesla does. There is some size on 705 too on the downside. Maybe there's some good flushes coming in. What is going on in the market right now? There's got to be some sort of a news catalyst for this. I'm not sure. Okay, that's the. Okay, you know, I'm not sure what was there, if there's any news catalyst even going on over here, but something for sure has to be a reason as to why the market, which was up 1 full percent on the day, is now about to, you know, not about to, but pretty much very close to turning to flat on the day. And then the question is, do we turn negative, which is going to be very drastic for a day like today? Everyone was expecting, at least, okay, I was expecting, you know, Amazon split. We're going to see some tech stock bounce. We're going to see large cap bounce. We're going to see blue stocks having some blue chipper names, having some buyers in it today, and so on. But looks like all of that theory could just be thrown right out the window, because Apple is going to turn negative here very soon, about to head towards almost the low of yesterday, or the close of yesterday, sorry. I know Microsoft was another trade that people were talking about. Microsoft shorts that I scalped out over here. Man, I could have gotten back right into that same double top pre-market high short for Microsoft and wrote it. You know, I can't even speak English right now. I'm just lost for words as to why this market's doing what it's doing. Thankfully, though, S&P 500 seems to be creating a somewhat of a bounce. Maybe not.
Yeah, I see Robert in the chat saying Amazon long 125 too easy. You know, look at this. I literally took the short on the 125 break, but I have to show my part fill, because look at this part fill here. Like, I take it, I don't get full size, it goes down, I look, I'm like, wait a second, I don't have full size, what's going on here? And then it kind of comes up, I just cover, I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But now, the fact that the bids are reloading, we can't get back below 125, look at all the volume that went off. That was like a quick, sharp reversal, so I wouldn't be surprised if 125 temporary bottom. But again, if volume sort of dies, maybe we get like a chop around.
What the heck? Luca, this comment is exactly what you say.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
What?
No, that's not what I say. That's just kind of like, that's...
Look, you said that a million times. That's so scary.
That's not, it's funny though, it's not like I didn't make that up.
Okay.
But I'm not a political guy. I'm more of like a relaxed guy, stock guy. So I have no comment there.
Okay, never mind. Maybe that was a political comment. That's where you got it from. Okay, I was just confused. I was just so confused as to that comment coming out of nowhere.
Guys, 125 area is actually interesting. We're doing so much volume around this level. So much volume, and there was so much selling into the level, and it was holding. Then there was a lot of size. It got taken, it broke, and it instantly popped. So I mean, are we going to 124 now is the question, or are we going to chop around? I think we can get some scalps going around here.
On which one, sir?
On Amazon, 125 level. I mean, you know, it kind of feels like they're going to push it below, pop it back above, pop 20 cents. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, there's still quite a bit of selling, but it's holding now. It's holding. Yeah. And so like, are we moving is the question.
A lot of stocks are getting ready to do something similar, I guess. Like even AMD at 105. I'm guessing Facebook at 190. Ooh, Facebook actually broke 190 by almost $1 or $2 over here. Let's see what Facebook wants to do. Facebook in the negative zone for the day. Looks like everything is getting smacked over here, sadly. But market's still in the positive zone, though. So I guess nothing really to complain yet until the market turns red. But most of the stocks that we are watching are about to start testing lows of days or break the low of days. For example, AMC at the moment, 1190 or 1191 if you want to be exactly on the by to the penny. 1190 over here on AMC, coming in for a triple bottom and showing us some maybe buyers coming in to get back above 12. Let's see what happens across the board. Let's see some of the stocks that you guys are talking about in the chat. WEF is large and in charge. Trust me, they will win. WEF on New York, NASDAQ, Amex. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I think
there.
They're talking World Economic Forum.
I've been thinking about, you know, anytime someone throws a 3 or 4 letter word, it's a ticker right away. It's a ticker.
Yeah. So guys, looking like Amazon's, oh, I'm so upset that I missed the reshort there. Oh my God. I tried the long there at 125, didn't work, instantly filled me and kind of flashed down. So I got out of that. I figured, okay, maybe we're bouncing. And I threw an order. I instantly filled. I was like, okay, this can't be good. Let me get out right away. But guys, I'm so upset that I missed the short at like just above 126 before the move down. So frustrating. But you know, it is what it is. You're not going to get all the trades. You're going to miss some. you just got to say to yourself, stay relaxed. You know, there's going to be a better trade ahead. And yeah, that 124 area is definitely going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. I wonder if we get, I think this is like low, like this is towards like low of day. Yeah. So like maybe we get, oh, look at this perfect parabola here. If only I had a nice top pick short and just kind of carried it all the way down. But, you know, if we do break 124, I wouldn't be surprised because there's a lot of volume, you know, obviously split. Normally I say like, you know, maybe there's going to be no follow through, but like at this point, like where's the bottom? Like where's the bottom on today? I have no idea.
Wow, Twitter is actually taking off over here. Not sure what the heck to even say. Listen, I being an Elon Musk fan, will always wait till Elon Musk to come out with the news catalyst for me. Until he says, yeah, he's buying it, this trade is still a short. Until he says, if he says, you know, I'm canceling this deal again, then that's your trouble right there, right? So right now, however, the news catalyst is coming from Twitter. That's helping Twitter push up to the upside. And, you know, of course, they would come out with the catalyst like that or a news drop like that saying, we want that deal to go through. Of course you want the deal to go through, because if that deal doesn't go through, you have to continue watching your stock keep on taking losses and probably get criticized across the board from everybody about how you gave away free money, which was what, $54.20 per share, when the stock is probably worth, according to people, $30, $34. And in the market environment where we're in the bear territories and everyone's just scared about their portfolios, who's really buying Twitter when you can go buy Amazon, Apple, and everything else out there, right? So a big question for me is to just wait for Elon to come in and show me that the deal is actually going through. And you know, I'm a buyout trader. I've traded that stock that setup a million times. So when that deal actually goes through, you will see a lot more volume being traded on this stock. You'll see a lot thinner, a lot thicker levels on this position and a way cleaner trade. Right now, man, it's way easier to just stay hands off and not get whipped out by the news drops coming out every week or every bi-weekly, almost like a paycheck over here. They're just dropping these news reports and just shaking people off to the upside and to the downside. Just be patient, be careful. That being said, if you want to play not the level 2, if you want to play the technicals of this game, every time we go near 35, you go long, and every time we go near 40, it's giving you a decent of a short opportunity of a quick scalp, kind of like what Luca did on Amazon, you know, near 127. Get short near 40. If 40 breaks, get out of it, move on.
Yeah, guys, kind of beating myself up that I didn't hold it short from before, but it's okay, it is what it is. And I see people saying tried the long on Amazon, but then flipped short. No. Yeah, 124 did not break. 124 did not break. Original size is still there, and maybe we break soon as I kind of talk here. But yeah, I see somebody saying like long. Who was it? Northside Trade covered Amazon. First I was long, then reversed to short. Good job, unreal. You know, when things aren't working for you to the long side and you see it in the tape, you shouldn't always flip. But when you see it in the tape, and we called it, we said, look how weak this thing feels. It feels so weak. Sean called it, runs back to his desk to take the short. Like, good flip on that. That was awesome. And there was another, Watt, okay, Tesla is about to lay off more people. It's actually funny because, you know, Elon mentioned that. Then he said, you know, like he wants to see executives in the office. Absolutely. Like you can work from home after you do your 40 hours in the office. That's what he mentioned. And it's kind of interesting how he's talking about that around the time that he's got to lay off 10% of the workforce. Like that's actually quite a bit of people, but I'm not sure if that's going to go through. We'll see what happens. Time will tell. But yeah, you know, Amazon approaching that 124 area again wouldn't be like, look, this break I kind of love because low a day, but again, same situation. If it kind of bottoms and then rips back up, like I'm not holding this. I'm looking for a quick scalp. Maybe I get the fills this time. Hopefully, we'll keep an eye there. And I don't know if you're looking at anything else, Brad. I'm just here talking about Amazon.
I'm just watching this market crumble on itself, and you know, nothing wrong with you talking about Amazon all day. You know, you're focusing on the hot girl on the street. Why go to a club and try wasting your time with threes when you know you can waste your time with nines and still at the end of the day go home with no numbers and no girls, right? So it's just a matter of knowing what you want to do and taking advantage of those opportunities opportunities over there. So might as well just keep on trying for those number 9 and number 10 girls, because you might just end up getting a number from Amazon. If you don't get a number from Amazon, it's all good, man. You can go home with at least some profits and come back tomorrow. There's going to be every single day on Amazon, at least that's my hope, that every single day will be some banger opportunities on the stock over here. We'll see. Speaking from experience, yes, speaking from experience, first-hand experience every single Friday night. But no, we'll see where stocks go too. Let's move on to some energy stocks over here, because I saw Justin L talking about eyes on energy, crude oil creeping back up, long HUSA CEI. So let's go check out HUSA on NASDAQ. Nope, I always get this one wrong. On Amex. HUSA on Amex, 6 million shares traded today, down 8% sadly. But let's go check out what crude oil is doing then. Crude oil, NM, N22, NM. What is crude oil looking like? Crude's down. Oh, actually flat on the day. Crude still above $100 per barrel. Is that how you say that? Per barrel, right?
Per barrel, yeah.
Per $100 per barrel, still above that price, and absolutely flat on the day. Another stock you mentioned was CEI. I remember trading the stock when it was back above $1, and now, sadly, the stock is still under $1. We'll just have to wait to see when that day comes back into play for these one. Some other energy stocks that we always talk about when talking about energy stocks in general are your Oxys, your Chevrons, and so on. Oxy today with 13 million shares traded, almost 14 million shares traded, down 1.36% on the day. And last but not least, for the sector, let's just look at the overall sector. XLE ETF, which is your energy ETF, pretty much flat on the day, but still looking to be negative as the overall market. S&P 500 pushing right back to that 4110, 4100 levels, and NASDAQ pushing right back to that 12,500 levels. I'm guessing some longs will be coming around those prices.
Yeah, for sure. And, guys, still at the 124 level. And what I look for, actually, is when the offer comes up, when you see some size come up on the offer and it instantly gets taken, and this 124 isn't even being tested, I'm almost telling myself, do I want to reverse to the long here? If we get above 124.50, maybe we get a bounce back to 125. But again, guys, volume's sort of slowing down, which is kind of making me think, if we do break 124, like how much follow through is gonna come, right? Because we're at the level now. There's not a lot of selling anymore on the tape, and if we do break that, where's the follow through gonna come from? I tell myself that I still want to take the break, so I keep my eyes here. But yeah, we'll. What else are you guys trading? Keep us posted.
I'm just looking back right now because they're talking about the Apple trade. So let's quickly go over to Apple. Maybe Apple has a CNBC pump on it, CNBC volume candle, as I call it usually. Not really seeing anything like that just yet, but Apple trying to hold up in front of a nice and even significant number, 145. Let's say 145. Low of the day is actually 145.38. And also, I'm expecting the low or the close of yesterday to be, not when I say yesterday, I'm talking about Friday, obviously, to be around 145 itself. So, notice how we're only up 0.24% on Apple. Apple has been a lot weaker in the market compared to most of the other stocks such as AMD and so on. And I want to talk about Amazon, but more importantly, let's just save Amazon for the guy next to me who's trading Amazon because he might be long.
I am not long, but actually, you know what? I actually got long NEO because I saw somebody call it out in the chat, and I said to myself, I quickly glanced. I think it's at 1890-ish area. And look, it's at low day. The market's tanking. NEO's not making new lows. Coming over to it quickly, let me just pull it up for you guys as I manage my Amazon at the same time. But NEO, look, it kind of made the bottom, flushed down. Now we're popping. We could easily get back above 19, make a move 20 cents higher. So I say to myself, okay, look, let me try the long. We're at low a day. I'm basically going to risk 1880. If we break that, I'm out. And I wouldn't be surprised if we break by 2 cents and then kind of pop back. But look, if we go, we go. And if we do break above 19 here, I actually want to add some more size. So let's keep an eye on this one because this could easily go 20 cents higher, I think. Especially, the market, if it bounces here, even if it moves up 10 handles, I think NEO easily could catch some steam behind this bounce.
Yeah, I just sent that message to our camera guy over there. Or Lucas is the camera guy today, so let's see. It's up to them. It's not really up to us over here. We don't get to pick and choose where the camera angle goes. Maybe if you can try and make the camera of the face a little bit more to the downside than the upside, because people want to take a look at the level 2s and the charts. Maybe to the bottom left side over here. I don't know. We'll just let Lucas do his job. Listen, Lucas got a black belt. I don't tell him what to do. He tells me what to do, right? He tells me, Prad, headphones on. I say, yes, boss. I put both my headphones in. He says, Prad, unmute your mic. I say, yes, boss, and I unmute my mic, okay? I don't tell the boss to do things. The boss tells me to do things. Right, boss? He's looking at me like, Prad, shut up and go back to the stock market over here. So let's do that right now. Let's shut up and go back to the stock market. Tesla did go as low as 703, but not really getting to 700. So buyers started piling in around those same areas as Friday or so. 703.50 was the lower day on Friday. Today's low exactly 703. Okay, 703.05 if you want me to be perfect on that one. But, market showing us some strength right now. AMD did dip as low as 104.50, but now some buyers are also coming in over here for AMD. I already mentioned about the Apple 145 level, Microsoft 269 area coming in for some buyers. I saw a good question in the chat, which was, why is everyone looking at the same thing? Why is everyone looking at Facebook, Apple, Amazon, AMD, NVIDIA, and so on? Well, that's where the volume happens to be right now. Obviously, there's a lot more volume in DD today, doing 204 million shares, NIO doing 49 million shares, but name the last time you saw Amazon doing 85 million shares, right? Tons of eyes on Amazon. Amazon has a special day today. It's like Amazon's birthday in a day, right? You want to treat Amazon like it's his birthday or her birthday or their birthday, and give them that special treatment that they need over there. Liquidity, that's exactly, because the moves are liquid. You can get your size that you want. You can not worry about the risk, because you can instantly punch out for a loser for a little bit of slippage behind it. Whereas some stocks, that sometimes the chat pulls out, the stocks are doing like 30, 40K volume. We try to urge you people to stay away from those 20, 30K doing stocks volume, because there's not enough liquidity in them, especially as Luca always mentions, this market's liquidity is kind of horrible. You want to be scared. You want to be careful with that kind of environment. For example, let's go over to Redbox. Luca, do you have anything?
I'm actually looking to build an Amazon long here. I think we could get a push towards 125 area, but I want to see that 124.50 area hold. I think, it's kind of dropping down below and popping up, dropping down below, popping up. So unless we get a lot of selling that brings us back towards 124, and then you kind of favor the break and look short, I think we could. It's not too much to ask to get that pop, but it really depends on what the market does. As I say that, look, we move lower, and I averaged into NEO, but again, NEO's kind of not my priority right now. I'm going to be patient with that. Maybe I got my orders out. Maybe we get the 20-cent move. Maybe we don't. But again, risking off that low a day, no big deal. We got the NEO. I don't have my fills here for you guys. Let me pull this up really quickly as I get ready. So yeah, as I'm speaking, Amazon going to 124, guys. This is what, you say, oh, why do you guys talk about the same names? On a day like today, it's all about Amazon, right? It's the thing that's moving. It's doing a lot of volume. Everybody's looking at it. So the trade is there. The opportunity is there. So it might sound redundant just saying the same things over and over again. But guys, this is live. We're literally watching this, and I'm saying this in real time. I don't know what's going to happen. Is 124 going to break? It's a level of interest. It didn't break. How many times can it bounce? Is it going to bounce again? Is it going to break lower and kind of flush? So it's really exciting. And, that's why, you have your main stocks that you're looking at, and you want to prioritize, size accordingly and say to yourself, look, the opportunities are here. And then you got your back burner stocks that are a little more slowly. You don't really have to watch them too closely. So, look here, I'm long NEO. My average is about 19. And kind of added here on the break. Now we broke below, but I wouldn't be surprised if we slowly just kind of move up, right? All it takes is the market to bounce just a little bit, and even if it channels and kind of bottoms out and then bounces, I think we could easily get a nice little push up. So, back burner, not really too focused on it, but definitely Amazon level of interest 124. And I mean, like a broken record, I could say that 100 times today.
Yeah, man. One of the comments over here kind of goes along with my previous comment earlier. You know, Amazon's the hot girl at the bar. It's like when you see the hot girl at the bar, you tell your boys, you're like, yo, don't look now, don't look now. There's a cute girl there. All your boys at the same time look around and they, make it bait, right? That's basically what's going on over there. Amazon just has all the eyes right now, all the attention in the world. But, there's some other stocks moving around too. For example, Redbox moving around a little bit. 13 million shares traded on Redbox to the north direction. Once again goes the stock, 8% up today. And trying to hold up at VWAP this whole time. But the relative volume on Redbox is actually low. So Redbox, even though it's up on the day RDBX, the relative volume is less than 1, which is always something that we at least I take a look at when I'm trading stocks. If we were to go compare Amazon's relative volume, it should be pretty intense over here. 1.79 only. Okay, maybe not as intense as I thought it would be, but still Amazon's doing a ton of volume compared to its past. Maybe we can go look at DD's relative volume to kind of explain to you, why we look for the stocks that are doing the volume for the day and has a lot of eyes on it. For example, DD doing 9.94. Anytime a stock does more than a 2, it's for sure in play. So you see Amazon doing 1.79 today, 100% in play in stock. Some of these messages in chat talking about Ape Mafia Club, not sure what that is. Looks like we're getting raided by some Ape Mafia Club members. If that's a ticker you guys want me to pull up, feel free to put the ticker in. But looks like it could be some sort of a crypto pump coming in. So please be careful in the chat, anyone. You want to do your own due diligence over there on cryptocurrencies, or it's for if it's for an NFT or anything, be very careful. I'm not gonna push any of those things onto you. You wanna be able to do your blacklisting, your whitelisting papers, do all the research on it. But it would be nice if you guys would not spam the chat with the NFT related topics over here, because in that case, bears versus bull will have to go a little crazy. And if it's not bears versus bull going crazy, then I'm gonna go a little crazy with the ban hammer. So don't spam NFT pumps in the chat, please. At least not in my chat. This is my chat right now.
It's kind of funny how people like spam these NFT. If the project is amazing, it'll speak for itself, right? And people will say, wow, I want to own this because this is such a great project. But when you got people like spamming, like buy my stuff, buy my stuff, like I tend to say like, no thanks, no thanks. And I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way. It's kind of funny when I see that. It just makes me laugh. But yeah, guys, look at this. I took the long, and I don't know if you heard me. I was like, damn it, shoot. Look at this. I take the long, and it pops up. And I wanted to take more size here, but it was just so quick, so sharp, right to that 125 area. Then I send my order, and I miss the fill. But I think we can get a pop through 125. Like, again, there's, 124 potential bottom, right? And if we get above that 125, maybe we get that push back to VWAP and like kind of sideways before we head maybe lower for the rest of the day. I don't know. But I'm looking to add to this if we can break 125 area with some steam. But again, if we kind of pop and like it instantly gets slammed down, that's the last thing I want to see, right? Like maybe this is kind of, you got the little channel bottom, then it kind of, boom, big green candle. And now where do we go? Where do we go, right? If we break lower and we kind of head back towards 124, I'm out of the long. I'm 24 cents in the money. Nothing crazy right now, but let's see. If we break that 125 right now, add a little bit more to the position, maybe this gets another 50 cent pop. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Like obviously Scalp City over here, I'm not really looking to hold for too long. But the bids are looking a little strong. There's a lot of people buying. There's nobody selling to them anymore. And so, yeah, we'll see where this goes here. I think it's not too much to ask for a 125 pop. But again, guys, see the 13 EMA right here. Sort of channeling. Volume sort of dying, right? So, I mean, we could get surprise volume out of nowhere. This is like obviously day one split, right? It's doing a lot of volume. But if we break lower, break like the 50 cent area and like just go down on a lot of volume, like I'm out, right? But if we kind of break lower and then instantly reclaim that level, and it's just going to do this sort of barcode action before it like makes another move higher, like I want to hold on to this long. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. And yeah, looking back at my Neo position, sort of going sideways, but I'm going to be really patient with that one. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. I mean, if the market bounces, maybe I get the fills. If not, then I take the L. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I hope the market bounces, man. We just created that poll today. Will Amazon ever get under 100? Watch Amazon get under 100 Friday just to prove us wrong. Just to prove us wrong, right? It will be a show to watch right there. But yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, Amazon doesn't go below 100. And if it does, I am literally telling my mom and dad to mortgage the house for the whatever time that this is. It's a joke, but take a mortgage and slam it all onto Amazon, because that would be an impossible trade not to take. I would even have to go as far as do what Tony did: take credit card loans and start buying some Amazon shares over there, because at this point, what is no risk, no Rari almost coming into play. Just got to go long on that stock, man. It is time to, however, send out our boy Luca so he can go make more money back there without us on the show. But Luca, thank you for coming on. Hope you had a great Monday.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I love joining you guys, and thanks for keeping me company and making me stay more patient. I mean, look at these trades. The patience pays. The patience pays. The PAY Shins pays, and we're gonna send you over to Brendo soon. He's gonna give you the midday update, and yeah, thanks again, guys. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, let's send it over to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, 12:30. Let's get you caught up on how things are shaping up so far. We've given it back, pretty much everything. Back to the downside we go, almost break even, in fact, for the S&P here, 0.2%. The Dow, the NASDAQ, hanging on to positive territory, but only just. We'll see what plays out here for the rest of the afternoon, but pretty significant reversal on not much of a reason at this point. 5.5% still positive for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Pretty nice day, really. There was a couple of things of note. CMLS popped up on news this morning to the downside. Little one moving on a FDA ruling, back in positive territory now. But a couple of things of note: energy stocks still holding up a little bit better than the rest as far as strength is concerned, with oil back to the upside. There was also strength in some of the travel names, both the airlines, the cruise lines, and some of the casinos back in positive territory. Remember, with that positive COVID-related news coming out of China, anything with China exposure, LVS and Wynn both having really nice days. But yeah, it's getting tight here. We're back to basically flat for the market, guys. Let's go back to Trader Prad and Ian now.
Yeah, getting real back to flat here. S&P 500, which was up 1 full percent. Wow, Nasdaq's actually in the red now. Nasdaq is down not 1 full percent. Nasdaq is down 0.1% over here. CM, Pratty Daddy. There you go, 0.1% to the downside, and S&P 500 about to get to 0%, which is flat on the day. Very upsetting to see these moves coming in. You guys saw the Amazon long on Luca, which is about to go to flat on the day too. Hopefully it stays at 124 and keeps on bouncing. I know that was a long area that my next co-host had a beautiful long on, and looking good today, my friend, as always, obviously. Man, market struggling right now, absolutely struggling. Here goes Tesla right back to the low of day. I think Ashutok in the chat, yeah, right there, I see your message. Okay, hold up, let me just time this person out for 300 seconds. Any apesters? Yeah, 300 seconds. Any other apesters who want to catch a 300-second ban? Let me know. I got all the 300-second bans to hand out today. All right. Coming back to Apple. Apple, man, is what we're talking about. I think Ashutok wants to talk about where is exactly Apple long positions coming in from. I would say I like the 145 level, but let's quickly go take a look at the daily chart, right? If you go take a look at the daily chart, I think Apple could even go as low as 143 before finding buyers if the market doesn't start showing some buyers coming in right now. So I would personally go long 145, knowing me, and risk the low a day. If 145 holds up, good, I get a good long off it. Maybe we go back to 146, maybe we go back to 147 and rejection starts coming in around the EMAs over here, or even VWAP. If that 145 breaks, I take a 50-cent loss and I move on. That's the risk to reward that I like overall. We're going to enjoy that opportunity on Apple. But one thing you want to keep an eye open for is how the NASDAQ is trading right now. So I think the NASDAQ has another 40-point move to the downside from, well, maybe not from here. From here, we have, another 40-point move to the downside to 12,500. And S&P 500 also has another 10 to 15-point move to go test 4,100 flat.
How's it going, guys? How's it going?
What's up, buddy?
It's an exciting morning or what? Today has been a crazy day. I'll tell you guys right now, the only name on my blotter is Amazon. I've traded Amazon all morning. I'm long again here, 124.10. So we could just quickly look at my my chart here. I got long again. Just same thing as in the morning, right? I was longing off this 124 in the morning, long here again off 124, just risking off that break again. And you know, I started scalping out here. I didn't want to get too greedy. Obviously, the market's kind of pulling back quite a bit, and you know the trend is down right now, right? But it looks like 124 could potentially hold. So I'm just I'm left at 10% of my my position here, and let's just see where this goes. I'll just hold this until it gets stopped out, or it starts to maybe go up to VWAP, and I'll think about taking it out. But yeah, today my Amazon chart has been pretty good. I was getting long in the pre-market. I tried adding here, took off a little bit of risk just because I didn't want that many shares in pre-market. On the big pop here, I scalped out, stopped out for the rest on break even. Then this was probably the best fill of the day for me. I was long. I think my fill was like 124.05 or something like that. The 124 never broke. So again, just kind of scalping it out on the pops. I added here once 126 started to hold above that. So and then scalping that out again. This was probably like my only loss on it earlier in the morning. I tried 127 break, and I don't know if you kind of noticed this today, Prad, but the breakouts on Amazon have been kind of wonky. Like there's been size there, but you have to like take it out like super quick. If you don't get it out super quick, you're probably taking it out for a loss. Like I took the break and then I put my stop and I was like immediately stopped out, but that's okay. I went long again once 127 got reclaimed and just kind of scalping it out. This was, I tried long again, 127. That was like a premature cover, but that's okay. And then on the way down, I had a long bias on Amazon, of course, all morning, right? But then I started kind of getting chopped up as the market was kind of trending down. I tried flipping short here. That was a mistake. So I just kind of wanted to be patient and wait for this 124 again. And lo and behold, I've taken it, and it turned out to be a solid winner.
All right, where are we going to? Maybe today he fails the V-shaped recovery. Oh, they're going after your V-shaped recovery over there. Listen, he doesn't fail. He just keeps on smacking them trades,
yeah,
okay?
We'll see. We'll see. Like the market has kind of broken down the lows, right? So I'm just going to take a quick look at the ES and, you know, the 5-minute chart here. In the morning, it was trading around like this 41.25 area. And that was an area of interest for me just because it was intraday support from Friday. There, right? We have broken down below that now. We are holding above this 4,100, you know, 4,100, nice round whole number. So that could be a level of interest as well. But, you know, I'm managing my risk well on this. You know, I'm sitting in the money like 90 cents, 80 cents off this. So I'm stress-free as well. So, you know, let's see if this market bounces and can carry my position with it.
Yeah, just waiting for some volume to come in across the board. It's already 36 minutes into lunchtime, and the market's trying to go up here. So maybe just possible that the longs start paying up. I know we called out that 124 level multiple times, the morning show, the mid show. So we're just continuing to watch the stock market. Just keep on giving you the opportunities off that level. Right now, I see some of the stocks you guys are talking about. For example, Solar Integrated Stock still, so Solar Integrated Roofing Corporation, SIRC, up about 8% today off the same catalyst across the board from earlier. What SIRC is on what? On OTC, on pink sheets? It is on pink sheets. Okay, so instead of trading, you know, pink sheets over here, I think this one's not even doing that much volume, to be honest. Only 1.7 million shares on a 20-cent stock. That's not enough. You want a lot more volume on it. And you said this was up about 8%. It looks like it's only up 1.5% actually. So, you know, there are better stocks out there for solar catalyst. I'm trying to think about some of the names that I pulled up earlier. For example, SunPower, which is SPWR. We also have Run and a bunch of other stocks in the same area. What is pink sheet? So there's different ways for a stock to go public. Pink sheets is where the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, became famous for manipulating the markets over there and screwing around a little bit. But so what pink sheets are basically where smaller companies can go to bring in money for themselves so they could, you know, raise the capital, raise investment without actually being on the full out stock market itself, such as NASDAQ or New York, because they have some regulations over there. NASDAQ and New York have regulations, and pink sheets is where stocks go to die. That's the graveyard in another way now, right? So if you guys know, back in the day when I believe it was Hertz, when Hertz was going bankrupt, Hertz ended up moving into pink sheets, and then now Hertz is back to being enlisted on the stock market under HTZ, I believe, on NASDAQ. So this stock used to be on pink sheets after going poof and going below $1, going bankrupt, and now they're back up. So it's basically just a graveyard now for dead companies.
Some people are saying, let's take a quick look at BOVESPA. So let me bring that up here. It looks like it's having a nice move today, up 5%. It was up a lot more earlier, right? So it is suffering the same fate as the market here, kind of pulling back with it, but kind of leveling out around $98. I want to quickly take a look at the daily because, you know, when in doubt, always zoom out, and that's where we kind of find most of our levels. 98 looks like it was kind of like this weekly resistance last week where it would kind of break above and couldn't really close above and, you know, show strength above. Obviously today we did do that in the morning, but now we're kind of testing lower, right? So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if this 98 holds. You see it's kind of giving maybe a double bottom. This is a 3-minute chart, so, you know, maybe a double bottom or a, you know, little support there, but, you know, gotta be careful with this market. I saw someone else, I don't want to go long until the market reclaims 41.26. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with buying a stock higher when it makes a new high, right? It kind of gives you confirmation that buyers have stepped up, buyers are entering the market here, and, you know, maybe there's going to be a little bull run, right? So I don't hate that at all. You know, it's hard sometimes to get the perfect bottom buy, and, you know, it can be risky as well because you don't know what you're kind of risking off of, but no, that's a good move there, and, you know, hopefully this keeps going. AMD still higher on that failed low. Let's take a quick look at AMD. I haven't really looked at this stock too much today. Similar move. It is down on the day, so, you know, it is a little bit weaker, right? Still above that 100 level, of course, but this 106 level was the area of interest just because that was the intraday resistance, intraday support from last week, right? So if it can't really reclaim that level and reclaim VWAP, I'd probably stay away from the long side on this one.
Yeah, just looking for solutions to deal with the spammers in the chat. I might just have to start coding some bots over here to deal with this keywords that you know, instantly blocks people. But right now, Amazon getting above 125. Did you talk about Amazon already?
I didn't talk about Amazon just now, but I'm obviously still long here, 124.10.
Yeah, so he's long Amazon, 124.10. He's about to be in the money, $1 full, getting right back to VWAP now, maybe with the help of the overall market. So S&P 500 moving back up, NASDAQ moving back up, and the market's moving back up. So let's see how high can we go over here. What charting software do you use on the show? So this is just our trading software overall. This is called P Pro 8, sponsored by Daytrade the World. If you want to learn more about it, you can go over to DTTW.com or daytradetheworld.com, as Bears versus Bull just now tagged in the chat. My job is going to be a little hard today, Ian, so you're going to have to do a little bit both because I'm going to have to start banning people in the chat over here.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Someone mentioned Tesla, so again, I was kind of looking if the market was going to fail today, if the market was going to be super weak. We were watching Tesla on Friday, right? Tesla was kind of the talk of the town on Friday. We were watching the 700 level, right? It never really kind of tested it early on. I know Elon kind of reversed his mindset over the weekend there. He said he basically reversed his entire comment. So, you know, it did gap up. But, you know, Amazon was weaker on the day, I would say, in comparison to the rest of the market. But look at where it kind of bounced. It bounced I think the low was 701.83, if I'm not mistaken, on Friday there. And it didn't really test. Well, it tested the low, but it didn't really kind of break or test 700. And now, look, we're kind of bouncing off that area, right? So, you know, obviously there's been bigger things to kind of tackle today with Amazon, of course. This was kind of like not on my radar. My main focus was going to be Amazon, and we're going to take a quick back look at that just because I want to see how this is working. And it looks like we're kind of reclaiming 125. The 124 level seems to be the level of the day for Amazon. So, if this can really bounce and, get towards VWAP, then, the long is going to be looking really, really good here. Are you good to take over? You still want to?
Yeah, I can take over here.
Cool.
Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. It's risk off. It's a risk off day. I mean, I'm not gonna, tell you that it's not a risk-off day. If that's what you believe, then 100% go for it. But there's not gonna be opportunities like Amazon every single day of your life. There's not gonna be opportunities like DD every single day of your life. Nor are there opportunities like NIO every single day of the life, right? So I'm not saying you're wrong, but there are opportunities out there. Tons of reasons to be risk on type of day. Tons of reasons to actually be playing around in the sandpit instead of staying indoors and playing on your computer or whatever, right? So that's my opinion on that. I could be wrong. If you don't agree with that, no problem. We'll just move on from that statement. I see Brittany talking about GTLB and COUP, Coupang earnings and GitLab earnings. So more importantly than Coupang, I want to talk about GitLab. You guys know how much I love GitLab. It's a great competitor, GTLB, great competitor for GitLab is I'm trying to GitHub. There you go. GitHub is Microsoft owned. GitLab is a public company. I could see a company such as Google or something in the near future buying them out. I talked about previously wanting to buy some shares at $30 for myself. Then the earnings report comes out and they jump up to 40. Missed out on that opportunity. Tomorrow, having their earnings report come out, I think their earnings report is going to come out good again because it's GitLab. I've been following this company for God knows how long now, and I'm expecting another similar bump such as the last bump GitLab got, GTLB, off the earnings report right here on the 15th of May. So I'm expecting something similar. Earnings report says sometime of yeah, we'll wait to see how this one acts over here for GTLB. And you already mentioned COUP, which is Coupang. Let's go check out what Coupang's last earnings date was and how what Coupang's earnings date was and how it traded last time. And as you guys can see right here, this stock was $377. Overall market mechanics bringing it down to $58. Last earnings report was good, so it popped up to 105, and now right back to that bottom, creating a double bottom, getting ready to push right back to 100 level again if earnings are good.
Derek said a comment just talking about what risk off means. Yeah, the lights are kind of malfunctioning a little bit here. Yeah, no, risk off. Yeah, I agree with that, Derek. There's a couple different meanings, right? Like risk off can also mean on a day where maybe your strategy is not really in play. What you're kind of planned for isn't really coming to fruition, then you would take a little bit of risk off, right? Like maybe you'd size down, you risk less overall of your account potentially, right? Today for me, Amazon, like Luca kind of mentioned, there's not going to be many trades like this that come along, and this is a big company doing a huge split, and it's in the news, right? For me, I was putting risk on for sure on Amazon today, right? Someone wanted to talk about AMC, so I quickly brought that up. So let's take a quick look at that. AMC is considerably weaker today. What I kind of wanted to bring up was the daily, guys. Look at the daily. We talked about the 10 level being a big level, right? 10 has obviously held twice now, but look on this gap up. That gap up, like the Top Gun news and whatnot, it's just faded the entire move, guys. Like we're kind of retesting the 12 area. We might, this doesn't look any sort of this looks weak, very weak, right? So it looks very bearish. I wouldn't be surprised if we test like the 11s and potentially that 10. But that being said, if this comes down to that 10, you better know that I'm gonna have this on my my main watch, and I'm gonna be trying to go long off that 10 level until it breaks, right? But until then, I'm probably gonna be patient, especially since it looks so bearish on the daily.
People in the chat talking about Bros, Dutch Bros. I remember that stock's IPO was an absolute bonanza, was a fiesta, I'm just trying to use words that are not bad at the moment, but it's a fiasco, whatever the fiasco means. That's what that was. Lupe fiasco, that's what that was over there. I'm trying to go over to Bros. So right now, Bros is creating a new high day, moving to the upside. Low on the volume end, sadly, only 600,000 shares traded. Let's go see what it is on the relative volume scale as predicted. Less than 0.5 on the relative volume end. So no real reason for me to take a trade on this position, but it is trying to keep on going higher right now, almost up 3.8% on the day today, and keeps on going. Let's see where Bros can end up at in the next how much longer do we have here? About an hour or so with this show, so we'll see where that one goes. Tushar wants me to talk about TQQ, but my friend, that's what we've been doing this whole time. Every time I'm talking about the NASDAQ futures, I'm talking about TQQ. Every time I'm talking about QQQ, I'm talking about TQQ. The rest of it, it's all relative in that scale. You do the math for that 3%, 3 times leverage math, and then figure out what the equivalent dollar sign number relative is for that. But at the end of the day, when I'm talking about NASDAQ, I'm talking about your TQQ. Just the numbers are different. Just the dollar number is going to be different. That's it. Bot booted and reported. Thank you, Bear. What's up, brother?
No, people are saying talk about AMD. AMD is back. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Like I said, I kind of want to really see this 106 kind of get reclaimed. I think we're still in a downtrend. Compare this to the ES. The ES is in a clear downtrend still. Let's maybe reclaim this like that. I forget who their name is, so my apologies. But maybe if this 41.25, 41.26 area kind of gets reclaimed, then maybe this downtrend is kind of broken, and we can continue to push up. The market was so strong, in the morning, right off the open there. So maybe it had a lot to do with Amazon. And, it probably did have a lot to do with Amazon. But after that, the market kind of consolidated and then just kind of super faded the rest of the morning session there, right? So let's see if this can really be like a true bounce, and we can get the longs going again, right? Tesla back above 712. Let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, you're right. We could potentially test the 715, VWAP area, but ever since it's been kind of tested this 700, it's just trading this channel right between 715 and 700. So I really want to see 715, break out and kind of keep going, right? Amazon, still trading above 125, so I'm not too worried about that one. Unless it starts to really, show some weakness towards 124, then I'll stop out there.
Just funny comments in the chat. Just not even going to bother mentioning them right now. Tesla has positive news that Biden will continue to supplement solar companies. Yes, but okay, maybe I won't say. I'll just move on from that comment. Also, more bans. Unhide? I thought I hit him. Okay, Bears versus Bull hit him. Okay, there we go. Short BA, Boeing. Okay, we're talking about Boeing at the moment. Man, Boeing, how many times have we say this? Too big to fail, the company. Not the shares, the company too big to fail. And every time it goes to the downside, gives you a good dip buy opportunity on the stock. So not too long ago, we did dip to $120. That being said, Boeing is still has to give a ton of flights to, I believe it was DAL. What is DL? Delta? Dallas? Delta? Dallas? Delta. They have to give a ton of flights to Delta and a bunch of other airlines out there. So, and we always mention this point too. There's only 2 big commercial airline makers. Airbus, which is in France, I believe France, and then Boeing, which is always too big to fail in my eyes. So every time it gives you that dip, you just load up some shares and forget about this position. Today on the day, currently, Boeing sadly down 1.6% with almost 4 million shares traded. Not sure what it wants to do. Maybe we go back to the lower day and find some support around there, or at near Friday's low, which happens to be near $130, which is still quite a bit of a move over here for the stock to go down to $130. Right now, I'm watching the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ push to the downside. So with the market pushing back to the downside, the question is, do we find buyers again at the lows, or do we go back into the red territories for the NASDAQ and officially go to the red territory for the first time for the S&P 500 and bleed for the market a little bit more? I have to mention that funny comment right now. So that comment was basically, I don't even know how people mention something like this. Okay, Amazon shares went up only because of COVID, needs to go back down to what it really is worth. That's not necessarily true.
Let's get this straight.
That's not necessarily
one of the biggest
true.
companies in the market.
Like, we're not talking about Zoom video conference. We're not talking about Peloton. We're talking about Amazon.
There's no doubt that Amazon obviously excelled during COVID, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of their business. It's online shopping, right?
No denial.
Obviously, they're going to excel during that time, right? But you can't deny that Amazon
But
is
did
obviously an amazing
Amazon
company.
become a multi-trillion, billion-dollar company during COVID like Zoom and Peloton did?
Exactly, it did not. Right?
No,
it was
right?
already there. It was already there, right?
Yeah.
So it did get a boost. Obviously, like you're not wrong. But to say that it needs to revert back to its to where it deserves to be, I don't say I necessarily agree with that. Twitter, someone mentioned that I've kind of stayed away from this name a lot ever since the buyout happened. I remember trading it the first couple days of the buyout and it being really tough to trade. Just because I think Prad mentioned it earlier. Like there's a lot of headline risk with this, right? Like you never know when some sort of headline is going to come out and you're long and then all of a sudden it just flushes like $1 on you and you're rinsed and you're smoked for the day, right? So I've kind of stayed away from this one. 40 is obviously a level here. Just looking at the daily, that's pretty clear to see. And 35 is probably the bottom of this range, right? But like I said, until like this deal kind of becomes more concrete, I'm probably just gonna stay away from this one for sure. Good time to short Bitcoin. Yeah, not too sure about that. Like Amazon ripped, but then moved sideways for 2 years. Yeah, it was at the same time. Like Amazon, like it was an expensive stock, right? And that's why they did the split to kind of get more buyers and more like maybe volatility into it as well. Similar to like Apple, right? And other companies as well. We've seen Tesla do the splits in the past too, right? And obviously buyers kind of flood into there. So there's reasoning behind these splits. And obviously now it's Amazon's turn. And I don't think Amazon, have they done a split before? I think they've maybe done one.
Maybe, but I've never been in the market before.
Yeah, but before like kind of our time in the market. So this has been exciting and exciting to be a part of for sure.
Yeah, tons of reasons to have risk on type of day, man. Opportunities are dime a dozen today, especially on Amazon. Like we're about to hit 100 million shares traded on Amazon. I
remember looking at it. It was like 950, and it already traded 40 million shares.
Yeah.
It's like
no,
this is no, it did. It was.
No, simply not possible. Because I came in at 9:30, and we were barely at like 20.
No,
simply not possible. Maybe it is. Maybe we both. Maybe I'm the one getting it wrong. Maybe you
I don't
did.
know. It's point is it's done a lot of shares.
It's done a lot of shares. You know what? We can go check right now, just because nothing's really happening in the market. Right? We're pretty slept off in the market here. Let's go to this chart. Let's put it to the first 30 minutes. You said 950, right?
Yeah,
let's
like
put
950, like maybe 10 o'clock now. Push it back a little bit.
So now we're moving the numbers back. So there you go at 10 o'clock. So 9:30 till 10. That's 30-minute chart. 21 million shares traded.
Okay, so I was wrong, but that's still a lot of shares though to trade in
especially
since I was kind of looking because I was trying to prepare for Amazon over the weekend, right? Because I knew this was going to be the trade. So I was kind of preparing, like seeing like what kind of average volume it does, what kind of R vol it does, right? And average volume it was doing was like only 4 mil. Granted, it was like a $2,000 plus stock, right? So it's going to do less volume for sure. But these are kind of things that I was looking at in preparation for this trade.
Yeah, so someone's mentioning, or Sebastian, sorry, I was trying to look for who mentioned it. Snapchat breaking out. This earpiece is so annoying. I'm just going to have to replace this with my earpiece, which doesn't hurt my ear so much. Snapchat apparently breaking out. I'm not really sure where it's breaking out to, what sort of breakout you're seeing. Maybe I'm seeing a wedge pattern over here. We have this over here. We have this over here. Maybe it breaks out of this to the upside. Maybe it breaks out of this to the downside. But the relative volume on Snapchat is almost irrelevant. So Snapchat 0.86. I was going to say 0.3, but 0.8 is actually what it is. Not as irrelevant as I thought it would be, but still irrelevant because less than 1. No moves are coming in for you. Talking about risk off type of day, this is the type of stock that you would be trading if you're talking about risk off type of day, right? So there's I mentioned this a lot of times too, and especially when the boys in the back are talking about, today's not a day to be putting risk on or whatever. And I go, look, there's always stocks to be trading at every single day. Now, if you don't know what stock it is to be trading, or you don't want to be trading, that's on you. That's not the market's fault. But there's always opportunities out there. It's your job to be a sniper and hunt for that opportunity. Sit on top of the mountain, have your sniper rifle out, hunt, and look for the right deer. You can't shoot a doe at a hunting park. It's got to be a fully grown deer. So you better look for a fully grown deer in the market every time you go hunting, instead of looking for these baby does and trying to look for the meat on the baby, right? It's not going to be juicy. It's not going to be meat on the little baby deer. You need a big grown, fully ripe, able to kill legal deer to shoot, such as Amazon today. BBIG being called out in the chat also. Let's go check out what BBIG, Vinco Ventures, is doing. Okay, Vinco, some volume coming into Vinco over here. 8 million shares at the moment being traded. The bids are also getting piled up, but taken out at the same time. The bids just got whacked. Let's see how much higher we can take BBIG here today, which is already up 4.8%.
I'll take over there. Yeah, someone's saying gonna trade Snap tomorrow. I kind of want to mention one more thing about Snap, just that there's like this gap on the daily around 16, right? There's a gap from 16 all the way to 21. So, I'm going to be probably watching this more so. If it kind of pushes up 16, maybe there's like a positive catalyst or something like that in Snapchat. And, it can potentially break out. Like, these are kind of good breakouts that you want to be looking at to take, just because there is that gap. So it's like kind of no man's land, right? It's like there's no sort of like resistance levels above that 16 up until that 21, like known resistance levels, right? So you kind of want to take that breakout, see where the sellers kind of step in, and take your trades like that. Tesla is breaking 715. That's what we kind of talked about earlier. So if it does kind of break out this 715, which is the top range or top of this like sort of consolidation range from the morning, and reclaims VWAP, then that can be a solid bullish trade for the rest of the day. The market is kind of bouncing here. Amazon has reclaimed 125, but it hasn't really kind of pushed 125.50 or reclaimed that level there. So hang tight here. If you are in a long, good for you. Yeah, just make sure that if this does go against you, if the market does reverse, then make sure you got your stops in place.
Someone mentioned BTC miners like Mara and Riot. That's a good mention, actually. We haven't taken a look at. Usually when I do Crypto Watch, I take a look at your crypto miners and crypto holders, such as GBTC on Pink Sheets, or Mara like today we're taking a look at. And real quick, Chris Pereira, welcome to the family. Thank you for joining the member side. We appreciate your support on Trader TV Live. Thank you once again. Coming back to Mara today up 1.5%, but looks like the overall trend is to the downside, even though we are up on the day. Part of this move to the upside could be just because the overall cryptocurrency market has been taken off to the north side. We saw Bitcoin getting above 30K. We saw Ethereum getting back up to 1.8K. This is a USD conversion for anyone who's wondering. BTC USD, Ethereum USD. Sometimes I do take a look at the Canadian one because I am in Canada. But yeah, the overall market pushing up. Coinbase is what I was thinking about, and I was just drawing a blank in my head. Coinbase, what is Coinbase doing today? Actually up 4%, almost 4.5% actually, but getting rejected by $70 right now, which happens to be the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA and the pre-market lows. So it looks like if we reject pre-market lows over here, which we already did earlier, and push back to the downside, that's not going to be a good thing for our homie Coinbase. But the overall S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market are inching their ways to the positives over here, back to positive at least. NASDAQ, which was negative for, no, not NASDAQ. NASDAQ, which was negative for a brief moment, back into the positive right at the moment. Hopefully it stays there and doesn't go back to red.
BOVESPA is still pushing up. It is. It's like slowly kind of grinding up. We talked about this 98 level being a level, and that has kind of held with like a little like double bottom or support level there. So, you know, if this can kind of push up to 100, I'm expecting 100 to be like sort of like a psychological level. So maybe some offers kind of stack up there and you know, it starts to pull back from there. But, you know, the market is looking good right now. It's looking good. It's like starting to slowly kind of grind up. You know, volume has kind of died down, being like sort of like the midday here. And on lunchtime. So, you know, just kind of be careful with your positions and manage them accordingly. I'm still watching my position on Amazon, of course. It still hasn't kind of broken out above 125.50, but that's okay, right? Obviously, you know, we're managing our risk here, and this is a stress-free trade. Let's take a look at what you guys are kind of looking at. What else you guys kind of want to look at? Call it out in the chat, and let's keep this day going. It's been an exciting day here. I'm going to call it Amazon Day because that's pretty much what it was. Yeah, so let's keep this going. Let's take a quick look at just kind of like the big large cap stocks, right? So let's take a quick look at Apple, see if that's kind of bouncing with the market. It's kind of bouncing off 145.50. Last week it kind of looked like 145 was the bottom of the range, maybe 146. So we kind of like are kind of trading around there right now. 150, 150. I remember that being a big level last week. So, you know, if we can get back to there, that would be really, really bullish. But right now it is kind of lagging a bit. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft. I kind of want to see that one too. Haven't really looked at this one today, just to kind of get an update and, you know, looking at all the kind of barometers in the market right now. Bouncing off 269, but it looks like 270 was a level earlier and that kind of broke down. And now we're kind of testing close to there too, right? So let's keep an eye on these ones and see if the market is truly bouncing. I see the ES kind of pulling back a bit on the 5-minute, but Microsoft not really pulling back that much. So, you know, maybe this dip gets bought, and, you know, once all the bulls come back from lunch there, we can keep sending this market higher.
The bulls are hibernating, my friend.
The bulls are hibernating.
Listen, it's bear season now, okay? Summer is no longer winter.
Don't say that. The summer's just started, man.
The bears are waking up out of their slumber, slapping the market to the downside, strike to the market, down to what happened over here? Oh, yeah, I gotta, can you take over?
Yeah, sure. Someone said FB, so let's take a quick look at that. FB is a little bit like weaker on the day. I was actually watching 191 for the bounce. 191 held up earlier, and I think Sean had something similar on his sticky note, like 190, 191. So that bounce worked initially, right? But once the market kind of started to really pull back, that 191 gave a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of consolidation area, but then it just kind of failed. And, you know, now Facebook looks a little bit weaker, heading towards like the lows on the day. The low on the day is 188.40. So we haven't quite breached that yet, but, you know, we did talk about 191 being the support level, which now has failed, right? So, you know, just keep your eyes on that. Bears suck. Yeah, I agree with you, man. We're bulls here. We want to see the market kind of rip in and, you know, keep going, right? Want to see AMD at 150. Yeah, that 100 level on AMD is a huge level, and I want to bring up the daily. I feel like if it ever gets close to that 100 level, you got to play long off that, just because once it reclaimed it, every time it tested after that, it was like 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure if it tested this. This might be like a narrowed wick, but yeah, every time it's tested after that 100 kind of got reclaimed on the daily there, it just bounced, right? So that's a solid play if you are kind of waiting for that.
I'm just laughing at some of the messages from our friends over here. Okay, where are we going over here? Can we see DVN? DVN, where are we going with that one? DVN on New York, maybe? On New York, indeed. 4 million shares on DVN today. Here's DVN. Very flat, absolutely flat, holding up at VWAP. VWAP and 50-period EMA and 100-period EMA all at the same price. DVN, relative volume of 0.66. So nothing's really going on DVN over here. Not sure. Pratt doing ASMR noises? Really? Could you pick up my noises while Ian was on? I thought
That's a little weird, man.
A little weird. little cringe, Pratt. Little cringe. But no, DVN, nothing really going on over here on DVN. Will BABA get to $100 today? Now that's a question, isn't it? You know, BABA was already at $100 at one point, and now we're only about 80 cents away from 100. So I think we can see that. Look at the orders on actually $99.20. Looks like there's about that's an algo. That's an algo on multiple gateways with the exact same size up there. So watch this level get held up over here on BABA, and that's a legitimate size too. And I know that because they've tested that level, the orders filled. And if you don't trust me, I can just scroll down over here, show you that fills that took place on 20s. They tested that level, instantly started propping back up, and there's no, it's impossible that someone is throwing out all the same levels at the same time and they're changing those orders at the same time manually. It's just impossible. Maybe Sean or Neil could do it, but I'm telling you, that looks like an algo layered orders to me, and that's a legitimate order. Now let's see if BABA can use that size and use that size to move to the north side a little bit. As you guys can see, that's already happening. Already 10 cents in the money on BABA. You're talking about wanting to see a $100 level. Now the next question for me is, does this person or does this algo and 99.20 start pushing their orders a little bit higher because they see that they're getting front run over here? They're getting front run by day traders. They're getting front run by some of you people in the chat while I'm calling it out for you. If 99.20 breaks, you take your slippage loss and you move on. But if 99.20 doesn't break, you keep scalping these 10-cent ranges. It keeps on giving you the pop for. And let's say that 10-cent range turns into a 30-cent range for you, 40-cent range for you, back above to 100, which is an 80-cent range for you. Ride that rocket ship, baby. Strap on that booster jets. To the moon we go.
Yeah, what you would want to really see to like kind of set this up as like a super A+ trade is if you know you buy in front of it, so you're kind of front running it like Prad was saying. But then when you see the bid kind of step up, so let's say he was at 99.20, then you see him go to like 99.24, 25, and you know the price starts kind of chasing away from him, and he starts chasing up the price. That's what would really make it A+.
How do you know it's a him, Ian?
Him,
That's
she,
sexist.
Thing, algo, I don't know.
There we go.
Like, here we go. But yeah, you know, that's what's kind of would set it up as an A+, and, you know, trade. And, you know, we're kind of seeing it test back lower here, but, you know, we're just kind of keeping an eye on this. I really want to see if this kind of gets taken out. There, it's kind of getting tested there. If we scroll down, a couple fills there. So, you know, this is what we kind of talk about when reading the tape. So this is what we were always looking for. Thoughts on RBLX? Let's take a quick look at that. Is that NASDAQ, I believe? Yeah. No.
RBLX
NY?
New York, bro. Come on. Roblox?
I haven't taken a look at it in a
Come
while there.
on,
So let's take a
man.
quick look.
Does this guy even trade Roblox? Come on,
Okay,
man.
Roblox is up 1.5% here today, but kind of just looking at the daily, it is in kind of consolidation. Maybe this is like a little bullish wedge off this like 20 bottom here. So, you know, it looks like it could potentially break out if it starts to really like reclaim like 132, 32 and 34.
132.
Oh man, was it ever
It
up
used
there?
to be there. It used to be up there.
That was a long time ago, but yeah. Let's see this like really claim like 32 and 34 for it to really kind of break out and be bullish.
We have some big news coming in for you guys. So let's throw it over to Sean to give you guys an update over here.
Big news.
Big
All right,
news.
I like the throw. I like the energy. But yeah, just recently decided. We just had a little meeting there. I threw out the idea. This is for you guys. Hopefully this sticks. Well, it's going to stick. We're already doing it. And it's a new segment, Prad. And it's going to be called Tuesdays with Tony.
Okay.
So we'll do some backflips. Tony will be coming on the show with Neil and myself at 2:45 on Tuesday. And then we're going to be planning to have a couple different guest trader segments, things like that happening at 2:45. So hopefully we can get Tony on your show as well there, Trader Prad. But it's going to be Tuesdays with Tony, sponsored by Day Trade the World, coming up starting tomorrow. So join us at 2:45. Before we go, and again, in said meeting, I just want to thought, if you can come to my screen quickly, perfect. Missed this opportunity to get out of Amazon. Like, I cannot believe it went all the way down to 124. We're still short at 129. So we're still $4 in the money on this Amazon trade. Our best out was 126.30. We talked about this with Luca. As soon as 126 broke, it was floodgates to the downside. Really silly not to have an order down here at the bottom of the day. Should have been there, didn't have it. Hopefully we'll be able to still hold out for that bid. We got one there now. And then still short Apple from the morning as well. Came back from said meeting and just took a piece out as we're dancing around the 50 period. But you're not here for that. You're here for some more ideas. So let's give you some right here. I really like Facebook. We just put the brake on. If it still needs to go, guys, but it needs to basically get back to here. 190.50. If Facebook can take 190, we tested the long. I didn't even realize we got in and out of this one. Okay, but we did test the long at 190. 190 and out right away for about a 30, 40 cent hit. We still are positive. We're going to try to go long right here on Facebook if it breaks higher, 190.30 or so on a break higher for Facebook. I mean, the market's coming down, so I wanted to come on quickly in case the market bounced back up. That's not happening. I also do like a 106 on AMD. I feel like that started to climb back up. We liked the 106 in the first place. Normally we would have been sitting here defending that, but like I said, we weren't here for the break either. So AMD to the downside right now. But if I like the 106 break long, you got to like the short up here as well at 105.60. So a few trade ideas there, AMD and Facebook. We like it, but the big announcement, Brad, you're 100% right. It's Tuesdays with Tony there. That should be coming through starting tomorrow. Get his trade ideas, get what he's looking at, and maybe he'll give you one of those steals like he did before with Unity Software.
Yeah, back in my high school, I went to a private school, so we had like uniforms and everything. But a couple Tuesdays, the principal would pick us to. They would call it Toonie Tuesdays. You would put a toonie in the jar. We take all the collections and give it to a charity and everything. So we got the opportunity to dress down, and we called it Toonie Tuesdays. So I guess this is going to be Tony Tuesdays instead. It's going to be a great time to see my boy Tony on the show. Obviously, he's going to be sitting next to me while I'm going to be trying and trading and making some money. So hopefully he doesn't hinder me in that process a little bit. Well, hopefully it won't
It's
rub
probably
off
going
on
to rub
me.
off on you, let's be honest.
Give me some
Tony's
bomb
the
trades
man.
and whatnot. So, we'll see what goes on. Excited to have Tony next to me over here. Obviously, it's going to be a different show, but we'll see what happens. It's going to be a great time. Stay tuned. More exciting, more fun stuff coming out just for you guys over here at Trader TV Live, man. Every day we're coming up with new ideas, new ways to entertain the chat. Not only entertain, but also educate them with some proper trade ideas. For example, that long at Amazon from 124, baby, called out from the morning show. Sean called it out, Neil called it out, even Luca called it out. You saw this guy have that 124 long. You saw me have that 124 long. You've seen a scalp shorts all day. I don't know what else we can ask. What else we can do for you over here. So tons of opportunities, and we're showing you exactly how to take advantage of said opportunities.
And because of that, guys, let's call it out. Let's get some more likes here. Let's get some more likes for Tony. Let's push it to 2,000 before the closing day, the closing show starts. We're at 1.8. So we're almost there, guys. It's been an exciting day. We're calling out these trades for you. There's some money plays to be had for sure today. So let's keep it rolling, guys. I loved how when we made that announcement, everyone started going off about Tony. I'm a huge fan of Tony. I gotta say, he's just such a good guy, and I'm glad you guys really like him. And he's gonna have. It's gonna be exciting to have him on the show on Tuesdays. There, I'm sure all the Tony-isms, all the Tony nicknames are going to come out in full force, so that's going to be something to watch for sure. Amazon, I'm just kind of watching that still. Amazon, it was trading between this range of like 125 to 125.50. It's kind of slowly breaking down here, but that being said, like, I know the market is kind of pulling back more and, testing closer to the lows, but Amazon isn't really doing the same, like, kind of move. Like, it is pulling back, like, don't get me wrong, but it's not pulling back with the same sort of momentum, right? So if the market is going to still bounce and hold these lows and, make a higher low potentially, then, maybe Amazon starts to push up and really kind of test, like, back VWAP and higher, right? So, I'm comfortable with this trade and, let's keep it going. Hopefully some buyers step up after the lunch hour here.
What the heck was that message from our viewer? I'm going to have to Google to see what that even means. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're getting banned.
Disciples of Tony.
Have you checked SOUN today? No, we have not checked SOUN today. Let's go check out SOUN. 1.3 million shares traded today so far, down 36%. Oh my, what is this? Sound AI or something? SoundHound? I think this is SoundHound, right? No, it's not. Okay, this is Sound Dimension. Okay, I got this wrong. SOUN. It is SoundHound. Okay, I got it right. SoundHound AI down 38%. What's the news for this to happening? Working with Square on voice ordering technology. This is from May 19th, so that's a long way out. Wait, what day is it today? This is June 6th. Yeah, May 19th, long way out. Not really seeing what catalyst caused the stock to go to the downside this drastically, but gives me an opportunity to explain something that happens on stocks every time they go more than 10% to the downside. Haven't really found a single stock today that was down more than 10%, but now we are looking at one. Actually, that's a lie. I think I saw one down 40%. Anyway, anytime a stock is down 10% or more, it goes on SSR, which doesn't mean that a stock is impossible to short. You can still go short, but this mechanic, the system makes it a little bit harder for you to short the stock. So you cannot just take off the liquidity off the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher in order to get your short fills. So as the stock is going down right now, it's going to be hard for people to get short. The only people who can punch the bids are people who are long previously, either from up here or from below here, from maybe from all-time lows at $4.20 and so on, and some stops getting triggered to the downside. So those are the only exits that you're seeing right now to the downside, allowing the stock to go more further to the lower. You do know, get out of the Bitcoin. I'm only going to say this once. Ooh, so looks like Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe Satoshi's brother, Satoshin, coming in, warning us about BTC a little bit. Thankfully, BTC back above 30K today. We'll see what happens when BTC goes to zero, or if it goes to zero.
Someone's saying let's take a quick look at PayPal and Ford, so I will do that for you now. PayPal looks like it's having a decent day, maybe like an inside day like you guys have kind of been saying, just kind of consolidating within a range. Looks like 88.50 to like 89. Just going to kind of take a look at the daily, and it's just been slowly grinding up ever since the market has been kind of bouncing since a couple of weeks ago there. But it looks like maybe like 75 or 74 was like the bottom area, and now we're going to test 90. But kind of looking back to like 95 areas, probably like the last like kind of high there. So, just look for there to kind of be some sort of bigger resistance. So let's take a quick look at Ford. Kind of the same movement, kind of consolidating today. Hasn't really been doing much. Again, lower volume, so probably something we wouldn't look for the day trade today. Made a nice short if you caught that, but again, kind of just consolidating ever since then. So not a lot of movement, but the levels on the daily still kind of remained that we've been talking about, like 1250 to 12 area as a support, and it looks like 14 is probably a potential resistance here. The tops from last week and the bottoms from that was like beginning of May, end of April area. That was like what the level back then 14 was. So look for that to be a resistance that holds, and if that kind of breaks out, then we could be looking a little bit more bullish. That's for sure. AMD picking up below 105 here, so let's take a quick look at that. We talked about 106. It hasn't made that low, a new low yet, and the market is still kind of holding the lows here. So maybe this does kind of bounce, and more buying kind of starts to step in, but the market is kind of pulling back for sure, and we are potentially going to test the lows again.
Well, the market's kind of sleeping, being a little resident sleeper, as the gamers put it out there. I want to take a second to talk about the game yesterday, the NBA game. Did you watch the NBA game by any chance?
I didn't catch it. No, I didn't get a chance to watch it. But I saw what happened though, and Golden State tying up the series.
Yeah, Golden State tying up the series.
Make it a little bit interesting. We'll see.
Scripted, man. Scripted.
Yeah,
scripted. If we go to Game 7, it's scripted. Like this is ridiculous.
They're trying to sell these games.
They're trying to make money over here. Like, what's the commissioner's name now? I forget the commissioner's name now.
I forget his name.
Adam Silver,
Adam
something.
Silver.
Yeah, he's legit going broke or something. Like he's selling NFTs. He's doing whatever, scripting games.
But you know what though? Like since he's kind of
games
taken
are scripted
over,
at this point.
Since he's kind of taken over the NBA, like you guys can probably agree. Like it's become like a better show. I think like. It's become more entertaining.
Yeah, I wonder who the writers are, I wonder who the writers are. We might need to hire these writers for our show a little bit over here. Not like we need them or anything, but this sounds so rigged. It's fun though. It's fun watching these games. I had great fun betting on them. I went 9 for 11 on my prop bets, but I lost all my parlay bets. So I basically broke even on the day. Didn't do too much over there. I know Sean had some winning bets. Sean made a hundo, baby. Let's go, Sean.
Let's go.
Sean's flashing the hundo in front of my face.
Let's go.
Hey.
Canadian one.
Yeah, that's the Canadian 100. So it's a little plastic over there. It's the Canadian. Okay, if you ask me who this person is, I'm not going to be able to tell you that. written on there. Okay, I'm trying to read on there. I don't know who the person is still. But yeah, nice little $100 bill. Oh, wrong camera. A plastic one too. You know, I can try to rip it for you. You wouldn't even rip. That's the beauty of our notes over here in Canada, man. We love the plastic money at the moment.
Yeah, brown bill's the best. Red bill's okay. You know, green bill's
You're
okay.
broke.
Yeah, you're broke. Anything lower than that, you're in trouble.
All right.
Let's see what you guys are looking at. Let's keep calling out some tickers, guys.
Thoughts on Uber?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Uber. You know, Uber was on the watch list. Whoop, that's the wrong. There, let me bring it up. There we go. Yeah, Uber was on the watch list earlier today. Some people were kind of calling out some breakouts on it. It looks like it's been kind of just consolidating between like maybe like 24.50, 24.40 area up to the 25.40. So about $1 range on it. So this means that you kind of have to really be disciplined with your outs and your risk management. So you know, kind of just keep that in mind. My daily chart isn't Affirm. Yeah. So let's take a quick look at that. I'll bring it up.
Affirm's cracking to the downside right now.
A lot of selling volume coming in there. It broke below 24. So this is new lows on the day. So, you know, is there a reason for this? I'm not too sure, but
it's got to be a news drop.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of news drop because that was like a lot of buy now, pay never. Yeah, no, now it's just like, it's really like pushing the lows, guys. So obviously something's kind of happened here. So just kind of be careful if you are in the long.
Yeah, and Sean just beside us said that they just confirmed the buy now, pay never business model and hence the news drop coming in. Biggest volume of the day, as you guys can see. It's pretty rare that stocks have a big big volume candle later on in the day unless it was very news driven. So we'll wait and see what happens over here. As I pop my head back over here real quick to see if they're talking about anything. Bank executives tout resilience of cycles and so on. So not really talking about a firm by or any chain or anything. Sorry? Chat. I'm looking at the chat. Nope. Apple says Apple Pay getting pay later functions. Okay, so Apple's trying to mess with Affirm over here, looks like, as they already tried to do with Square earlier. If you guys remember how they said they wanted to go into that business and then Square kind of dropped, but then they also came out with recently about the partnership with Square, and then Square kind of had a little bit of a bump up. Maybe Affirm could also come into that idea of you know, working with Apple now, but who knows? We just have to wait to see how this article comes out. But Neil put it in the chat. Oh yeah, Apple's having a live event. I forgot about that. I need to have that up at the moment. Apple unveiled Apple Pay Later, allowing people to split the cost of Apple Pay purchases into 4 equal payments. So basically another way for companies to introduce buy now, pay never later, and Apple better not go into that problem too much because we saw what happens with Affirm into that problem.
Yeah, and it looks like Apple did kind of make an up move on that announcement there, and you know, it hasn't made a new low, so maybe this is kind of the turning point for the market. Maybe Apple is kind of going to bring the market back up here and, you know, push it back to VWAP and the longs can really start to move. I was watching Amazon on the side there as it was testing this 125.50. It reclaimed 125 and now it's kind of trading back within that range, right? You know, I really want to see it break out 125.50 and show some real buying above it, some real buying momentum to pick up above it. And, you know, we can potentially push to like 126 and 127. The high of the day was 129. It looks like, you know, a few of the guys had this short there. I know Luca was trying to short it. Sean had his short there. And I know Neil was kind of shorting the tops as well. So that was a good play there if, after you kind of caught the long in the morning. Yeah, now hopefully that the long will be back in play and we could at least reclaim VWAP. Let's keep pushing, right? Like I'm $1.25 in the money right now. I'm not trying to make any decisions on this trade here. I'm just kind of chilling and letting it play out during the lunch hour. You know, let's see if we can break this consolidation area.
Someone mentioned Yang on the chat. Yang, please. It looks like Yang's actually a 3 times leverage ETF of Chinese-based stocks, Chinese ADR stocks, 3 times bear base. So every time China stocks go up, this one's supposed to go down, and if China stocks are going down, this one's supposed to go up. And as you guys can see, it looks like Chinese stocks at the moment are coming off a little bit. Let's go make sure if that is true, that statement. And yeah, NIO, BABA, and everything else have been coming down slowly, but still up on the day. So hence Yang has been going up but is down on the day overall, down almost 8%. And this is your 3 times leverage ETF, almost like those TQQs, not almost, it is like the TQQs and your SQQs, which is the 3 times leverage ETF of the QQQ. And S stands for short, T stands for long, and they just move along with the overall market. For those of you who find QQQ to be a little expensive, you can move over to those 3 times leverage ETF, but these ETFs start teleporting across the board when a big move comes into play. So that's why I try to stay away from these stocks. I can manage my risk better with QQQ directly or SPY directly on the ETF side, and not worry about these teleportations and the level breaks that come in around these ETFs, these 3 times leverage especially. But that's just my opinion. Depends on your trading style, depends on how much size you're moving and how much size are able to come into that filling category. Luca probably can talk to you about that a little bit more tomorrow, maybe if he comes on. But right now, Brandon also put in watch Shopify too on Apple News about to order tracking ability. So Shopify might also get hit a little bit with Apple. Man, Apple really planning to disrupt the world with almost every single thing, man. Apple's the monopoly over here, at least trying to be the monopoly of everything. Payments, technology, what's next? I know we know
Cars,
fitness.
maybe?
Cars is already in that business,
Yeah.
So, eventually, we've seen companies like Apple become too big and then get broken down by the government for running, too much of a monopolized business. So maybe that could be something eventually, but we don't have to worry about that for another maybe 10, 15 years.
Yeah, someone said if we can take a look at AMC. We took a look at it earlier, but I'll bring it up again. AMC is having a bit of a weaker day. I'll zoom out here so you guys can just see like the full intraday movement here. It is clearly trending downwards and kind of broken below this 12 area, which was kind of holding up earlier in the day. We did talk about how bearish the daily kind of looks on AMC after that news there with Top Gun, after they had that big weekend. But again, still kind of looking at this 10 level to hold up when it gets there. In that note, I want to bring up GME as well, just to see if that's kind of making a similar move, and lo and behold, it is. Again, but looking at the daily, it's just kind of consolidating in a range as well, like between like 140 to 120. I know we were kind of trading it on this up move, but since then the momentum has kind of died down. So there was a lot more areas to kind of put your money towards today, just with everything kind of going on with Amazon and whatnot. So that's probably why we haven't really taken a quick look at these to trade them. But definitely kind of trending lower today. Someone said BABA, so let's take a quick look at that again. BABA is still kind of slowly grinding up. That 98 still holds, but I really want to see this $100 kind of breakout and show some strength above that. The market's still kind of consolidating, hasn't broken new lows, but hasn't really made a new high yet. So since about noon there, that 1155 was the last high, so to speak. So until that kind of starts to break out and volume starts to pick up, then the longs would be in play then. But since then, we're still kind of consolidating in this tight range.
Yeah, I'm just stalking Sean's Instagram over here because Bears versus Bull put in his Instagram link. So make sure you're clicking on that links that Bears versus Bull is throwing out over there. My guy's working hard while he's trading stocks. He's also moderating the chat for you guys, trying to keep it a nice, safe environment for everyone in the community. This is Sean's nice little, he put a good quote over there. He put a Nelson Mandela quote. He also put in what he believes that, nothing is worth in life unless you're taking risks. Hey, man, this is why I'm here. My mom always says, it's too risky of a job, Brad. Maybe go back to working in IT.
What did you
No,
start
Mom,
saying?
we're not going to do that no more. We're going to continue staying here. We're going to keep living this lifestyle because no risk.
No Rory.
No Rory, Mommy.
Yeah,
no
let's go.
Rory. That's right.
I like that a lot. No risk, no Rari. There's only 2 seats in a supercar, right? So
it's for me and my imaginary friend, baby.
Yeah, me and my imaginary friend.
That's it.
My imaginary girlfriend. No, I actually have a real girlfriend. We already found that out.
I never met her. I don't know who you're talking about. I've never met this person.
Come on. Anyways, guys, yeah, let's keep it going here. Let's keep what? Oh no. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the market kind of going here, and let's see if we can get some momentum back into the market. The volume has kind of died down for the past hour or so, but let's see if it kind of picks up into the closing here. Let's see what you guys want to look at. Bob through 200. Yeah, that's going to be a while. That's for sure. How is the wedding in India?
How's the wedding in India? Oh, my parents are not leaving yet. They will be leaving soon. How the heck did you know? Maybe I said it. I've said it. They'll be leaving soon. It's not even a wedding.
That's a good testament to our viewers.
The wedding is in December. The wedding's in December. I'll be going to the wedding. You know, it's my younger brother. I have to be there. But no, soon my mom and dad will be leaving to India for the engagement and whatnot. So that means party at Prad's house. Hopefully my mom's not watching. No, all fun and games aside, party at Prad's, exactly. Everybody in the chat already knows. Right now, man, market's trying to move up a little bit. I'm watching AMD on my second screen, getting elevated over here from the low of the day. So low of the day, 104.50, sorry, 104.25s. And now we're at 105.65s on AMD, getting ready to go test the 50-period EMA and the 100-period EMA and VWAP, all of them pretty much next to each other, 106 to 107. Let's see how far AMD can go up here to the north side. Along with AMD, I'm pretty sure Ian already mentioned the Tesla trade from 703 bottoms, which also happens to be the low from Friday. The 703 area is coming in clutch one more time, giving you multiple dollars per share in the money for Tesla. And the overall market, which is the S&P 500, not really breaking out the consolidation range high near 4130, let's say 4130. Once it breaks 4130 to the north side, I think then we actually can say the longs are in, but we are not doing that just yet. And for the NASDAQ, you know, I would even say the same thing for NASDAQ, somewhere near 12,600, but I would say 12,620. Until we break 12,600 to the north side and start tickling the 50-period EMA, the 100-period EMA, the VWAP, and so on, I don't think you know, the longs are in just yet. But a good thing to notice is a higher low for both the markets. Let's also go look at two other markets real quick, which is your IWM Russell 2000. We do know some of the stocks that are being added to the IWM Russell 2000. I'm drawing a blank right now as to what stock it is. MULN being added to Russell 3000 and 2000 indexes, and we have some stocks being added to the S&P 500 rebalance that's coming up on the third Friday of this month.
Yeah, no, that's going to be an exciting day. June 17th, it's like the quad witching day. You know, should be some increased volatility that day, and, you know, some potential big trades to be had. So, you know, we're going to keep our eyes out for that. In case you guys missed it there, Sean put in the chat, he's long AMD now. So a lot of buying did come into AMD, and, you know, the market could start pushing up here. So let's see if AMD and, you know, the likes of Apple and Amazon can really kind of push this up. I'm seeing Amazon kind of testing this this previous high here. Or sorry, that was Apple. And I'm looking back at Amazon. It looks like it has kind of reclaimed this 125.50 and, you know, is kind of breaking out that that consolidation range and potentially contest 126, right? So if this starts to really kind of push the market up and bring the market up, then, you know, look for the market to really make a true bounce and for the longs to really start pushing in that direction. Affirm shorted on the Apple news. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Affirm just to see the aftermath of that that announcement there. And so it looks like that 24 level broke. And look at this, guys. Like, we can see that the 24 must have been like a strong level, because when it retested, it rejected, right? So all you had to kind of do was take that short, risk off of like maybe these lows here, so like 24.20 area, and then, you know, you're riding it down to the short side and see if test the new lows on the day, right? So if you had that short, good for you and congratulations.
Yeah, man. The problem for me about the Apple getting into that buy now, pay never business is you know, we've seen it happen before multiple times. We saw it happen with the housing market. We saw it happen with the Firm and Peloton. We saw it happen with the Firm and Amazon too a little bit. So that's part of the reason why I don't really want Apple to get into that business, because then you're going to have a lot of people who can't even afford Apple products trying to buy Apple products and then start defaulting on them. You're going to have inflated Apple numbers probably in the future because of people who are going to be trying trying to do this payment stuff, and then I don't know how the repos on them are going to work. I don't know how any of those are going to work. So it's very confusing for me in my head a little bit. I guess the only thing I can do is wait for that the play to play out and see how it plays out, see how it unfolds in itself. But I just don't want Apple to ruin a part of their business by trying to expand and going into new areas of revenue and so on. But right now, man, I think our boy Ian already mentioned this crazy move on Amazon coming in, AMZN, all the way back to $126. That long at 124, you're still holding it?
I'm still holding it, yeah. So if you want to throw it over me, I can talk about it because I just kind of moved my stop up. So I was kind of waiting for this consolidation range to break out and show some buying above it. Now that it has, I moved my stop up to the next level. Now I've secured my profits, and now this truly is a stress-free trade, right? Because now I know how much money I'm going to make on it at the very least. And let's see if we can keep this move going, right? With the market bouncing, obviously Amazon tested 129 there earlier in the day. I don't know if it's going to get there again. That would be amazing if it did. But yeah, I'm going to keep holding this, and let's keep it going to the moon, guys. I'm $1.80 in the money. I know a few of you guys have the long in as well. So let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep pushing it higher.
Sean actually put it in chat. They already have a credit card. So, okay, maybe they already have been doing this for a while, and I didn't even know that they have a credit card. That's something that I'm learning right now. Did he say buy now, pay never? Yeah, that's like a joke that Sean's come up with a while ago. This was back when a firm was like in the hundreds of dollars, and then we find out that Peloton buyers are not even able to pay their bills. Go Facebook, says Sean. So let's go check out Facebook right now. Metaverse waking
Facebook
up.
making a move.
Okay, Metaverse.
Facebook making a move here. Pushing 191. That 190 break was clean. Yeah, let's send it over to Sean because a lot of buying coming in.
All right, here we go, guys. There it is. Let's go. Drop down that cash. Start jumping around a bit here. As there goes Facebook. We took that 190 bid. We talked all about that. The only thing that's not, I got to get a piece out right now, as that is rocking. Let's go to the upside. A nice little $1.10 in the money. We just took that trade. Boom. Good one for me there. Wow. Now we're rocking right now. Look at this AMD trade. The AMD trade is not working out as much as that Facebook trade did. That's why you got to sometimes take both to make sure that you're right on at least one of them. Facebook, $1. What is up? Maybe there's news on Facebook. This is an absolute beast of a move right now. Wow, we were going to do Amazon for trade of the day. Maybe it's Facebook. Facebook blowing to the upside. AMD going now. Facebook $1.70 now in the money. Apple $2 in the money. That's ripping. We are now out of our Amazon as well at 125. Wow, what is up with Facebook right there? I wonder if there's almost news on that one. A nice move upside. We're $2 in the money here, Ian, on this Facebook trade as that just ripped up to the upside right here. So yeah, we're liking life and we're loving trading. So back over to you guys. The fun does not stop. 20 minutes and we'll take this show over. Let's go, guys.
Users can now track their MetaQuest fitness stats on their phone with the Oculus mobile app or Apple Health. So it looks like Apple, Facebook, kind of teaming up over there to boost the Oculus sales and so on. And obviously we know how the metaverse is going to be in the future. I'm excited for the metaverse. I know some people are still iffy about it. I'm excited for it. I'm a gamer, right? So Facebook popping up off that news, most likely Apple popping up off that news too. So let's go check out what Apple is doing real quick. Apple not really moving the way Facebook or AMD is, and Sean already mentioned that. So RIVN SEC filing. So RIVN having some news catalysts over here. Looks like markets actually waking up across the board. RIVN getting ready to push down a big negative volume candle on RIVN over here. Rivian, you guys saw that big positive candle on Facebook off that news, and this market is getting heated, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, guys. Honestly, I'm about $2 in the money now on Amazon. Facebook made the huge move, kind of woke up the market. Let's keep it going, guys. This is an exciting day. The Bulls are back. The Bulls are back. The Bulls are back. You said the Bears are coming? No, man. The Bulls are back. Let's go.
Yeah, Bears versus Bull. It's our moderator's name, so at the end of the day, it's got to be Bears versus Bull all day. You know what? It's a little bit of a kangaroo action, if you ask me, right now. We've jumped up, we jumped down, we're jumping back up. Market's confused as to what it wants to do. Someone in the chat said, you know, Amazon hype could have been all the reason why the market went up, and now we're testing bottoms. We could speculate on the reasons why all we want, but more importantly, what trades can we find through that speculation? For example, that Amazon long 124, the S&P 500 futures long from the 4100 level. You could have given a 10-point risk if your risk allows you to give it a 10-point risk. You could have gone long here. I mentioned if 4130 goes off to the north side, then we are actually in a good long territories for the market. If you took the breakout of that, you would have already been 4 points in the money. Not like 4 points in the money in the futures or anything to be happy about, but still 4 points in the money. I also mentioned 12,620 breakout long, already 20 points in the money on the NASDAQ futures if you took that. You could have taken that trade on QQQ. You could have taken that trade on SPY. You could have done it across the board. So markets showing us some opportunities once again. It is about to be the end of the time for Ian and I in about 20 minutes or so, but I'm just happy that, you know, usually there's nothing happening until 2 o'clock, but right now, excitement.
Excitement, guys. And it seems like some buyers have really stepped up and kind of pushed this market. And we are testing VWAP now on the likes of Amazon. We're testing the VWAP on Facebook. So I was kind of watching to see how that's reacting. It looks like it's kind of broken out, right? So this is the candle where that news kind of came out. Obviously, a lot of buying came in. But look, there was a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of profit taking maybe at VWAP. But now we have kind of pushed above, right? So this is what we want to really see if we are in a long position. I'm sure Sean is really liking this one. And we are kind of pushing up higher. Taking a look at the ES here, a lot of volume came in, and we are going to test VWAP soon as well, right? So, you know, look at this 4140 area for potential profit-taking area, just because that was like where the sellers kind of really stepped up. But, you know, until we get to there, let's see where this can go, and you know, see if the longs can really be in play. I just want to take a look back at Amazon just to see how that's kind of reacting. And now that is kind of reclaiming VWAP as well, right? So we struggle with 125.50. That's broken out. You know, we secure profits on there. Now it's kind of reclaimed 126. So if we can really start breaking out 126.50 and testing 127, then we're going to just be looking a lot like a good trade here on Amazon, and we're going to be really loving this one.
Yeah, I think, what was it, Sean or Luca? I forget who mentioned the 130 level on Amazon. A lot of options are going to be on there. A lot of people are probably writing calls and whatnot. So I'm trying to go over to Yahoo Finance right now. This is my only way I can check out option chains. You know, I don't really pay for any option change tools, and this is a good way for some of you guys to know how to take or find out how to take a look at option chains and so on. See where the volume is for the end of this week. So end of this week would be June 10th, the Friday of this month. Let's go to the volume. So on the volume base, you'll see most of the calls were written or options were gone at the strike price of $130. So that's the idea over there that Sean and Luca were talking about, that price. And the 150 then will come into play. 140 will also come into play on the north direction. I'm supposed to be buying some shares of on my own over here, and I don't know why I didn't just have a order at 124. You know, I know the answer, right? Because I'm on this show. So after I'm done with this show, I'm gonna go buy some shares for my own account of Amazon. And like I said, man, I'm giving Amazon all the way till the break of $100. If I'm okay with holding Palantir X amount of dollars against me, it's a no-brainer long for me on Amazon.
Snap is going off here, guys, and I don't know if it's going on with sympathy with Facebook, but it's really pushing it. Just broke out 15, so it's made like $1 move off this. This is insane. A lot of buying coming in. Not too sure what happened, but if you caught this long, congratulations. Looks like a big one, right? Don't chase the move, guys. Just make sure you don't chase the move. Don't FOMO into this trade here unless you see something kind of pop up. But yeah, strong move here for Snapchat.
Throw it over to Brendan over here to see what's going on.
All right, it would appear anyways, guys, that some of these moves in social media stocks and also, I mean, Snap, you just mentioned moving because Apple not updating anything on their privacy. Remember, going back to the App Store, remember this was an issue earlier in the year for a lot of these apps being listed in the App Store. So not talking right now about any additional changes coming to privacy from WWDC, guys. So a lot of these appear to be going on that.
Then yeah, it looks like Snapchat's taking off. We saw Facebook taking off over there. Ooh, I'm typing in the wrong box. Let me fix that. There we go. Facebook's taking off. Man, what a long. I saw Sean say, what a time to be a bull. Yeah, buddy, multiple dollars in the money pouring into our pockets. It is a great time indeed. Apple right now not really moving the way Facebook and Snapchat are. Even though it's an Apple event, Apple's not moving around the way some of the other stocks. So obviously the news for those stocks are heavier, but I'm just happy seeing Apple stay positive, just not for my long-term account. That's still a little upset for me.
Someone said Baba broke 100 and
Ooh,
it did,
let's
right?
go.
So a lot of things really coming into fruition here. Like a lot of things really pushing up the market. Obviously off of this news with some of the large caps there. But yeah, Baba looks like it's breaking out a bit 100 here. Could be consolidating, trying to figure out what it wants to do. So, just kind of be patient with this. But yeah, VWAP is right there, guys. So if you are long and you took 100 break long, just keep in mind that VWAP is there and some people might be trying to like unload their shares in front of VWAP there. The market has made the bounce here. I'm trying to watch a lot of the large caps and see what they're kind of doing. Like Prad was saying, Apple hasn't made the same similar sort of move, but it has gone up, and it is potentially creeping towards VWAP as well, right? So a lot of things really kind of come into fruition here, and a lot of buyers really kind of stepping up. So let's see if the momentum can keep carrying into the late day there and into the closing show.
Man, it's like Sean's complaining over here. All I hear is, so what? Are you happy? Yeah. Why are you complaining then, my guy? Don't complain, you're making money. He's cashing out over here. Cash me outside. How about that, says Sean. Man, all I hear is $5? $5? Yeah, baby, take that profits. Just roll into the moon over here goes Facebook. Look at those last 3 volume candles.
It's
all
insane.
3 of those volume candles on the 5-minute chart greater than the opening candle itself. So clearly, buyers are coming in, getting ready to push the stock to the high side. The question is, do we actually break the high a day, which we created around 10 o'clock or so? And Sean has something for us. Let's go right back to Sean.
So the funny thing about this Facebook trade is we didn't have any idea about this news. That's nowhere the reason why we got into this, man. It broke this 50 period. That's why we wanted it in, and we wanted it in at 190. We already tested it once there, and it failed. So we'll talk about this on the show coming up in about 10, 12 minutes there. But yeah, big time movement. Look where it just went to, right to the high of the day. I think this is a good spot to get out, but we're $5 in the money. We just don't have enough. Like we got the majority out here at 192. That's why I'm like, $5, but there it goes, man. Facebook to the upside. It's the same break. Like, look, we have them at the same time. We have AMD breaking that same level. It just didn't, it went. AMD is definitely throw down some cash on there. We're going to go 5 for 5, 6 for 6 today on the names that we've traded. So today's a good day, but yeah, nothing but love to the upside here for Facebook and AMD. I'll be back with your trade of the day on Amazon, but I was just asking, like we could easily do it here on Facebook. Good trading so far here today. Great show, Ian, Prad, Luca. 10 more minutes, guys. Let's go.
Looks like Unity is on the move too. Tony's stock over there a little bit. Unity has been flying off from the low of day, taking off from $40.50 all the way up to $42.82 right now. Let's see how it trades at 43. Can we get a breakout of 43? Clearly the volume spikes indicating that there's still tons of eyes on these trades, tons of eyes overall on most of these stocks that the Apple live event is bringing in about. Let me actually try to, I don't even know what time the Apple event ends. Hopefully it continues on for the rest of the day, because if these are the type of trades we're getting off of that event, don't stop. Just don't stop. You can take us all the way till 4 o'clock with some fun news activities coming across the board. We know that Unity is a game developer, so or the software for that helps developers create games. So I'm not sure why Apple is taking or why Unity is taking off of the social media catalyst or the Facebook and Snapchat catalyst we have, but taking off is all we need right now, man. Volume coming in across the board. You saw NASDAQ go up, you saw S&P 500 go up, and multiple stocks here taking off.
Someone said, let's talk about percentage moves instead of dollar moves. You can kind of quickly just kind of calculate it. Like at 189 here, just quickly taking a look at Facebook, because that's been like the talk of the town for the past like 15 minutes or so. But yeah, at 189, it was down almost %. Now we're up 2%, so that's like a 3% swing there. It's moved about $5 on the move. This is an insane move, guys. So all you had to kind of do was just kind of go long off these lows here. If you're confident in these lows, if you're confident in the strength of Facebook, ever since that news came out with the COO kind of quitting Facebook there, Facebook has showed strength, guys. Don't get us wrong here. Facebook has showed strength. So kind of buying these dips, buying these lows, it seems to be paying off here. And Facebook keeps pushing higher, guys. Facebook keeps pushing higher. Let's take a quick look at Snap to see if that's following the same move. It has kind of stalled out a bit, just kind of quickly like browsing through all the large caps here. Apple still kind of stalling out, but reclaimed this 146.50, so that can potentially test 147. And quickly taking back a look at Amazon here, and that looks like it's reclaiming VWAP here. So this 126 seemed to be a level there, and it chopped around there for a bit. But some buying starting to step up above this 126 level. So let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going. If you're in a long position, keep holding, and congratulations.
Yeah, tons of trades coming in right now. Looks like Apple's talking about the new watch operating system OS 9 right now. I actually have it up at the moment on my left screen. Just gonna leave it up there just to see if any exciting news articles come out. It looks like they're talking about the heart rate monitor, so we know tons of fitness people already looking to take advantage of everything going on over there. Let's just wait to see if any exciting news extra comes out. Starbucks ? SPUX. It wasn't played to begin with off the pre-market news, but now Starbucks right back to being flat on the day. I expect buyers to come in around these flat areas for Starbucks, but also that catalyst might not have been a really big catalyst to trade off just yet. I think once the news actually gets decided as to who the CEO is and so on, then we can actually decide where direction Starbucks wants to go to. Currently, I think Starbucks off that catalyst was just a good watch, a good stock to have on our docket. Good to just keep on observing how it trades. Off of today's levels, I think tomorrow we could find a trade. But to be honest, you guys know me, I'm going to be trading Amazon tomorrow. It's going to be impossible for me to not trade Amazon tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit cleaner. We're going to have levels from today established into tomorrow. We're going to have some breakout levels that we're going to be watching tomorrow. So, almost like a repeat of today, rinse and repeat. Everyone's going to have Amazon up on their watch list without a doubt. AMC is trying to make its way up at the moment, apparently. AMC, which was down on the day, still down on the day, trying to trickle its way back to VWAP, but I think we're going to continuously see rejection coming in around VWAP levels for AMC. I'll be pretty surprised to see AMC turn positive on the day without any catalyst. We already saw how the stock traded off of the positive Top Gun Maverick catalyst.
I wanted to quickly take a look at the Amazon daily chart just because there's a pretty noticeable level here, and that's going to be like the 130.50 level, but probably just going to be looking at the whole dollar of 130 just because that's where the gap is after the earnings, right? So we talked about playing earnings gaps, taking them long, taking the breakout. There's no sort of levels in between here, right? No recent levels at least. So as far as we know, we don't know where the resistance is here. So this can really break out and give a strong move. And as we were kind of looking at that, I just got wicked out of the Amazon trade there. I moved my stop up. We secured the profits there. I don't want to get too greedy with this. So we're going to secure that and we're going to clock that in as a solid trade. And that's going to round off this trade. It was about a $2 winner in the end. So really good trade on there.
Yeah, looks like our boys are going off for a walk without even waiting for us. So these guys are rude boys over there. Rude boy. Roblox is killing me. Oh, man, I'm sorry about that one. Let's just look for more opportunities to turn that around a little bit. If Roblox, if I'm guessing you're sure it's going up, one good idea would be taking that stop and thinking about a different price point to get in. Unless your stop is at the high a day from the open, then I understand. But it is bad that right now these moves are coming in across the board. Gaming companies, social media companies, even buy now pay never, buy now pay later companies are all getting boosted up to the north side right now with the help of Apple live event that's coming out live. And it's been live for almost 53 minutes now. So I'm expecting it to be done soon and some of these moves to start slowing down over here. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, that's why I kind of moved my stop up, right? Just because the market is going to kind of test VWAP here and potentially start to pull back. We talked about these levels, 4140 on the ES there. So if the market does kind of pull back, I don't want to give back these profits. You can't have the same mentality as having think like, if I have these profits, that's your money to lose. Like, you got to secure this. That's the point of the day trading, right? You got to secure profits when they're there. No one ever went broke taking profits. So, even if this kind of pushes higher, I'm not going to be mad at it. I had a good trade on it, and I'm going to be happy with it.
Where we're going to talking the M2 chip now. Yeah, the M1, M2 chips. Those are the competitors that we are waiting to see how those will end up being against the Intels and the AMDs and so on.
Man, now Tesla is ripping. A few people mentioning in the chat, Tesla's breaking out. We've talked about that 715 level. Look at the buying coming in on Tesla, guys. And we're seeing the green on the tape come in. A lot of buying here. Broke out 720. It's just kind of bursting through these levels relentlessly. Man, so many things are breaking out right now. It's insane. Like, what's happening?
Breakout City, baby. Breakout City. Welcome to Breakout City. Destination Moon.
Apple is, still showing the bullishness, but it seems like this Apple event has just kind of turned the whole market around. Let's go.
Yeah, Apple waking up the market except for itself. I would like for Apple to wake up and get back above $150 because I've been waiting for that for God knows how long. Now get back up there, Apple. Roblox, we talked about Roblox. Facebook has been bouncing 180 to 200. Yeah, you're not wrong on that one. And Facebook, Sean's now probably $7 in the money over there. Keep $6.50 in the money over there, so still rising to the hopefully it doesn't come crashing like the Icarus over there, but it is flying up right now. We're not in sun's rays yet. I think near 200 would be sun's rays, and the feathers starts coming in around that action. Let's see how much more move we have in here. I think people are waiting for that 200 level. If it does come into play, that'll be fantastic. Tesla, you already mentioned breaking out of 720, moving to the north side. AMD not really, AMD's doing something. It's doing something, but it's not hot fire like your Facebook hot fire, Yeah, it's moving up there. It's going up so far, and it's oh wow, AMD's. I thought AMD was a little bit more higher on the day on percentage. But yeah, AMD getting right back to VWAP here, which is at $107 or so. Market clearly waking up. I hope you guys never went to bed.
Yeah, it seems like this whole event has really kind of pushed the market higher and, woken up the market. Obviously on the coattails of Facebook being the biggest mover. It's now testing 196, trying to break out above that. I'm just going to see we have broken high a day. So just looking at the daily, obviously this 200 level is going to be a key level of interest for sure. But we're still a ways away from that. Let's see how high this can really go, right? If there is true buying momentum and the market really starts to really push up higher now, what do you think is going to keep going with it? Facebook's going to keep going with it for sure.
Yeah, that's the expectation here. S&P 500 right back to the almost back to where we were. But right now we're hanging out by VWAP for the S&P 500. For NASDAQ, pretty much the same. NASDAQ up almost 1%. Oh, it is now 1%. There we go. Breaking out from the 100 period EMA, getting ready to go test the VWAP areas for the overall market. The Apple says their M2 GPU is 35% faster than their M1 chip. Yeah, they all said that, but I'll wait for the actual benchmark numbers to come out from third-party testers. We've seen NVIDIA come out and say, our numbers are this, and AMD say this, and Intel comes out and say that, and then when the benchmark test actually comes out, they're like maybe 25%, maybe 15% better. So these numbers right now are a little advertisement numbers for me. So I'll just wait for that one. But clearly any improvement is good improvement at the end of the day. Let it be 15, let it be 35, let it be 50%. All improvement at the end of the day is good improvement. And that is what we want to see, because any technology not improving is the day that company will start to deteriorate. Technology is supposed to get better exponentially. What's that rule, like Moore's Law or something? Exponentially always. Is it Moore's Law? Moore's Law. There we go.
Okay, guys, I think we're going to wrap it up now. We're going to send it over to the closing show.
What?
Stay tuned for that.
Wow.
It's 2 p.m. The rampant increase here in the market has kind of made time go by a little faster. So let's send it over there. And good day, guys, and stay profitable.
Yeah. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. It's time for the close. Time for the last 2 hours of pretty exciting trading day here. Yeah, Apple taking the entire market on its back right now and lifting us back to the upside after we got back to basically break even for a period there during the lunch period. We were down to about 0.05, 0.06 for both the Dow and the NASDAQ. Now back to a full percent. So good luck here for the S&P as well, 0.8, 0.3 for the Dow, lagging ever so slightly. Crude red once again this afternoon after being up nicely early on this morning, still about 5.5%, 5% for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Still listening to this Apple event ongoing right now. Seems like every 2 minutes or so, there's a new announcement of something that is moving the market. So I will keep watch over what they are talking about. They're still talking about this M2 chip, if anyone's wondering. So maybe we should watch some of the chip makers here this afternoon. But here's a look at a very green board. If you remember around 12:30 when we looked at this last, it was back to almost break even. There was a lot of red coming through, but not the case right now. We're moving in the right direction. Some negativity in healthcare still. Regeneron, Gilead, ILMN, Amgen there as well to the downside, about 1.5%. But everything else you can see nicely positive once again, including tech stocks here. There are a few in negative territory, but back to the upside for the most part. Industrials, financials, and consumer discretionary names all leading. If you remember early on this morning, it was the tech group down here that was responsible for most of the gains today. Not the case right now. Banks leading, the 10-year, the 30-year, both back to recent highs, basically. So a lot of strength in financials coming through today. Energy stocks are higher on oil. Some of the resource names also back to the upside here with metal prices moving in positive direction as well. Quick look at the NASDAQ, and I'll show you another really green board. There's Facebook. Facebook, Snap, some of the social media stocks jumping on no update from WWDC today from Apple on further privacy clampdowns from the App Store. So seems to be the reason they are rallying. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, a ton of strength coming through in Chinese stocks. You saw PDD, you saw JD there in the corner, 6.5% for both of these, 7% for Pinduoduo right now. CRWD, also another very, very positive name. Pretty good look right across the entire board. Let's see if it holds. Couple of hours left, as mentioned, heading into the final portion of the day. Hope your afternoon is going well. If you're joining us for the first time, we'll spend some time here looking back at a few opportunities that were available to us this morning, including obviously Amazon, the big one this morning. You get 19 extra shares today for every one that you owned on Friday if you are just joining us or just joining the market. You missed a lot today. Let's jump into the first review. Sean's going to lead the way here with a look at one of his trades.
Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, it's funny because right now we're $7 in the money on Facebook, but we'll review Amazon for you real quick. And yeah, Brandon's 100% right. Today was the day when Amazon went split 20 for 1. So for me, it was super easy. I put up the sticky note, but you guys already know about that. We wanted the longs. We wanted the longs right away. When we started the day, you could see this is even before 9:30. You could see where the volume kicks in. That's 9:30 right there. But we're long, 5 times. And then as it kept going up, out, all the way until we're basically done right there on that last take out. So a couple dollars made really early. Why did we want the long? Pretty simple. As soon as the market opened up at 9:30, I felt like traders would get in there and start buying calls, trying to make this thing get going. And you could see that's exactly what happened as we just took up all the way up to the upside. The only problem is I don't participate in any of this. Why? Because I was waiting for the short. Eventually, we say enough is enough. It takes down 127. Right here, this level I wanted to mark down for you. Why? Because that was 125.60 right there, the upside of 129, and the downside of 124, where we're trying to protect some of these longs. Eventually, we take a hit on Amazon. So we make all this money right here, and then we kind of get cute with it and think that it's going to go to that 130 mark. So we take a long, and dump it out. So that's a 128, a 128.20 out there for flat. So we take about $1 or so hit on that last part, which is fine because we're making up for it right here. But then I come up with sort of a theory that, hey, I don't know if we're going to take down 130, especially if the NASDAQ doesn't go. So I wanted to short in Apple, which was $3-4 in the money again when we came back up here. and we wanted to short Amazon. So this is the thing. I started to become real patient with it, but I was patient with it with share sizing, not with price. So as it starts to come up, we just nibble small, like every dollar. We start to go short. Actually, I don't think we're short right there. We're short right here, 127, then 128, then 129, before eventually that's the 129 that we wind up taking. The upside is 130. So my out was going to be 130. We had an average price of 128.60 or so. So as this thing falls back down, this is where we start getting out. We take out the majority back here at 126, 127. That's like $1.30, $1.40, $1.50 in the money. That's fine. But again, it's right here, right at some of this level. So as it breaks down, unfortunately, which is the silly part, which is why I want to show this to you, I only had like 20% of the trade left. But we actually had a meeting, and maybe I shouldn't be admitting this, but we didn't, all I had was a stop order to get out. We didn't have an order right here. But if you pull this level back down, look, it's 124. It's all day. That's where we should have got out. Normally, we would have got out, especially as it's bumping. The take right there, probably 124.80 or so, the best out. But then you wind up getting out right there at 125.50 when we take down that shelf right there. So you can see once we break 125.50, it's downside about $1.50. We didn't want that to happen back to the upside. So I feel like we got a good out because it did go up to 126.40. So there's the finale of that trade. It's about a $3 to $4 winner. Look, Amazon today, you're going to have to do the same thing when Google comes out. It was such an easy trade to go long early, right? It should be a trade that we all have. We did have it, boom, but we missed the opportunity. We gave it back chasing it, so we don't want to do that. Then we wait for some signals on the pullback, and for me, it was pretty clear. How many times are we going to make tops there, right? If it breaks higher, we lose, that's fine. We have a dollar, again, about $1, $1.30, $1.40 hit, but then it comes back in, and then you can see 20, these are all 28s, right? That's 128, 128.30 or so, 129 on the short. Then most of these outs are right in this area, which is a 127. So we still wind up taking much higher than a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Eventually, our last 20% comes out for about a $3 winner. So it's Amazon. We'll look to do the same with Google in mid-July.
Yeah, so much volume today coming through on Amazon, on Apple as well. We'll continue to watch what happens here from this announcement or ongoing Worldwide Development Conference that is still live streaming. But yeah, amazing trade this morning for Amazon. Depending on where